follow our own path. Sometimes love is about letting the other one go. Don't worry, guys. I'm not gonna end this 5-part story with such a downer. You know your girl Alice better than that. So, Kwon returned to that little town life that he loved so much. As for me, the bands got back together and we traveled the world playing our music. Many years later, my music took me to a familiar country. I took a trip to the countryside and reached a lovely farm. Then I saw him. Kwon looked so handsome. I remember the first time we met. He was acting like a tough guy and I was dressed as a goth. Safe to say, we've both had quite the glow up since then. When he saw me, he smiled, and then everything. Silence, time stood still, electricity, heart racing, and of course, the famous fireworks. I ran to him, and that was it, guys. The end of my crazy and long journey. I guess love always finds its way in the end.
Hi friends, I'm Winter from Scotland. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I was a little girl, I noticed that I was a bit different from the other kids. And a lot different than my older sister Vinny. Whenever we went to the doctor, Vinny would throw the worst fit seeing a needle. But me? I was always calm. I didn't like getting shots, but I didn't feel afraid of them either. While Vinny would scream at the sight of most animals, I had a pet iguana named Santa Claus. I was totally fearless. But no matter how different we were, we loved each other to bits. On my 4th birthday, Mom took me and Vinny to the park. I was busy doing cartwheels when suddenly I saw something shiny and green slithering on the ground. I picked it up, totally mesmerized by the creature.
Wow, you look like a mermaid. I'll keep you and love you and feed you. You can sleep with Santa Claus.
Just then, Mom grabbed it from me with a loud scream and threw it away in the bushes. Oh my God, what were you holding? A snake?
What, Mom? It was so cute.
Mom and Vinny looked at me in horror, and from that day, they were on a mission to protect me from myself. Since Mom was mostly busy with work, it was Vinny who was always with me, and she wouldn't let me do anything fun. Once in 6th grade, I was feeling really bored one afternoon when I spotted some ripe mangoes on our tree. I immediately ran out and started climbing it, but moments later, Vinny came running.
Winter, no! Come down, please, it's too dangerous.
Just one more mango, Vinny. Oops, almost slipped. I'm fine, just relax. But Vinny wouldn't listen and started climbing the tree to get me down. The moment she got close to me, the branch below her feet broke and Vinny went crashing down. It was the first time I felt truly scared. Vinny had a concussion and was rushed to the hospital where she got stitches on her forehead. When she came back home after a few days and saw her face, she screamed.
No, Mom, what's this? Oh my God, I'm ugly.
What? Of course not. Vinny, it's just a scar. It'll go away. You promise? Yes, I'm sure. But it never went away completely, and Vinny was so self-conscious about it that she started wearing her hair over it, and I could tell she was still mad at me. I apologized to her like a million times, and she said she was fine, but she'd barely talk to me or play with me, and nothing was the same. But one day I went up to her room with some ice cream, and she said she didn't want any and slammed the door in my face. I'd had enough, so I kicked the door in. Look, Vinny, I'm so sorry and I should have listened to you, but it was an accident, and well, just get over it. You can't just ignore me and not talk to me. And your new hairstyle, it sucks. It's just a dumb scar, and you're still the prettiest girl I know. I tried hugging Vinny, but she shoved me away. You're just so full of yourself, Winter.
Can't ignore me, not talking to me.
Everything isn't about you. I'm tired of being your babysitter. You're old enough to be on your own and not be reckless and stupid. And even if you are, why should that be my problem? Just go away. Saying that, Vinny pushed me out of her room. After that day, I felt so alone at home. Mom was always busy and Vinny ignored my existence. She had this new boyfriend and it seemed all her time was for him. One time in 8th grade, I was bored when I spotted the gardener's bicycle outside, and I decided to try out cycling. Thanks to Mom's overprotectiveness, I'd never been allowed to ride one. I fell so many times, but I kept on trying. And just when I thought I'd gotten the hang of it, I went crashing into a bush. That was awesome. Do it again. It was like watching an idiot run into a glass window. God, it was my annoying next-door neighbor and classmate, Aaron. Ha 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 ha, so funny. Not. And you're calling me an idiot? Aren't you the guy who posts stupid videos on his YouTube channel? Says the girl who can't ride a bike. The guy was really getting on my nerves. I picked up a shoe and hurled it at him and ran inside while he kept laughing. He was weird and had a YouTube channel that had stupid, pointless videos. And after that day, he even kept annoying me in school, but I just tried to ignore him. Once when I was in 9th grade, Mom was away for a business trip and Vinny announced that she was going to the movies with her boyfriend. I'm not babysitting you. You're a grown-up, so please act like one while I'm gone and stay out of trouble. Can you do that? Yeah, duh. Go, do whatever you want. It's not like I asked you to babysit me. A few hours later, I was just studying peacefully when I noticed something odd. Santa Claus was not in his glass case. I looked for him everywhere and found him on the frickin' roof. I quickly climbed over and grabbed him, but suddenly I slipped. I went sliding down the roof and barely managed to cling onto a drain pipe. As I was hanging, I spotted Aaron recording me on his phone.
Wow, I know you have a habit of getting into trouble, but this is epic.
Hey, help me down, idiot! Before he could, I felt my hand slip and I decided to make a jump for it. Right when I landed, I saw Mom standing by the gate, glaring at me furiously. And when Vinny returned, she got the yelling of a lifetime in front of her boyfriend. It was the most intense drama I had ever seen with the two of them, screaming at each other, and her boyfriend ran away. First, I got this ugly scar because of her. And now you insulted me in front of my boyfriend and chased him away. She's not my daughter. You gave birth to her, so watch her yourself. Mom, please, stop it. It's not her fault. Vinny, listen, I'm sorry. Just get away from me, Winter. Let me breathe. I can't wait to be done with high school so I can get away from you. Vinny pushed me out of her way and I landed on my butt. She had never been so mean to me, and it broke my heart. After that crazy night, I was grounded too, and Mom kept a strict eye on me. I wished Mom and Vinny could get that I knew the difference between stupid and fun. But one night, I heard a knock on my window and found Aaron outside.
Your room is really high up.
Yeah. Who told you to climb up?
It's not like your mom would have let me come at night to take you out. Want to go somewhere fun?
Take me out for fun? Oh my God, yes? I feel like I could die from boredom. That night, Aaron and I sneaked out and he took me to a skate park on his bicycle. There were so many kids there doing awesome stunts with their skateboards, and I was dying to learn some. They were willing to teach me, and I picked up the moves really fast. Gosh, the rush I felt, it was amazing. Aaron even recorded my stunts for me to watch later, and was all praises. Later when he dropped me home, I was still feeling so pumped. I just impulsively turned to him and kissed him. I had a great time, and I've been wanting to do that all night.
Wow, me too.
Saying that, he kissed me again. The night was magical, but when I got in through my window, I nearly fell down when I saw Vinny on my bed. Unbelievable. You just never learn, do you? Hey, look, I'm old enough, and I'm none of your business. You've made that clear enough. Winter, that boy is trouble. He has such a bad reputation at school. He's known for playing pranks and getting others in trouble. Look, I know I've been hard on you, but just trust me on this. He's a jerk, and you need to start making better decisions. Save the big sister lecture for someone else, Vinny. Nothing I do would ever seem like a good idea to you, and I think you just resent me, and I don't trust your advice anymore. You wanted to ignore me? Well, I'm okay with it now. So get out of my room, please. That didn't feel great, but what did she expect? Vinny left for college soon, and it was just me and Mom. But thank God I had Aaron. He was everything I ever wanted in a boyfriend. For Valentine's Day, he took me bungee jumping. OMG, this was my dream.
I knew it. It's like we're the same.
Aaron and I soon became the hottest couple in school. And every afternoon, I'd go to the skate park with Aaron and practice skateboard stunts. I was acing it, and Aaron was my biggest supporter. One day, Aaron came to me with some big news. A huge YouTube stunt performer wanted us to collaborate and shoot with me. He had a huge following and he'd post videos of us performing together. It was right during finals week, but how could I possibly say no? I tried studying, but I was way too excited and would end up going to the park with Aaron. and practicing like crazy. And when the day came for the stunt performer to meet me, he was really impressed.
Kid, you are 1 in a million. I know you're gonna go far. Don't let nobody dim your spark.
Whoa, his words meant the world to me. Sometime later, the exam results came, and it turned out I had failed miserably. But to my surprise, Aaron had straight A's. How? You were with me the whole week.
Yeah. My dad kind of pulled some strings and I took all the exams later, so I got more time to study. So you wanna hit the park? I have some stunts I want you to try.
You couldn't have pulled some strings for me? Or at least told me it was an option? Gosh, you're so selfish.
Since when do you care about grades, Winter? And I arranged that stuntman to come perform with you, didn't I? You could be a little more grateful.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you heard me. You have a lot to thank me for. Otherwise, those boring duds at your house would keep you locked up.
Without even thinking, I gave Aaron a tight slap and walked away. I was scared of how to tell Mom about my grades, and I felt like such an idiot. Vinny was so right about Aaron. At that moment, I just missed her so much that I called her after months. The moment she picked up, I broke down and told her everything. It just took her 2 hours to come home from her university, and I hugged her tight. I knew that jerk was up to no good the first time I saw your video on his channel, when you jumped from the roof. What? What video? His YouTube channel? It's full of your stunt videos. Gosh, don't say you didn't know about it. I have no idea what you're talking about. Vinny then showed me Aaron's YouTube channel, and I realized the jerk had blocked me from seeing it. It was getting millions of views just from my videos. That's why he was so supportive and took me to the skate park every day. Oh, Vinny, I just want to make him pay. He's been making money off of me without my knowledge. Just then, Mom walked into the room, and clearly she'd heard everything. How dare he?
Oh, don't you worry about a thing. I'll take care of this, Aaron.
And then I came clean about the exam result, and for once, Mom didn't freak out. And she kept her word too. She threatened to sue Aaron, so his parents forced him to take down the channel. A few days later, it was my birthday, and to my surprise, Mom and Vinny took me to the skate park. And then they gave me my gift, a video camera.
Sweetie, I saw your videos and you're just a natural. I don't know why you want to do risky stuff, but I know I can't stop you either. So I guess it's time you show the world how crazy you can be on your own channel.
You are actually letting me do stunts and have my own YouTube channel? Only if you name it The Daring Adventures of Winter. That's totally what I want to show the world. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Nadia from Georgia. Please like and subscribe. When I was 5, Mom shook me awake one night and whispered,
"Come, Nadia, we're leaving."
Why, Mommy?
She just told me to be quiet and spat on Dad's sleeping face before we left. I wasn't too sad about leaving because those two fought like crazy. Maybe things would be better now. We went to live with my grandma, who wasn't happy to see us at all.
Ugh, you're back. You could have brought me a boy at least. Girls are useless.
But Grandma, you're also a girl. A really old, smelly one, but still.
I escaped her flying shoe by an inch. Grandma made Mom work 2 jobs to provide for us, and we never did anything fun. So I was really excited when my friend Irene invited me to her birthday party. As we were gathered around the table, Irene's mom suddenly came in screaming, "Where's the freaking birthday cake? It was in the kitchen 2 minutes ago." Someone suddenly pointed to the window, and to my horror, I saw Mom sneaking off with Irene's cake. Was she crazy? Irene's mom ran out like a bullet and snatched the cake from Mom, but she wouldn't let it go. And suddenly it went flying and landed on the ground. Irene burst into tears, and I just wanted to disappear. But Mom wasn't even embarrassed. She said she felt like taking it, so she did. Mom was crazy. Some months later, I told Mom how a parent had donated this awesome computer for our class. And the next day, we walked into our classroom to find it missing. As the principal was investigating the matter, a janitor suddenly pointed to me.
"I saw a woman take away a computer yesterday. I've seen her with that girl before."
Oh my God, Mom? And sure enough, when I went home with the principal and the police, We found Mom playing games on the computer. She was in prison for a week, and the police officer said she needed therapy for her stealing problem. Everyone was mocking me at school, but Mom came home dancing with joy a few days later, holding the handcuffs that she stole from the police. I'm getting married, and I never have to see you suckers again. I'm rich, rich, rich. And just like that, she left me with Grandma. When I was in the 5th grade, Grandma made me go with her after school to sell vegetables. But one day when I got to our booth, I saw an ambulance there, and Grandma was being carried away. It turned out she'd died from a heart attack. I wrote to Mom, and she came 2 days later, her eyes swollen from crying. Oh, Mom, I'm sorry you're so sad about Grandma. Sad about Grandma? Not at all. I'm crying because of you. Me? What did I do? I'm back to take care of you because my husband won't keep you. Couldn't you have grown up faster while I was gone? I was so mad at Mom, I just stormed out of the room. She was so selfish. We got back to selling vegetables soon, and Mom kept stealing from people. I told her I would work more hours and miss school to make more money if she just stopped stealing. She agreed, but I was sure she still stole money from our clients. One day, a beautiful woman stopped by and asked me why I wasn't at school, and I said I was helping my mom. The woman looked at Mom sternly. This girl belongs in school. If I see her here tomorrow, I'm calling the cops. Suddenly, Mom went bonkers on her. Oh, you think I belong here on the street selling rotten vegetables? If you're Mother Teresa, give me some money and take her. She's all yours. The woman looked angry, but she turned to me and said she'd send me to a really good school if I promised never to miss it. Mom wasn't happy at all, but I was ecstatic. When she left, I saw that Mom had stolen the rich woman's diamond bracelet. I tried to snatch it from her, but she threatened me that she wouldn't allow me to see the rich woman. So I let it go. The rich woman even bought me fancy clothes for school, and everyone thought I was cool, even the snottiest girl in class, Anastasia. All was good until one day I was waiting for the rich woman to show up to my parent-teacher meeting, and I saw Mom walking down the hallway. What was she doing here? I hid behind the lockers so she wouldn't see me, when suddenly I caught her staring at Anastasia. Seconds later, Mom charged straight at her and grabbed her glittery pink hairband. Oh my God, what are you doing? I want that hairband. Give me it. Are you crazy? Someone get this woman off my hair! Mom managed to pull it off, but she went stumbling to the ground, and so many pens and calculators that she had stolen came flying out of her bag. Just then, she spotted me. Oh, Nadia, come help your poor mommy up. What? Is this crazy trash bag your mom? Just then, the rich woman came walking down the hall. I'm her mom. She glared at Mom and told everyone she was just our crazy maid. She apologized to Anastasia and even arranged a party for all my classmates at her mansion a few days later, just to convince them that she was my mom. But when I got to the 9th grade, the rich woman gave me some really sad news one day. Her husband had lost all his money and she could no longer pay for my school. But even worse, she told me they were moving away. I felt heartbroken. Mom didn't take it well either. She started calling the rich woman bad names for abandoning me. Oh, you think she is bad for leaving me? How about when you left me, Mom? I'm your daughter. Ugh, don't remind me. I'm so sick of you. Mom, you're awful. Do I look like I care about your opinion? And tomorrow you better pack your stuff from that school. It's back to the veggie stall for you. I just skipped dinner and went to the park. Moments later, I saw a woman running around and crying like crazy. Have you seen my little girl? She was next to me a minute ago and I can't find her anywhere. Please, help me find my baby. I ran everywhere looking for this woman's baby. Just then, I saw a small figure by the edge of the river. She smiled at me and waved goodbye, then jumped into the water. The woman screamed and I jumped after the baby and saved her. The woman couldn't stop thanking me. She told me the baby's name was Zoe and offered to pay me some money. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly take it. I only did what I had to. The woman then offered me a babysitting job and said she'd pay me $3,000 a month. I couldn't believe it. I accepted and went home with a big smile. I told Mom about it, but I said it was only $1,000, so I could save the rest for my college. She started jumping and dancing and said I was the best child in the world. Yeah, right. The next day after school, Mom insisted on walking me to my new workplace. It was even bigger than the rich woman's mansion. I was scared that Mom might steal something, so I gave her $200 and told her to leave. I followed a maid to the living room where I found a guy kissing some girl on the couch. Just then, the woman came in with Zoe, who jumped into my arms immediately. This is my stepson, Joseph. He'll be leaving now with his girl, right, Joseph? When he finally broke apart and got up, I saw that he was a couple of years older than me, and so darn gorgeous. But then I saw the girl with him. It was freaking Anastasia, but she had a boyfriend in school. The rich lady introduced me as Zoe's babysitter, and I could see Anastasia's lip curling into a grin. Oh, this was bad. The next day at school, she pulled me into an empty classroom. Well, look who's a big fat liar. I knew you were poor and that psycho was your mom. How do you think everyone in school will react when they find out you've been lying all these years? Oh, how do you think your boyfriends will react when they find out you're a two-timing witch? You wouldn't dare. Fine. I'll keep your secret if you'll keep mine. Deal. I didn't care about her love life as long as my secret was safe. 3 months passed with me being Zoe's nanny, and I was loving it. But I'd also become really good friends with Joseph, and now I was hating myself for lying to him about his girlfriend. One time when Zoe was asleep, he slipped into the nursery and showed me this beautiful necklace.
Hey, what do you think? Anastasia will love this, right?
Oh, yes, she'd be crazy not to. I felt awful, but suddenly he came closer, and my heart started beating faster. He brushed away my hair and said softly,
You've got some ketchup on your nose, silly. Looks kind of cute, though.
Just then, Zoe woke up and started crying. Oh, thank God. Before I got to her, Joseph picked her up and started singing. Okay, another cute scene like this, and I will marry him right now. Later that night, I decided I would tell Joseph about Anastasia, even if it meant my secret would be out in school. But the next day when I reached the mansion, the maid took me to the living room where I found the whole family waiting for me. It was my first time meeting Zoe's dad, and he looked mad. It turned out that a really valuable antique vase was missing, and he was accusing me of stealing it. I didn't. Why would you think I took it, sir?
Oh, isn't this your mother?
And then, to my horror, he showed me security footage, and it was indeed Mom sneaking out of their house. I tried explaining I had nothing to do with it, but Zoe's dad fired me on the spot. When I got home ready to kill Mom, she wasn't there. I marched up to her room and looked through all her stuff and found nothing. Just as I was leaving, I noticed that a shelf was placed in front of a door. I pushed it aside and walked into a freaking museum of stolen things. Oh my God, Mom had stolen so much stuff over the years. Thankfully, the vase was there, but I couldn't help going through everything else too. As I was searching the drawers, I came across a paper that left me shook. It was Grandma's will, and it said that she'd left her house to me. What? And Mom knew? And she was hiding it? By the time Mom got home, I was waiting for her on the porch with her bags packed.
What's going on here?
I handed her an envelope with a train ticket and some of my savings. You're going back to your husband, Mom. You're going to leave this place before Zoe's dad sends the police after you. And I don't want you living in my house anymore. Yeah, I found Grandma's will. Please, go away, Mom. But who'll take care of you? You don't need your mom now? I've been taking care of myself since I was a kid, and I do need a mom, but I don't think you know what it means to be one. Just leave and live your life. It'll be better for both of us. Mom just stared at me, then looked inside the envelope, picked up her bags, and left. I sneaked up to the mansion the next day and gave the vase to a maid to return to the owners. I also gave her a note for Joseph, telling him everything about Anastasia. And the next day, I got attacked by her the minute I entered school. You witch. I had 2 boyfriends, and now because of you, I have 0. I'm going to tell everyone you're poor. I don't care. At least my lies didn't hurt anyone, but yours did. We both ended up in detention, and well, everyone did drop me like a dead fly when they found out I wasn't rich. Then one day when I got to school on graduation day, I noticed it was awkwardly silent, and even the gate was closed. What was going on? Suddenly, strong lights came from behind me. I looked around and saw a helicopter with a poster saying,
Natia, will you be my girlfriend?
Then Joseph showed up from the helicopter grinning down at me. Oh my God, just get down here, Joseph.
No, not until you've answered my question.
Yes, I'll be your girlfriend. Get down, dummy. Minutes later, Joseph was kissing me deeply, and everyone showed up from behind us, cheering and clapping. I'm so glad that my hard work has paid off. Remember to always believe in yourself.
Hi, I'm Karina from Norway, and this is my story. I lived with my mom and dad as an only child, and as a little girl, I worshipped my mom. For starters, she looked like Rapunzel with her long, lovely hair and flowing dresses. She also drove me to school in a Barbie pink convertible that made all my friends swoon with envy. Look at her sparkly steering wheel. I wish I could marry her. But Mom didn't feel the same way about me that I felt about her. In fact, she didn't seem to care for me at all. One time I had a hockey match, but Mom said she had the flu and couldn't come. And later on, Dad and I bumped into her at the mall. Dad was furious, but I defended Mom. Hockey is boring, I get it. We'll get our nails done and I'll pay for it with my allowance. That way, you won't max out Dad's credit card again. I never ended up winning Mom over though. And a year later, Dad left her and took me with him. We ended up backpacking all around Europe for 2 years, which was a blast. I never heard from Mom again, but I thought about her all the time. When I finally returned to Norway, I was 15 and transferred to a new school. I instantly became popular as this worldly kid who's traveled everywhere. But my favorite person of all my fans and friends was my new BFF, Freya. She was 3 years younger than me, but we were in the same class because she was a genius. So what do you say? You do my homework again, and I'll get you into another exclusive party?
No one here wants a 12-year-old at their party. Why are you making friends with kids, Karina?
Freya threw her backpack at the guy when he said that, and it hit him so hard he fell backwards. Freya may only be 12, but she's a force not to be messed with. Thanks for that, bestie. It's been tough being the youngest kid in our class. You're the only friend I really have. Well, friendship has no age limit, and I think you're super cool. One afternoon, Freya invited me over to her place for dinner. But when we arrived at her house, I couldn't believe where I was. Freya lived in a 6-story mansion with a gorgeous infinity pool. The butler even offered me cookies, but just as I bit into one, a woman came out to hug Freya. It took me 2 seconds to realize it was Mom. Karina, are you okay? Mom, can you bring my friend some water? You call her Mom?
Karina, is that you?
You guys know each other? She knows me from giving birth to me. What? You said you didn't have any kids. Wait, what? I felt my blood boil, but here just wasn't the place to start a scene. Mom looked uncomfortable and told Freya it was a long story and she needed to be alone. Obviously, I couldn't concentrate on homework, and Freya wouldn't stop apologizing and asking questions. I swear, Mom never mentioned you at all. She said she's been married, but never really had a family before. Okay, can you stop calling her Mom? And she has had a family before. So let me guess, she married your dad who's a billionaire? Actually, my dad and I grew up poor. This is her mansion. She started a clothing line a couple of years ago, and it was super successful. From the second we moved in with her, she spoiled me rotten. We're really close, Karina. I wonder why she'd keep such a big secret. I didn't know how to answer that. Instead, Freya and I were called to dinner, which apparently Mom helped prepare.
Girls, I'm sorry. I needed a moment to myself, but I want to talk about it with both of you. And Freya, baby, I even helped make your favorite dish. I took a deep breath as Mom started apologizing and explaining herself. She said she wanted a fresh start with her new family, so she didn't bring up her past, which made me furious. I really do want to reconnect with you, Karina. You should come over more often. I'm so happy you and sweet Freya are friends. You know, I'm not feeling too well. My eyelashes hurt,
and I want to be sure it's nothing serious. For some reason, I didn't want to confront Mom in front of Freya. I didn't want Freya knowing that Mom had never loved me the way she obviously loved her. When the weekend ended, I saw Freya at school and found out she was also mad at Mom, but Mom had bought Freya a brand new iPad to make it up to her. It still hurts that she lied, but I guess she had her reasons, and she's obviously trying to make it up to me. Yeah, hopefully she'll try and make it up to me too. As weeks passed, the tension just got worse between Freya and me. I even avoided going over to her house. Then one day, something happened that really set me over the edge. It was Freya's 13th birthday, and she begged me to come over for her birthday party. You don't have to talk to Mom if you're not comfortable. I just really want you there. After all, you're kind of my sister now, as well as my best friend. So I ended up agreeing. Freya's party turned out to be on a yacht, and it was actually pretty fun. Mom also seemed happy to see me, and that meant a lot. But later on, Freya and I were sitting on the balcony talking when we hit a huge wave and fell backwards into the water. Mom immediately jumped in to save us, but to my shock, she swam to Freya and rescued her, while one of the yacht workers came to get me. A few hours later, Mom drove Freya and I back to their mansion, and I just lost it. I could have sunk to the bottom of the ocean, but you didn't care. You saved Freya instead of me. No, it's not like that. Karina, that's ridiculous. Someone else jumped in to save you right away. I just happened to get Freya first. Did you want her to sink? No, but that's not the point. I'm your real daughter, but you chose Freya's life over mine. The fact that you rescued her instead of me wasn't a coincidence. I'm getting out of here. With that, I opened the door to the car even though we were in the middle of the road. I bolted as fast as I could before Mom's car could chase me, and I didn't arrive home until 4 in the morning. The next couple of months, I stopped hanging out with Freya and made new friends who I partied with every night. I barely got any sleep or went to class, which really worried Dad. One evening, I was napping at home when Mom dropped by with Freya. Is Karina home? I need to talk to her. We're really worried about her. She's been shutting us out and partying.
Freya, I know you mean well, but you both need to give Karina space. You two being around isn't good for her.
I couldn't take it anymore. I started to cry and asked them all to sit down. There was something I'd been hiding. I'm sorry. I've been shutting you guys out. I was really mad at you last month, Mom, and I did something bad. I started dating someone I met at a party, and I'm pregnant.
I'm sorry, what?
Karina, this is a joke, right? You're not actually pregnant? No, I really am pregnant. It's stupid and embarrassing, but I don't know what to do. Dad started crying and booked several doctor consultations, while Freya pestered me about who the baby's dad was. Finally, Mom asked to speak to me in another room.
You know you can't keep this child. You won't be able to take proper care of it, and then you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
Except that I'm not neglectful and heartless like you. If I decide to keep my baby, then I'll take good care of it. Mom didn't agree with me, but the next few weeks, something changed between us. Mom called me every morning to check how I was feeling, and whenever I was at school, Freya would bring me homemade soup that Mom made. She told me to remind you to take your vitamins every day. Also, Karina, how come we haven't met your boyfriend yet? He hasn't been coming to any of your doctor's appointments. Because I haven't told him yet. I don't even know if I'm keeping my kid yet or giving it up for adoption. I haven't seen the guy since I found out I was pregnant. We dated for 2 weeks, and then when I got the news, I ghosted him. You ghosted him? That's horrible. You need to invite him over for dinner and explain yourself. He has the right to know. I knew Freya was right. So that week, I texted the guy and told him to come over. His name was Philip, and he seemed nice. But I didn't know how he'd react when I told him everything. He came over Friday night when everyone was home.
I don't even know why I agreed to this. I know we weren't serious or anything, but you didn't have to go radio silent on me, Karina. How about you hear her reasons before yelling at her?
I told Philip everything in a panic, and he got super quiet.
Oh my God, this is all my fault.
Philip, stop. This is just as much my fault as it is yours.
I'm not blaming you, but I still can't stick around for this.
No, wait. Please, let's discuss this.
There's nothing to discuss. Also, I'd recommend staying home from school for the next several months. Otherwise, everyone will be able to tell you're pregnant, and you'll be stuck with a horrible reputation.
Philip, oh my God, I didn't even think about what the other kids at school would say. I've been covering up my baby bump with baggy clothes.
Hey, don't worry.
I'll homeschool you and everything will be okay. Mom stayed true to her word and set up the whole homeschooling program until a week before my due date. I was lying in bed when Mom invited me over. She led me to a back room, and when I stepped inside, my heart leapt into my throat. It was a giant nursery.
The guest room is next door, except I want it to be your bedroom. I want you to move in with us, Karina.
Wait, what?
I've taken a leave of absence from my company. I've saved enough money to live off of because I want to help raise my grandchild. I know I've neglected you since you were little, but I want to spend the rest of my life making it up to you. I wanted to get in touch years ago, but your dad told me not to mess with your life any more than I already have. And the reason I saved Freya first wasn't because I love her more than you. I just had to think quickly, and Freya just happened to be a little bit closer to the dock.
I couldn't believe the words I was hearing. Then before I could say a word, Freya appeared behind me. For God's sake, Karina, just tell her already. I can't take this.
What? What are you talking about?
I saw you putting this pregnancy patch on yesterday. You lied about being pregnant, Karina. You faked the whole thing.
No, I don't understand.
And I think I know why she did it too. She wanted to get your attention and steal you away from me because she was jealous of our relationship. Okay, it's true. I faked everything. And I paid Philip to lie too. We never dated. He's just a friend of a friend. I staged the whole thing to be closer to you, Mom. Mom was dead silent.
Wow, I really hurt you, didn't I? I mean, I know I made mistakes, but the fact that you had to fake a pregnancy to get my attention, I really have been so awful to you. What if I've already done too much damage for us to make things right between us? I need some time.
And then, Mom asked me to leave and sent Freya with me so she could be alone. Freya stayed at my house for 5 days, and neither Mom or Dad spoke to me. You know I never meant to hurt you, right? I just wanted Mom to love me the way she loved you. I get it, and I'm sorry I exposed you. I just don't understand why she had to forget about me to be closer to you. She's not perfect, Freya. It means a lot that she said she'd take a leave of absence from the company to help raise my kid, but I don't think I can ever fully forgive her for neglecting me all those years. Well, I think I know one thing that'll distract us. Freya and I watched MSA videos until our heads hurt, but I didn't care. I felt better already. Mom finally came to see us.
I felt someone bump against the bed, and my eyes instantly flew open. It was my stupid brother Liam looking down at me. I spit at his face. "What are you doing here, creep? Go away." "I'm not here for you, idiot." He looked over at the lump of blankets next to me with big, adoring eyes.
Is the Sleeping Beauty awake yet?
"No, what do you want from her anyway?" He whipped out a red rose from behind his back.
I want to marry her, of course.
"Ew, you're 9. Get out of here." And the flying shoe I hurled at him sent him running off, for now at least. Man, he was obsessed with her. Just as I was about to doze off again, Mom barged in. "Is my little Lily awake? I made her favorite breakfast. Come on, sweetheart, wake up." No, she wasn't talking to me. She was gently shaking awake the girl lying in bed next to me, my best friend Lily. "Hi, I'm Clara, and ever since my wealthy best friend had a fight with her parents and moved in with me, my crazy family is just all over her, and everyone acts like I'm the stranger. But before I continue, click like and subscribe." At the breakfast table, Mom kept piling pancakes on Lily's plate and kept slapping my hand away every time I reached out for one. "You can have them once Lily is done. Why don't you eat cereal instead?" Just then, Dad walked into the room looking red in the face with grease all over his shirt. He glared at Mom. "I should never have bought the car from your slimy brother. He sold me a piece of junk. Now it won't start again and I'm so late for work." Before Mom could start yelling at him, Lily quickly said, "Why don't you just take my car and I'll tell my butler to send me a new one today? It's no problem, really." Dad looked ecstatic and rushed forward with his arms wide open. "Oh, Lily, you're an angel sent to me straight from heaven." But in his hurry to hug her, Dad tripped on something and fell smack into the middle of the table, ruining all the food. Mom rose from the chair furious. "Seriously? You're such a loser. I don't know why I ever refused that man, who's now a billionaire, for you. I deserve to be married to someone rich and have his rich children." Dad screamed back. "Oh yeah? Who's stopping you? Go marry him now." I rushed forward and came between the two of them to stop their fighting, but just then my brother pushed me aside roughly.
You almost stepped on Lily's precious toes.
Oh God, this was a madhouse. I just left the kitchen to go get ready for school, where I could hang out with some normal people. A few seconds later, Lily followed me to my room, and she was in tears. "I don't feel well, Clara. I can't go to school." I hugged her and said I'd make her some hot chocolate before I left, but she clung to my sleeve looking a bit terrified. Please don't leave me alone with your crazy family. You have to skip school too. Okay, I will. Why don't you get into bed? I wondered why she wouldn't tell me what had happened between her and her parents. What could be so bad that she chose to stay in this house of psychos instead? Lily settled into bed and handed me her favorite children's book, You'll Always Be Ugly. That's what my nanny always read to me when I was sick. Will you read to me, please? Just then, we heard a tapping sound on the window. I got up to open it and instantly ducked. A pebble was flying straight towards my face. It missed me by an inch. I was about to shout at whoever was throwing stones at my window, but I suddenly stopped. It was Tom, the boy who lived next door. I had such a big crush on him. We'd started talking some time ago, but ever since Lily had landed at my place, I'd been so busy with all the drama, I'd almost forgotten about him. Hey, Clara, I just saw everyone leaving and thought maybe you'd want to hang out with me. Before I could reply, I heard a man's loud voice. Tom, where did you go, you little rascal? You better get back here this minute. Tom looked terrified, and in no time at all, he'd scrambled up the wall like a cat and climbed in through my window. I looked at him in surprise. I didn't know you had a father. Oh yeah, he left his wife and moved back in with us again. My mom hates him, and they're just fighting all the time. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Lily, and he froze. Oh God, was he gobsmacked by her beauty? Would he start worshipping her like my family too? But to my relief, I saw that he actually looked disgusted. What is she doing here? She moved in to live with us 2 weeks ago. You know she's a terrible person, and I hate her. Lily jumped off the bed looking furious. No one cares, you jerk. Shut up, you cheater. I sighed. How had I forgotten the two of these went out for a while, and she kissed his best friend on his birthday? The two were just at each other's throats. How many times do I have to tell you I didn't mean to make out with him? It was an accident. What does that even mean? Were you just pouting and fell on his lips? Just then, Liam burst in with a cup of hot chocolate and glared at me. Aren't you supposed to be at school? I could ask you the same question. He ignored me and turned to Tom. Dude, some crazy man who says he's your father is going around the neighborhood like a mad bull and asking everyone where you are. Tom turned really pale. He dropped down on his knees and clasped his hands as he looked up at me. Clara, can I please move in with you? My dad is crazy and he'll kill me. Oh God, how could I say no? And secretly, I really wanted him to stay. Lily was screaming in protest, but I said I'd ask Mom. I called her and she said he could stay as long as he did the dishes and mowed the lawn every day. Tom happily agreed and hugged me tight. I closed my eyes for a second and sniffed him. Boy, he smelled good. Suddenly, I felt him pulling away from me and screaming, Ow! Let go of my hair, you witch! Lily was right behind him, pulling his hair as hard as she could. Before I knew it, he tackled her to the floor. I got elbowed hard in the stomach as Liam and I tried to pull the two apart. When we finally managed to untangle them, I screamed, Enough! You guys better behave or I'm throwing you both out. In the evening, as we were sitting down for dinner, Mom beamed at Lily and Tom. Why don't you beautiful kids come and sit by me, one on each side? You're like the daughter and son I never had. Liam and I glared at her across the table. Like, hello, are the children you gave birth to invisible now? Before I could say anything, the door flew open and Dad came walking in with the biggest smile on his face. He looked at Mom. Hey, you look lovely today. Oh, by the way, I need a divorce. I met someone and we're meant to be together. We all stared at him with our mouths open. I could see Mom frothing at the mouth as she slowly rose from the table and her hand made its way across the plate. Before she could send a flying plate in Dad's direction, a woman skipped in behind him. Everyone, meet the woman of my dreams. Poor Tom fell off his chair. Mom? What do you think you're doing? I'm sorry, honey, but your horrible father kicked me out and I bumped into this loser wandering around the neighborhood. He's the only option I have. My mom narrowed her eyes and said, Fine, you can have him. But if you want to live under my roof, you'll be paying for yourself and your son. Deal. Dad looked shocked. What? I can't believe you'd make a helpless woman pay to live here. I won't allow it. Who asked you? You can leave if you want. She can stay. Yeah, and I'm not helpless, you jerk. I could kick your butt easily. Dad just looked at the two of them. Fine, you women are crazy. And he stormed off to his room. An hour later, he walked out of the house with his bags. And just like that, my crush and his mom had moved in with us, and Mom had made our place a hotel. I could hardly believe all this madness. Mom, we don't even have enough rooms. Liam shouted, I can sleep between you and Lily. Look at me, I'm tiny. Mom said that Liam and Tom would be in Liam's room. Lily and Tom's mom would be in my room, and I'd have to take the couch in the lounge. What? No way! Then I'm sleeping on your bed. I fought with her for 3 hours. In the end, I was so tired I just crashed. on the couch. The next 2 days were just crazy. Everyone was getting on each other's nerves except my mom and Tom's mom. They were acting like they were best friends, sunbathing on the rooftop and painting each other's toenails. When I asked Mom what we'd be doing for dinner, she said, "You can cook, can't you? Now go get me and Auntie some smoothies." Thankfully, Lily was feeling better and was helping out with the cleaning. She picked up the garbage bag and dumped it at Tom's feet. "Stop watching TV and go throw out the garbage." He didn't even look away from the screen. "You're garbage. Can I throw you out?" And before I knew it, the two were wrestling on the ground again. Liam shouted, "No one messes with my fair lady," and jumped right in and bit Tom's leg. I just turned around, slammed the door shut, and went back to cutting the vegetables. Why Lily chose to stay here and not go back to her parents was beyond me. And it was weird that they didn't even check up on her. Thank God the weekend was over. I couldn't wait to get back to school. But then we got the worst news ever. We found out about the pandemic that had struck the world. All schools would remain closed indefinitely, and no one was allowed to leave their houses unless it was an emergency. God, this was like my worst nightmare right now. A few days went by, and we were running out of food. I said I'd wear a mask and go to the grocery store. But just as I was about to head out, Tom and his mom dragged me back in. Tom's mom shrieked, "It's too dangerous. You're not going anywhere." Tom said, "Yeah, babe, the grocery store's too risky. Maybe we can go look for wild berries or some plants." Where did he think we lived? In the woods? It was cute that he cared about me, but he was kind of dumb. Anyone got a better idea? Then Lily said that she'd make a few phone calls and see what she could do. A few hours later, a truck came outside our house and dumped tons of boxes of food. There was enough in here to feed an army. Tom and Liam grabbed a pizza box each and started wolfing it down like monsters. The rest of us settled down on the table when Tom's mom casually said, "I can't go to work because of the pandemic, obviously, so I won't be able to pay on time this month." Mom quickly snatched away the piece of chicken she was eating from her hands. "You what? Oh, come on. I thought we were friends." "Nuh-uh. You only stay if you pay." Lily quickly intervened. "Don't worry, I'll make the payments this month. Let's not ruin the meal." Mom was thrilled, and thankfully we were able to continue with dinner in peace. Weeks went by with us stuck at home, and all everyone did all day was sit in front of the TV and eat. I could feel my own clothes getting tighter on me, and Lily was just busy stuffing her face with chocolates all day. One afternoon, when I was in my room and Lily was taking a nap, someone slowly opened the door and said, "Psst." I looked around to see it was Tom. "I've been trying to catch you alone ever since I've moved in here. How about we go to the basement and spend some time together?" I was only too happy to agree. We crept down the stairs giggling. Tom spread a mat on the cold floor. It was dark, and he took out a candle from his pocket and lit it up. Wow, how romantic. As we settled down on the mat, he looked at me and brushed a strand of hair away from my face. Just as he leaned in to kiss me, I saw something and let out a shrill scream. "OMG, Clara, I think you just made me deaf. What's wrong?" "Tom, something is moving in that corner." The huge thing that was moving turned around, and when the light fell on his face, I saw it was Dad. "Dad, you nearly gave us a heart attack. What are you doing here?" He looked at me with sad eyes and said he had nowhere to go, so he'd been staying in the basement and sneaking into the kitchen for food when everyone was asleep. "Clara, you go up and I'll give your dad company for a while. I'm sick of all those crazy women anyway." I said fine and left. And of course, I walked into someone screaming at someone. This time it was Tom's mom, and she was going ballistic because Liam had eaten her pizza slice. Mom cut in angrily. "Hey, no one talks to my boy like that. He's a bad boy, just like his bad mother." Before I could jump in, Lily came forward to say something and threw up on Tom's mom instead. Mom was laughing hysterically while Tom's mom screamed in disgust. I walked over to Lily, who looked really sick. "Lily, you really need to stop eating like that. I'm pregnant." What? So this is why she'd run away from home? There was a shocked silence in the room as we all stared at her. Suddenly, Liam burst into tears. "I can't believe you betrayed me like this, my sweet, fair Lily." I told him to shut up as I hugged Lily, who had also started to cry. She said her parents had reached out to her and asked her to come back, but she knew they were ashamed of her for being pregnant, and it was bad for their reputation. Thankfully, both the crazy moms forgot their fighting and rushed over to hug her and said they'd take care of her. Mom moved Lily's things to her own room, and I moved back to mine. The next morning at breakfast, Tom sleepily came up from the basement. "Man, I didn't sleep a wink last night. Your dad snores like a bear." "Oh, Tom, you idiot." Mom's fork had already dropped onto her plate. "That man is in my basement?" "Mom, let it go. He had nowhere to go in the pandemic." "You make him leave this instant, otherwise I'll kick you all out." Before I could argue anymore with her, the front door burst open and Tom's dad walked in. He was crying like a little baby, and he instantly fell down at Tom's mom's feet. I want my lovely wife back. I'll kiss your feet every day. I feel scared in that house at night. Dear wifey, hold me. Tom's mom played hard to get for like 5 minutes, but then she turned to Tom. Come on, let's go. I've had enough of this crazy family. As she walked out with her husband, Mom yelled back at her, You ungrateful witch. Tom kissed my forehead. Thanks for everything. I'll see you around, babe. Just then, Dad walked into the room. There's an army of bodyguards outside asking for Lily. They're here to take her home because her parents miss her too much. Lily burst into tears and said she was ready to go. As she was leaving, she turned to hug me tight and gave me a stack of money as a way to thank me. I was delighted. Suddenly, Mom snatched it out of my hands and gave it back to Lily. We don't want any money from you. You're just like a daughter to me. As she hugged Lily and we waved her goodbye, Mom pulled me in for a hug too. What happened to my mom? And can I have her back? Mom laughed. This pandemic has made me realize what's important. I love you, babe. Liam and Dad joined in for a group hug. As we broke apart, Mom glared at Dad. We will talk later.
When Sally went downstairs, she almost fell back in shock to see Bella sitting in Alan's lap. She felt so foolish for believing his lies. "Oh, we broke your heart?" Sally started to walk away, but Alan pushed Bella aside and went after Sally, gently grabbing her wrist. "Alan, what is wrong with you? What do you think I am? Some toy for you to play with? I don't want you coming near me again." "Sally, you need to listen to me."
No, she doesn't, you jerk.
And with that, Bella attacked him. Sally tried to pull her away, and then Bella attacked her. "What is going on here?" Sally turned around in horror to see her dad, and he looked really mad. "Sir, this was my fault, not hers. Oh, is that so? Then you will be marrying my daughter next week. I'll talk to your father tonight. Sally, leave my house. Now." Sally decided she couldn't hold it any longer. "I've been waiting for you, Mr. Charles, because there's something I need to—" "I don't want to hear another word. Leave, please. Leave my house." "No, you need to listen to me. I'm your—" Just then, they all heard a loud voice from the hall. "Is Sally here? I need to see Sally, please." The door opened and a really handsome boy walked in. His eyes instantly met Sally's across the room. She wondered who he was, while he was thinking he'd never seen anyone more beautiful in his life. Mr. Charles walked up to the boy and hugged him. "Oh, Jake, this is so wonderful. I had no idea you were in town." "It's good to see you, Uncle Charles. Dad and I had to come for business suddenly, and we're staying at a hotel for a few days." "At a hotel? Of course not. You'll be staying here with us." Just then, an older gentleman walked in, and he and Mr. Charles hugged. They were good old friends. All the drama happening before was forgotten as Mr. Charles led his friend to the other room, and everyone else followed. But Jake stayed behind with Sally. "You're Sally, right? I was looking for you." Yes, I am. And why?" Jake handed Sally her wallet, saying he'd found it outside by the gate. Sally thanked him, and as he was leaving, he suddenly turned around. "I was looking for your ID, and I found the letter inside. I'm sorry, I really wasn't snooping, but I did read the letter. Are you Mr. Charles's daughter? Does he know?" Sally had kept a copy of the letter with her in the wallet. No, please, don't say a word. No one here knows. They just know me as Cynthia's babysitter. I've been trying to find the right time to tell him, but I haven't yet. Can you please keep it to yourself?" "Don't worry, Sally. Your secret's safe with me." Just then, Alan barged into the room. "Sally, are you He stopped short when he saw Jake and Sally standing so close. "What's going on here?" "That's none of your business, Alan. Please, just go back to Bella and leave me alone." "Fine, whatever." Alan stormed off, and Sally quickly left the room too. As she ran out, Jake bent down and picked up an earring Sally was wearing. He smiled and put it in his pocket. The next day, Sally was in the garden reading a book, and Jake was really happy to catch her alone. I just came by to return this earring. I believe it's yours? How many times are you going to come to me with lost things?" "Wow, was that your thank you? Why do you keep losing your things? Sorry to bother you." As he got up to leave, Sally suddenly took his hand and his heart skipped a beat. "I'm sorry, I should have just said thank you. Would you like to go with me for a walk to the lake?" "Sure, but what about your boyfriend?" "He's not my boyfriend. He's nobody. So, are you coming or not?" Jake smiled and nodded, and the two walked away. Sally thought to herself, he might help her forget that stupid Alan. Cynthia's mom was watching the two of them from a window, and she turned away with a disgusted face. "This Sally is a very cunning, ill-mannered girl. One day she's running after our Alan. The next she's trying to trap Jake. She's clearly a gold digger. She seems like a lovely girl to me, and you don't sound very nice when you're gossiping about other people. Don't do it with me, please." And with that, Mr. Charles left the room. Bella and Alan were also walking outside when they spotted Sally and Jake from a distance. Alan felt crazy jealous when he saw them holding hands. He started walking back towards them angrily, but Bella suddenly stepped in his way and pushed him back.
What do you think you're doing, Alan? Do you need me to remind you of the agreement between our families? Want to talk to my mother again?
Alan felt furious, but he turned around abruptly and stormed off to the house, thinking how he'd like to punch that Jake. Later that night, Sally heard a knock on her door. The minute she opened it, Bella pounced on her and pinned her down to the ground.
I know what you're trying to do, Sally. I'm a girl like you. I know all your games.
Sally pushed her off and leapt to her feet. What are you talking about, you psycho?
I know you're just flirting with Jake to make Alan jealous.
Oh, is that so? Well, maybe I am, and I hope it's working.
In your dreams, witch. You'll never get Alan, so stop acting so desperate. I swear, if my stupid sister wasn't in love with you, I'd have your butt kicked out this second.
Bella, I'm just tired of you acting like a big baby. Just get out before I punch your stupid face.
I'm watching you, Sally. Don't cross me.
Bella walked out and Sally slammed the door hard behind her. But as Bella walked away, she looked down at Sally's wallet that she'd sneaked out as she left the room.
Time to find out more about this stupid witch.
As she went through her stuff, she came across the letter. Her eyes flew wide open in shock. The next morning when Sally went down for breakfast, Jake was waiting for her in the hall. But just then, Alan came forward and gently pushed him away.
"No one really wants you here, man. When are you leaving? What's your problem? I'm here as a guest, and I think Sally wants me here." "Well, Sally's just a worker here, not the owner of the house. She doesn't decide anything. You're not the owner here either." "And what do you mean, just a worker?" "Just a worker. Like a useless maid or something. Did you just call Sally useless?"
And with that, Jake shoved Alan roughly. Alan lost his temper and punched Jake in the face. "Alan, stop it! What's wrong with you?" Just then Bella came running down the staircase.
Stop fighting over this stupid bimbo. Look what I have here. It's a letter saying Sally was pregnant and had a miscarriage. God, you disgust me, Sally.
Sally stared at Bella in complete shock. How did she have the letter? And was Bella so dumb that she thought Charles was Sally's ex and not her dad?
"What? When? How? Aren't you too young for that?"
Sally had no choice but to pretend it was true. She leapt forward and snatched the letter from Bella. "Well, it happened, and it's no one's business but mine."
I always told you she was rotten, babe. Just shameless.
Alan stared at Sally in shock, then turned around and left, with Bella running after him.
"I can't believe she stole your letter, but it's good she didn't figure out the truth. And how dare that Alan call you useless? At least we're rid of him. He won't bother us anymore."
"Us? What are you talking about?"
"Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I just thought maybe we..."
"There is no we or us. I just want everyone to leave me alone." And with that, Sally ran up to her room while Jake blinked away his tears furiously.
"Be a man, Jake. There's no such thing as love at first sight. She doesn't love you, and that's that."
Meanwhile, Sally was furiously pacing in her room, thinking she would just tell everyone the truth tonight. She couldn't deal with all this anymore. Alan was sulking on the bench outside while Bella was going on and on about Sally. Suddenly, he turned to Bella and said,
"Let's have our engagement party tonight. What are we waiting for?"
Tonight? But what about all the preparations? I don't even have anything to wear.
"I'll get you a dress, and I'm sure your parents will be happy to take care of everything else. I want to do it tonight, Bella."
Bella looked at him and then shrieked in excitement and went running inside.
Mom, Dad, Alan and I are getting engaged tonight. Get the freaking party started.
Sally looked at her from upstairs in shock. Alan was getting engaged? Tonight? Alan got a dress for Bella as promised and handed it to her maid. Then he hesitantly walked over to Sally's door and almost knocked. But then he just put the box outside and left. A few moments later, Sally opened the door and nearly tripped over the large box. She carried it in and saw a gorgeous dress inside, and a note fell out. "I'm sorry about all this. You truly deserve someone better. Alan." He's saying sorry with a dress for his freaking engagement party? This boy is so confusing. Later that evening, when Sally went down for the party, Jake immediately walked over to her.
Hey, listen, I'm really sorry about this morning. I didn't mean to.
Just then, Sally spotted Alan looking at her, and she hushed Jake and pulled him in for a kiss. When she stepped away, she saw Alan looked furious. Suddenly, he pulled Bella close and started kissing her. Sally turned around and walked out with Jake to the garden. She didn't even want to see their stupid engagement. After the party was over, Sally marched over to the library determined to tell her dad the truth. But when she entered, she only found Cynthia's mom there.
Oh, I'm glad you're here. I wanted to talk to you.
About what?
About you staying here. After finding out about your disgusting past,
I'd love to send you packing.
But since Cynthia loves you so much, God knows why, we can't let you go yet. So you'll be moving to the attic and a guard will be assigned to watch you at all times because we simply don't trust you.
You can't do that. I'm not your prisoner.
Well, actually, I can.
And that boy Jake?
Leave him alone, Sally. His family is respectful and they won't accept some gold digger as his girlfriend. So save yourself the heartache.
And then Sally lost it. You know what, Mrs. Charles? I'm just sick of your nonsense. I love Cynthia, but even she can't convince me to stay here another minute. I'm done with all of you, and I'm leaving right now. As she turned to leave, she bumped into her dad, and she just brushed past him.
Sally, wait.
But she was stopping for no one now. Sally headed straight for the front door, and when she opened it, she almost fell back in shock.
Mom?
Sally flung herself in Mom's arms, and just then, her dad came running behind her. When he saw Sally's mom, he froze in shock.
Laura, is that really you? And you're Sally's mom? Is she my daughter?
No, she's not your daughter. She's my daughter, and I'm here to take her back. As Mom took Sally's arm and started walking away, Dad blocked her.
You told me you had a miscarriage. You lied to me.
So what if I did? If I told you the truth, what would you have done? Would you have left your wealth and your family and married a kitchen maid? I don't think so. Not when you could have had a millionaire wife.
No, that's not true.
But it is, Mr. Charles. Or should I say Dad? I've lived with you people for weeks now, and you're all so shallow. And you think everyone else only cares about money too. I made a big mistake looking for you.
Sally, please don't say that. And I'm so sorry, Laura. I should have taken a stand for you. It wasn't about money. We were just so young, and I was weak in front of my family. But I swear, not a day has gone by when I haven't thought about you. Not a single day.
Just then, Cynthia's mom pulled him by the back of his coat.
Oh my God, you stupid maid. We decided that you'd stay away forever.
We didn't decide anything. You threatened me. I disappeared for my safety and my child's.
You did what?
Well, Charles, someone had to save you from your stupidity. We couldn't have you running away with some bimbo maid. And I would do the same all over again. With that, she lunged towards Laura, but Sally stepped in and pushed her away. Don't you dare touch my mom. Alan, Bella, and Jake had also come running into the hall, staring at the whole thing in shock. Charles, are you going to just stand there and watch? Are you going to choose a maid over me? A sophisticated millionaire? Charles looked at her and suddenly took Laura's hand.
I think I am. I don't love you, and your millions can't buy me happiness. I'm not making the same mistake again.
Cynthia's mom screamed with rage and stormed off to her room. Just then, Alan turned to Bella and took the ring off his finger.
Bella, I'm sorry. I can't marry you. We both know we're doing this for all the wrong reasons. My heart belongs to someone else.
Bella gave him a hard slap on the face and stormed off after her mom. As Mom and Dad both hugged Sally, she suddenly spotted Jake leaving and ran out after him. Jake, please wait.
Sally, I know you don't love me, and it's okay, really. I just hope that Alan deserves you.
He kissed her on the cheek and left. Sally turned around to see Alan standing behind her. You know, I'm still mad at you, like really mad at you. You were awful to me and said things that hurt me.
I know. My anger and jealousy drove me to do some really stupid things.
The truth is, I fell in love with you from the first moment you smacked me with that bat. I love you, Sally, and I'm really sorry. I promise. I'll make it up to you if you let me. Sally walked up to him, looked deep into his warm hazel eyes, and pulled him in for the most magical kiss. Well, Mrs. Charles and Bella moved out for good,
but Cynthia refused to go with them. She was all too happy to find out that Sally was her half-sister. Sally and her mom moved in with her dad, and the house was filled with love and laughter always.
Would you stay till the morning light, or would you follow me, or would you let it be if I leave tonight?
I was walking upstairs to give my dad a goodnight kiss before going to bed when suddenly I heard a loud crash from his room. Oh my God, Dad! I can't show you what happened because it's too much for YouTube, but I can tell you that the last words my dad said were, the attic, before he fell into a coma. Hi, I'm Miley, and I live in Finland. I'm sure everyone will learn something from my story. That's why I decided to share it on this channel. I felt the world crashing down around me. Ever since Mom and my older siblings had left, Dad was the only family I'd had. I knew they hated him, but I had to tell them about this. After all, he was their dad too. I called Katie, and she seemed too busy screaming at her loser boyfriend to even pay attention, and just hung up. I tried Bree next, and she said she was really busy at work and I had to deal with this myself. These girls were just heartless. I called my brother Ed next. He wasn't too happy to hear from me. What? Wow, no hello. Dad's in a coma and Yeah, I know why you're calling. I don't care about him. And don't even think about asking me for money. With that, he hung up. I just stared at the phone. What had just happened? I was on my own. No wonder Dad disowned them. Just then, the doctor came in and told me how expensive it would be to keep Dad at the hospital, and I needed to come up with the money very soon. Later that evening, as I was going through his stuff, I suddenly remembered Dad's last words, and I rushed up to the attic. I opened a box with Dad's stuff in it. There was a document in there with instructions for me. I had to meet a guy called Eric and use the secret word green apple. I quickly called the number it said and agreed to meet him the following day. I couldn't wait for school to be over the next day so I could meet this Eric guy and figure out what the big secret was. I was so lost in my thoughts I didn't even see Chris when he sat next to me. Thinking about me, are you? You wish. I'm so sorry about your dad. If you need anything at all, you let me know. I'd do anything for a beautiful girl like you. I smiled and nodded. Chris and I had grown up together, but lately I was getting butterflies every time I saw him. Oh, snap out of it, Miley. As soon as the bell rang, I was out the door. Eric had told me to wait for him on the park bench beneath a big tree. I felt like a secret agent as I waited for him. After a while, some guy came over and sat next to me. I jumped when he spoke to me. What's your favorite fruit? Was this guy crazy? Oh, wait. Green apple? The guy took off his cap and introduced himself as Eric. Okay, he was definitely not what I was expecting. I was expecting an old guy with wrinkles, but this guy was babelicious. I was already picturing our wedding. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, I'm sure. What? I'm sure you wanted to be sure. Why couldn't my brain and tongue work together? Yeah, anyway, your dad's $28 million is all yours. It'll take a few days to sort out, okay? What? $28 million? He must think I'm slow or something. Yeah, sure. You might want to have an adult with you to sort this out as you're under 18. I ran off after the meeting, still reeling with shock. This was too much to handle. I couldn't think of anyone else, so I texted Ed. Of course, he didn't reply. In the evening, the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, I was shocked to see Ed with his wife and kids. And so many suitcases? What are you doing here? Come on, little sis. Did you really think I'd leave you alone to deal with this? Now be a doll and set up a room for us. Ed's wife and kids just went on in and made themselves right at home. A little while later, the doorbell rang again. I ran downstairs, and to my surprise, Bree, my older sister, walked in, dumping her bags in the doorway. You can take these up, right? Thanks. Bree worked for a fashion magazine and could easily be on the cover of one, but she was so rude and stuck up, we'd never gotten along. She hugged Ed and gave air kisses to his wife and kids. Oh, aren't you guys cute? No, hey, don't touch my bag. That cost more than your parents' car. She said she was really tired and had to get her 10 hours of beauty sleep, so she went straight up and set up camp in my room. Bree, this is my room. Go and sleep in the guest room. It used to be my room, and it gets the best sunlight. I gotta do my yoga early in the morning. Now get out. I grabbed my stuff and slammed at the door. I was halfway down the stairs when Bree started screaming. When I opened the door, I couldn't stop laughing. Get this monster away from me! Relax, Bree. Meet Tiny. He's my pet. Bree grabbed her blanket and rushed out of the room. I gave Tiny an extra treat for getting rid of that evil witch. The next morning, as I was about to get ready, the little devils pushed their way into the bathroom and ran off with a toothpaste. As I ran after them, I felt like something had stabbed me in the foot. Damn these Legos. I hobbled to my room and quickly ran out of the house to get away from all the madness. I told Chris about how my siblings had shown up and how annoying they were. Don't worry, babe, I'll come over and help you. Right now, I just needed help staying awake in class. I'd barely slept the night before. I just felt so overwhelmed. The day flew by and I sleepwalked through most of it. As I was walking home, I saw Eric outside a coffee shop. My heart skipped a beat as I saw him. I didn't want him to think I was stalking him, but just as I was about to walk away, he waved to me. Hey, I've been waiting for you to call me. Was I being pranked? Eric had been expecting me to call? Have you decided about what you want to do with the money? Yeah, we're still figuring it out. He asked me to join him for coffee. I had no idea what he was talking about. I was lost in his beautiful eyes. I was so happy when he offered to walk me home because I could listen to this guy's voice forever. When we got home and he turned to say goodnight, he suddenly leaned in towards me. Oh my God, was he about to kiss me? I closed my eyes and suddenly felt him rub my cheek. Got it. There was something on your face. Good night. And he just left. Man, I was so disappointed. As I opened the door, I tripped and fell. Katie, my other sister. She was very gangster. Was that a new tattoo on her arm? As I stood up, I saw she was very pregnant. Where's your stupid boyfriend? We split up because he decided he can't be a daddy, and I don't have the money to have this baby alone. I should have known. Only money could have brought all of them here. As I walked into the lounge, I was horrified. I looked at Ed's wife, thinking she'd stop them, but no. I told her to make them behave, but she just shrugged and kept filing her nails. I hope she breaks her nails, the airhead. Suddenly there was a loud crash, and I saw in horror that the younger idiot had knocked over the angel ornament Dad had given to me. I was furious and devastated. Chris! I was so grateful to see him heading towards the back door, and I went running to the kitchen. I broke down in front of him. He put his arms around me and hugged me. I could hear his heartbeat. I looked up at him and I could tell he wanted to kiss me. Just as he leaned in, someone pushed us apart. I swear I wanted to kill these idiots. Katie walked into the kitchen. Looking for a new baby daddy, are you? What if I am? I felt a pang of anger and jealousy. Chris was mine and she couldn't have him. I needed to get away from these psychos. I went to see Dad. It broke my heart to see him like this. Please wake up, Dad. Things are really hard. I can't do this without you. The next couple of days were hell. I was in over my head. The only silver lining to my gloomy days was Eric's texts. He'd been checking on me regularly. What a sweetheart. The next day, Chris picked me up for school. As I sat in the car, he handed me a rose and asked me to be his date for the spring fling dance. I know there's a lot going on right now, but I thought this would take your mind off it for a while. I didn't see that coming. I hadn't told him about Eric, but I just couldn't bring myself to say no to him. He was so sweet. At lunch, I was surprised to see a huge group of guys and cheerleaders gathered at a table. I had no idea what was going on over there, but then I caught sight of her stupid blonde curls. Bree! She was sitting in the middle, and of course, all the boys were drooling over her. Wasn't it enough having to deal with her at home? What are you doing here? You dropped out of high school a long time ago, remember? She just looked at me as if she didn't know me and said, "Leave me alone." That evening, I confronted all of them and asked them to leave. I'd had enough. Ed stood up and I saw the rage on his face. You really think we'll leave without the money? You took Dad, this house, and now you want the money too. You're so greedy. I hope he never wakes up and we never have to see him again. Just give us the money. If you and your mom had stayed out of our lives, we'd still be with Dad. What are you talking about? Dad was just a selfish man who only cared about himself and kept having affairs with other women. Dad took you in when your mom went away. Our mom couldn't deal with seeing you every day. Neither could we. This wasn't true. My dad wasn't like that, and my mom was their mom. This was too much for me to process. I needed fresh air, and I ran out of the house. I bumped into someone. I was about to fall back, but a pair of strong arms grabbed me. Eric! Hey, what's wrong, Miley? I just fell into his arms and sobbed. I was devastated. I told him I didn't know who I could trust anymore. My whole life had just been turned upside down. He looked me in the eye and softly said, "Miley, you can trust me." With that, he kissed me. Oh my God, this was so much better than I had imagined. Miley, I quickly turned around. Chris. He looked at me with pain and disappointment. Chris, but he just turned and walked away. I felt guilty and wanted to run after him, but Eric asked me out for dinner and I excitedly said yes. He kissed my forehead and left. As I entered the kitchen, I froze. Bree and Katie were busy cutting me out of the pictures in the frames. Bree whispered something to Katie and they started laughing. I knew Bree was evil, but they were crossing the line. Ed walked in. You think you're super smart, don't you? Trying to woo the money man and keep us from getting our share? I erupted. I was so angry at how they kept blaming me. I didn't even know any of this, and I wasn't responsible for what Dad did, but you're a constant reminder of it, you selfish girl. I stormed off to my room to try and relax. I got up super early over the weekend and snuck out. With the bombs they dropped on me, I needed to clear my head. I went on the swings like I used to do with Dad. Oh, Dad, I miss you so much. I had to grab onto the chains as someone started to gently push me. Chris! Hey, Chris. You just ran off yesterday. Sometimes, Miley, you're so dumb for a smart girl. I was in no mood for riddles. What do you mean? I care about you, Miles, and I just want to make sure you're okay. Eric isn't a nice guy. But I don't know who to trust except Eric. You do know he's just with you for the money. You're so jealous. I didn't need to stand there and listen to another person telling me what to do. When I got home, everyone was in a frenzy and Katie was screaming. Ed's kids were dancing around shouting, "And Katie's gonna have a baby!" I wanted to go with them to the hospital, but they left me to babysit the kids. Just perfect. I knew it would be a while before everyone got back, so I asked Eric to come over. I quickly changed into something nice and cleaned up the place as much as I could. There was a knock on the door and I rushed to open it. Chris? Why was he everywhere? What are you doing here? I wanted to apologize for this morning. Where is everyone? I told him they'd gone to the hospital with Katie. I don't know which part he thought was an invitation because he just walked straight in and started playing with the kids. They seemed to like him and did as he said. I was kind of glad he was there. Ding dong. Oh shoot, how would I explain everything? I opened the door. Eric looked charming. As we walked into the lounge, Chris and Eric just glared at each other. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Why'd you call me if he was already here? He just showed up. You could have sent him away. Anyway, I have a surprise for you. He told me he had the money and I could pick it up from him tomorrow. Chris was a natural with the kids, but I noticed Derek kept giving them dirty looks and tensing up every time a kid got close to him. I spent the most awkward evening with the two of them. Before Chris left, he warned me about Eric again, and they both left. The next morning, everyone returned with Katie's newborn. He was so tiny and cute. Everyone was so happy for once. If someone saw us, they'd think we were one big happy family. Suddenly, I saw Eric walking up to the front door. I stepped outside to meet him. "You're glowing today. Look how happy everyone is." I turned to him and said that I was thinking of sharing the money with everyone. I was shocked to see Eric suddenly get angry. "Babe, you can't be serious. Why would you give those vultures anything? You should keep it for yourself." Chris's words rang in my ear. Just then, I got a call from the hospital. My heart stopped. As I hung up, I told him Dad was awake and I needed to go. I went in and told everyone that Dad was awake. Surprisingly, they all decided to come with me. Yes, all of us. He was shocked to see everyone there. Seeing you all together again has made me realize how much I missed this. I'm sorry I hurt you, all of you. He turned to Katie and held out his hands. I had never seen Dad so emotional. It was a classic Hallmark moment. He went on to tell us how he had savings and he wanted to include everyone as his heir. Silence took over. You could probably hear a pin drop. No one objected to splitting the money between us and everyone was happy about it. I think that my dad waking up from a coma and seeing Katie's baby gave us the old feeling of being a family again. I told Dad how I'd gone to the attic and contacted Eric like he said, and that he was giving me the money tomorrow. Dad's blood pressure shot up. He said he'd found out before the coma that Eric was cheating him out of his business. Me and Ed decided to go see Eric before it was too late. He wasn't too happy to see us, but quietly handed over the money. You were only with me because of the money, weren't you? I hoped he would deny it, but he just lowered his eyes. I was heartbroken. The next day, we brought Dad home. As we entered the driveway, there he was again, Chris. Bree winked at me and said she'd help Dad inside. I ran to Chris and jumped into his arms. "What? Yeah, you were right. Now just shut up and kiss me, you fool." And we had the most magical kiss anyone can imagine. Aunt Miley is having a baby.
Hi, I'm Hope from Honolulu. Please like and subscribe to For Eve. My parents always said I was born beautiful. I received so many compliments and modeling offers for baby products that they launched my modeling career when I was just 3. But I never really knew my parents. When I was 6, they started a clothing line named after me and got really busy with it. So they mostly left my older sister Leilani in charge, and she hated me.
You promised we'd play with the dolls.
You can't always be the center of the universe. I have to take this call. Fashion Kids magazine wants you again.
She'd always lie and say we'd do one thing, but we'd do another thing instead, and I'd suffer.
You said after my fashion show, we'd go home. I'm tired.
Just sign a few more autographs and don't be so ungrateful.
Sometimes I wondered if she was so mean to me because she was jealous of my fame. Once when I was 12, I was at a signing event and I escaped from the crowd. I stumbled into an alley where a girl my age was looking through the trash with her mom. I offered them some snacks from my bag, and their reaction was so wonderful. Just then, Leilani found me and dragged me away. And later, when we were on a video call with our parents, she told them what had happened. "Hope, it's not okay to sneak off like that.
and that poor family could have robbed you.
Or taken a lock of your hair to sell on eBay.
No, they were nice, and I liked helping them.
Nonsense. You're too busy and famous to be doing anything else. Anyway, we heard your sister booked you on a morning show for the launch of your new toy line.
Little Hope dolls. They're gonna sell like hotcakes.
Sometimes it felt like my parents just used me for money. In fact, I felt people were friends with me for the same selfish reasons. But I never gave up on the idea of using my wealth for good. When I turned 14, I held my first fundraising event for homeless people, and it was a big success. But my second fundraiser turned into a complete nightmare, because the day after it, my face was all over the news with the words "teen thief."
Hope, they're saying you kept all the funds for your business.
What? Why would they think I took all that money?
The news is saying they got an anonymous tip. This can't be good for your career.
It's all over social media. They're calling it the biggest scandal of the year.
You need to stop all this charity nonsense. We need to work on saving your reputation so you won't lose out on any modeling contracts.
I didn't care if I never modeled again. I didn't understand how anyone could think I'd steal charity money. I was too embarrassed to even leave the mansion. Soon after, I was about to join a new high school, and I went to Leilani with an odd request. Help me make a disguise for high school. You're my makeup artist. If anyone can do it, it's you. Look, it's hard for me to trust people. They'll probably use me for my money and fame or spread more lies. I'd rather just go as a regular kid so I can be active in the school's charity clubs.
You don't think you could just go as yourself?
Doubtful. I always become the center of attention without meaning to. And because of that scandal, the charity clubs might not trust me. I just want to fade into the background and do the things I care about. Please. To my shock, she agreed to the makeover. She gave me cute short hair as part of my disguise. I decided to keep my disguise a secret from my parents. They were not happy about my short hair, but my agent had advised me to take a break from modeling and stay out of the public eye anyway till the scandal died down. At home, I was Hope, the supermodel on a break. But at school, I was Minnie, the humanitarian. I joined the charity club, and the volunteer work I was doing felt amazing. And I was making friends pretty easily. But one day at school, I was lifting a heavy box of canned food donations when I suddenly threw out my back.
Whoa, are you okay?
I suddenly noticed there were two really cute guys watching me struggle to stand up straight. Guess I'm an old lady who's not used to heavy lifting. Ouch.
Let's take you to the school nurse, Granny. I'm Kai.
And I'm Crane. Here, let me take your bag. What was in that box?
Canned stuff for a food drive. Crane immediately dropped my bag to the floor.
You're part of a food drive? Not gonna help you.
What? Come on, Nan. Let's just take her to the nurse. She's hurt.
Whatever. Not my problem.
And then he just left. What was that about?
Are you seriously doing a stupid food drive, Granny?
My name is Minnie, and what's wrong with food drives?
Minnie?
Minnie.
Everything about them is wrong, Minnie. If the poor just got off their butts and worked, they wouldn't be poor. Why should we treat them like babies and take money from people who do work?
Wow. Sometimes it's hard for people to find work or earn enough, and they need help.
Maybe lame losers do. Well, Minnie, here you are.
Kai winked at me as he left. What a jerk. But I wasn't going to let his arrogant opinion stop me. I organized a school dance to raise funds for the food drive, and it was a hit. But just as I was dancing with some friends, Kai and Crane busted through the gym doors with crowns on their heads.
To the rich, stand with the rich.
What are you doing, Kai?
We're here to tell everyone the poor are pathetic and charities are scams. Don't be fooled.
Just then, Crane started kicking down the display of food donations like a maniac. Luckily, the teachers there kicked them both out before they could do more damage. What planet were these jerks from? But I forgot all about them when I got home that afternoon and saw Dad running out to me.
Didn't you check your phone, Hope?
I think the battery died. What's wrong?
Your mom and sister got into a car accident, but the doctor said they'll be okay. They both had some broken bones and will need bed rest.
I started to cry, and Dad hugged me. I couldn't remember the last time he'd done that, and I decided I'd stay home for the next few weeks to take care of Mom and Leilani. The next evening, my bodyguard drove me down to the food bank to drop off the school's donations. To my shock, I saw Kai step out of his car in front of us, and he was dropping off bags of donations. What the hot fudge? I snapped a picture of him, and I confronted Kai in the school hallway the next day. Saw you at the shelter last night.
What are you talking about?
This?
How did you... Okay, please, listen. Crane is against charity work, not me. He convinced me to think that way a long time ago, but I don't agree with him anymore. Years ago, Crane's family fell into a big scam by some fake charity, and they lost a huge fortune.
Oh no.
Yeah, his dad had to work so hard just to get them back on their feet. Now, he talks trash about all charities, and he doesn't trust the poor. He actually enjoys shutting charity work down in public. He bullied me into crashing that dance. And well, I'm sorry I did, really.
He looked really sincere. If that's the truth, I understand. But you gotta stand up to Crane sometime. You can't keep pretending to be someone you're not. Kai offered to walk me to class, but I explained I was just there to collect my books as I was homeschooling for a while. He asked for my number, and I kinda left with butterflies in my stomach. Kai and I texted every day for weeks, and he even started coming over. I kept saying it was best to give my mom and sister space to recover, so we'd always hang out in my backyard. Keeping Minnie away from my parents and Hope away from Kai was getting exhausting. I was also developing the biggest crush on the real Kai. He was nothing like the jerk I'd first met. Once I found him waiting for me in my backyard with the most amazing picnic laid out. Hey, what's all this?
Just a little surprise for your big day. Happy birthday, Minnie.
Kai, my birthday isn't for another 5 months.
What? Really? I looked for you over social media, but I couldn't find you because you're apparently the world's most private person. Then I went to go check the school records, and I guess I got the wrong Minnie.
I guess so. But thanks anyway. It's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Just as I sat down, Kai opened a bottle of soda, and the cork went flying straight into my eye.
Oh my god, I am so sorry, Minnie. Wait, stop rubbing your eye and let me see.
He lifted my chin gently as he looked deep into my eyes.
Your eyes, they're...
Yes? They're what?
They're not the same color.
What? Suddenly I realized that my contact lens had fallen out. Oh, my lens must have popped out when I rubbed my eye. I wear them for my eyesight because I'm as blind as a bat.
I see. But why would you wear those green lenses and hide your lovely blue eyes?
His face was so close, and I didn't have an answer to his question, so I just kissed him. He looked really surprised, but then he kissed me back, and it felt wonderful. Soon after, Kai and I hosted a fundraising car wash for a soup kitchen, but suddenly a car honked at us angrily.
Well, what do we have here?
Crane, listen, buddy. I know how you feel about this stuff, but I'm asking you to back off. I want to do this.
What? Support lying, dirty thieves? Did you forget what happened to my family?
Of course not, but that was one bad experience. Not all charities are scams.
It's this witch. Winnie's brainwashed you.
It's Minnie, and Kai is free to do whatever he wants, but you need to leave. Just then, Crane went red. He threw a punch at Kai, but Kai blocked it brilliantly and stepped back. Crane, walk away right now.
You better watch yourself, Winnie, or you'll end up like that stupid teen thief model who raised funds for her business. She got what she deserved. She's a forgotten fraud now, a nobody.
Suddenly, I froze in my spot. Was it possible that Crane had started that rumor? He was crazy enough to do it, and what if Kai had been involved back then too? Crane drove off angrily, and Kai turned to me.
This may be the end of my friendship with Crane, but I feel relieved.
I'm proud of how you stood up to him. Kai smiled at me warmly, but now I felt guarded. Did I fall for someone who might have framed me? Later that evening, as he drove me home, Kai suddenly took my hand.
Minnie, I love who you are and who you've helped me become. Will you be my girlfriend?
Kai, no, I can't.
What? Why? I thought you felt the same way. You kissed me.
And maybe that was a mistake. I'm sorry, but I can't be with you. Not only did I feel paranoid about trusting him, he had no idea I was Hope. I hated lies, and now I hated lying. Things were a mess. Kai begged to see me and kept messaging me, but I just ignored him until he gave up. One afternoon, I was fluffing Leilani's pillows when she asked me something unexpected.
Hope, how are you?
Not bad. Why?
Nothing. I just noticed that you looked a bit sad these days.
I kinda lost someone I cared about. Wait, Leilani, why are you crying?
Oh, Hope, I just need to tell you something. I can't keep it in any longer, especially after you've taken such good care of me. And to my shock,
She confessed how she was the one who had started the rumor that I'd stolen the charity funds.
I know it was really wrong, and I'm sorry, but I just got so resentful. I was left in charge of you, and you always came first. And you were always in the limelight, while I never even got thanks for anything I did. I got carried away.
Leilani, how could you?
I really regret it. That's why I agreed to your makeover request, because I didn't want to stand in your way again. I know how good-hearted you really are.
Do you know what you've done? I immediately thought of Kai, this great guy, and how I'd shut him out. I wanted to slap Leilani, but I just stormed off angrily. I told Mom what Leilani had done and said I couldn't stand to be around her right now. To my shock, Mom agreed that I should take a break from her. We arranged for me to stay at my bodyguard's house, and I found out that he lived close to Kai. On my first night there, I walked over to Kai's place. I needed to fix things between us, but his butler informed me that he'd gone to Tokyo for 2 weeks or longer. My heart sank. For 3 days, I texted and called Kai, but he never answered. I knew he was avoiding me, and I deserved it, but I wasn't giving up. I called Mom and explained everything about Kai to her, and she actually listened. Tokyo might be a nicer break for you. OMG, Mom, you'd let me go? Yes, sweetheart. Ever since the accident, your dad and I have been thinking how hard we've pushed you and your sister. We just wanted you girls to know success early on, but we've realized there are more important things than success and money, like happiness and family. You've been amazing during our recovery, honey, and you really deserve to go. Thanks, Mom. I love you. And the next day, I was on a flight to Tokyo with my bodyguard and checked into the same hotel as Kai. Just as I stepped onto the elevator, I was shocked to see Kai inside. He looked awkwardly at me.
Hi, can I help you with something?
I suddenly realized he couldn't recognize me without my disguise. Kai, you're the reason I'm here. I came to tell you the truth. I'm Minnie.
Minnie? Minnie from Honolulu?
Yes, except my real name is Hope.
What?
I told him everything. My trust issues and my disguise and what my sister did, how awful I felt for abandoning him, and how I tried calling him.
I'm using a different phone here, and I understand why you wanted to hide yourself, Hope.
I've missed you. Do you think we could give us another chance?
You flew all the way here to make things right? I'd be a jerk if I say no. But could you do just one thing? Give your sister another chance. Come on, charity starts at home.
I will. I promise. Hello, I'm Laura from Denmark. Please like and subscribe. I don't remember much of my dad, but Mom always told me he was a horrible person. Apparently, when I was just a year old, he said one day he was going to buy milk, and he never came back. And since then, Mom really had issues trusting people. Like once when I was 4, Mom and I were in the elevator at a shopping mall, and there was a nice lady who kept smiling at me. And Mom freaked out. Why are you staring at my daughter? Because she's so adorable. Keep your eyes to yourself, lady.
Mommy, she didn't do anything.
You can't trust anyone these days. What if she wants to snatch you away? Although Mom was kinda boring and strict, she tried her best to give me a good life. She worked as a banker, and we lived in the same apartment building as my favorite Aunt Lily. Since Mom worked long hours, I'd stay with my aunt, who only worked night shifts at a restaurant. Aunt Lily and I looked a lot alike with our blonde hair and green eyes, and she adored me. I loved her too because she was so much fun. But her daughter Emma, who was my age, didn't seem to like me much. Maybe it was because I had better grades or was more athletic than her. Or maybe she hated that Aunt gave me so much attention. Once in first grade, our moms took us to a Mother's Day function in the neighborhood. There were so many fun activities like the mother-daughter sack race, but Mom complained that her leg was sore. So my aunt took turns racing with me and Emma. Emma was so slow, but I ended up winning the race with Aunt. When we received a gold medal for winning, Emma went ballistic and pulled it right off my neck.
This is mine because she's my mom. No, it's not. I won the race.
We both started fighting like crazy over the medal, and our moms had to separate us. It was an ongoing battle between me and my cousin, and she could be really evil when she got jealous. Like once in 4th grade, we were on our way to the hairdresser with Aunt when some lady stopped her and asked if I was her daughter. Emma looked at me angrily and then tripped me when I wasn't looking. At the salon, the hairdresser went to get her tools, and Aunt left us for a moment to go to the shop next door. Suddenly, Emma crept up from behind me and chopped off my long ponytail.
Now you look like a silly boy. Emma, why would you do this? Because my mom is my mom, and you need to stay away from her.
I pounced on her and pinned her down, and then I chopped off her hair too.
There, now we're even.
When my aunt and the hairdresser returned, they were shocked, and Aunt was scared to face my mom, since Mom always called her irresponsible. Gosh, Lily, I can never trust you to do anything right. All I wanted was for her to have a fringe. This is a disaster.
It's okay, Mom. It'll grow back.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. Mom refused to hear my aunt out, and she left looking upset. Why did Mom always have to be so uptight? Aunt Lily understood me better than my mom. We liked the same jokes, movies, and many other things. And sometimes I wish that Emma had my mom and I had hers. Like once in 8th grade, I wanted to go to my classmates' party, but Mom flatly refused. I don't know this girl or her family. How do I know what kind of people they are? And why is this party so late at night? No, you're not going. But Aunt Lily spoke up for me. Come on, she's a good kid. You can't lock her up forever, you know? Let her go have some fun. Okay, but if anything bad happens, it's your fault. I was having an amazing time at the party until someone suddenly fell from the balcony. Luckily, the person ended up on the trampoline. But as she stood up, I saw to my horror that it was Mom. To make things worse, she got off the trampoline, lost her balance, and crashed straight into a food table. OMG, who are you? You lunatic! I'm gonna call the cops on you for breaking into my house. Do I look like some criminal, you foolish girl? I'm Laura's mom. Oh, there you are, sweetie. Mom, what are you doing here? I was just checking if you were safe. I was the laughingstock of my school after that, and Emma enjoyed every moment of it. When we were in 10th grade, I started noticing that Emma never went straight home after school. So one day, I decided to follow her. She went to the park and sat on a bench. And sometime later, a man wearing a cap turned up and sat next to her. What on earth was she up to? This guy looked really shady, and I had to do something. Emma? Laura, what are you doing here? I was just passing by and I saw you. What are you doing? Oh, please, Laura, you can't tell my mom about this. And then she revealed something shocking. The man was her father. I'd never met him before, but I knew Aunt hated him. Emma, your mom will be pissed if she finds out. I know. That's why you can't tell her. I tried to stay out of it, but I couldn't help noticing that Emma was acting weirder by the day. She was often sneaking out of classes and missing school. And one day when her bag was slightly open, I saw that she had a lot of food and some money inside. It looked like she was stealing from Aunt for her dad. I couldn't keep the secret anymore, so I ended up telling Mom. Oh no, that's bad news. He's not a very nice person. What do you mean? He has a gambling problem. That's why Lily kicked him out. I must tell her about this. Not just yet. Maybe I can stop her from seeing her dad. I'll talk to her. My cousin was stubborn, and I knew she wasn't going to listen to me. So the next day after school, I decided to get to the park before Emma. And luckily, her dad was already there. Listen, mister, I want you to leave Emma alone. And who are you to tell me what to do? I'm her family, and you have to stay away from her. Sorry, no can do. She's my daughter, and if you try standing in my way, I'll come after you and your mother. I can make your lives miserable. He looked really threatening, but I bravely stood my ground and told him I'd report him to the police. He looked at me furiously before he walked off. When I told Mom about what happened, she freaked out and insisted that we tell Aunt. But when we went to see Aunt Lily, we found her crying with a letter in her hand. Emma is gone. What do you mean, gone? Emma had written in her letter that she was going to live with her dad because she felt that my aunt loved me more. I was speechless because I didn't know that her jealousy towards me affected her so much. We went out searching for her and had no luck for weeks. One day I went over to cheer up Aunt Lily, but to my shock, she told me not to visit her anymore. But why? You knew all this time that she was seeing her father, but you didn't tell me. And now I've lost my only child. Please, just go away. It broke my heart that Aunt hated me now, but I had to give her some space. Months later, I came home from school one day and found a hair clip in the elevator that I knew belonged to my aunt. I decided to slip it under her door, but when I reached her floor, I saw Aunt in the corridor being robbed by a masked man. He pulled Aunt's bag and started running away, but I chased him and knocked him down. And when I pulled his mask off, I saw that it was Emma? Well done! You just saved your favorite aunt. Where would she be without you? Emma, I've been looking for you everywhere. Look, if you want money, I'll just give it to you, but please, just stay. Why should I? You already have your perfect daughter, and my dad loves me like you love her. She grabbed a handful of cash from Aunt's bag, threw it at her, and fled. Aunt and I just stood there in shock. And then she turned to me. This is all your fault. What? Aunt, can you please? But she walked off and slammed her door shut. And after a few weeks, she moved out for good without even telling us where. I was devastated, but Mom didn't seem to care.
Good riddance. I always felt she was a bad influence on you. And clearly she's a bad mother. She just had one child to raise and she couldn't even do that.
No, Mom. She raised 2. And she's amazing and understanding. And sometimes I wished she was my mom instead of you. I regretted my words instantly, but I couldn't take them back now. Even though I apologized to Mom later, our relationship was more awkward than ever. After completing school, I started college and found a part-time assistance job at a company so I could move out of my house. One morning as I was getting coffee, I saw Emma dressed in ragged clothes walking across the road, and I went after her. Emma! She looked shocked at first, and then to my surprise, she hugged me. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Laura. What happened to you? Soon after I started living with Dad, he stopped caring about me. I even dropped out of school because he wouldn't pay for it. Because I had to rush off to work, I gave her my address and the keys to my apartment and asked her to wait for me there. But when I got back home, all my things were gone. She had stolen everything from me, even some furniture and all my electronics. Since I hardly had anything at home, I decided to stay at Mom's for a few days.
I'm so glad to see you. You hardly even call.
I know, Mom. I get busy sometimes. I need to sleep over.
Sure, that would be lovely.
She cooked my favorite pasta, and I actually found myself enjoying my time with Mom. Somehow she just seemed lighter.
With you all grown up, I figured I didn't need to work so hard all the time. I joined a women's group, and we do so many fun things together. Also, I've learned so much talking to my new friends. I realized something. I've never made it clear enough that I think you're an amazing kid, Laura. I'm proud of you.
It felt good to hear Mom say that. I think you're a pretty good mom too, and I'm sorry if I ever made you feel otherwise. I then told her about what happened with Emma, and she immediately called Aunt Lily. When Aunt Lily came over, I took her to the street where I'd met Emma, and when we got there I saw her again. But this time, she was dressed in nice clothes and was walking into a fancy restaurant. Gosh, she stole all my stuff and bought herself new clothes.
I'm sorry about what she did, but I have to see her.
When we walked up to her table, Emma looked shocked. Emma, please, don't go. Let's talk. There's nothing to talk about. Can you guys please leave? I have a meeting with someone.
Oh, who do you have a meeting with? Another thief? What did you do with my stuff, witch?
Why were you so stupid to give me your keys? I sold your stuff and my dad has the money. So, too bad. You had a good family and you threw it all away to become a criminal. You people are not my family. My dad is. And I'm not a criminal, just street smart. Aunt tried her best to talk some sense into her, but she refused to listen. But just as Aunt and I were leaving, suddenly a rich-looking woman barged into the restaurant with cops and pointed straight at Emma.
There she is. She came to work for me as a secretary for 1 week and stole thousands of dollars. I have proof. Arrest her.
Aunt and I were horrified as the cops took Emma away, and we followed her to the police station. Emma tried to call her dad, but he wouldn't pick up. The cops looked for him, and it seemed like he'd just vanished. They realized he was the real criminal, and Emma was only his accomplice. But she was still given 6 months in prison. Aunt visited her every day, and one day she came to see me too.
I'm sorry I blamed you all these years for Emma. It was wrong of me to place such a burden on you.
It's okay, Aunt Lily. It's all in the past. After she got out, Emma went back to living with Aunt. I heard she'd started school again, and I was glad for her. Months later, I was sitting in my half-furnished apartment. The bell rang, and I found Emma outside. Hi. I have a surprise for you. When she took me outside, there was a truck full of all the stuff she stole from me. Wow! How did you manage to get it all back? Mom helped me get a part-time job, and I saved up for this. It was the least I could do for you. I'm really sorry that I was always jealous of you, Laura, and I took advantage of you when you were just trying to help me. I'll be better, I promise. I think you already are. Now help me get this stuff into my apartment.
Everyone has secrets, right? I know I do, and you probably do too. But I doubt there's anyone out there that has as many secrets as my parents. It all started at my 10th birthday party, when two people rocked up and spilled the beans on the first dark secret my parents had been hiding from me. I was having the best day of my life. Finally, my parents had agreed to let me throw the princess party of my dreams, and all the girls from my class were invited. I was going to one of the best all-girl private schools in the country, and every time someone's birthday rolled around, we'd compete to throw the best party. So this year, I knew I'd win because my parents had gone all out and even rented an actual unicorn. Okay, obviously it was a horse with a horn, but you get the picture. Plus, my house was an actual mansion, and I knew all the girls would be jealous when they saw it. And yup, I was right. Everyone was impressed. Everyone except Bella. I'd only invited Bella because she was the most popular girl in our class, but when she gave me my gift, I regretted ever inviting her. She handed it over with a smirk, and when I opened it, she said, "Surprise! My mommy didn't believe you actually lived in a mansion because you smell so bad. So she thought maybe you could do with some soap." Bella had just ruined everything. It was so awkward, and what made it worse was that all the girls were laughing at me. All of them except for my BFF, Sarah. I was seriously about to cry, but suddenly a car came revving up the driveway, and things were about to get much worse than a bar of soap and Bella the bully. It was the old couple who lived next door to us who worked for my parents. They made such a scene and started screaming at my parents, saying it wasn't okay to have a party without their permission, and why hadn't they been invited? I didn't understand what was going on, but as they shouted at my dad, my mom gathered up all the girls and took them to the gate to wait for their parents. My party was a disaster, but not as much of a disaster as what I was about to find out. After everyone had left and Bella had shouted back at me, "Your party is the worst party I've ever been to in my life, you loser," my parents sat me down and told me they had something to tell me. Turns out the mansion didn't belong to us. In actual fact, the old couple owned it, and they didn't work for my parents. Nope. My parents worked for them. My mom was the cleaner and my dad was the gardener. I didn't understand. Why would they lie to me like this? Then they told me that the only reason I went to that rich girl's school was because the old couple paid for it, and that I had better behave or they might stop paying my fees. Honestly, I didn't care anymore. I didn't want to go back to school anyway because Bella would have already told everyone what a poor little peasant I was. That was a huge turning point for me, not just discovering that my parents had lied to me, but that actually they were dirt poor. We were a charity case, and if it weren't for that old couple, would we have to live on the streets? I was so mad at my parents. They were so ashamed and kept apologizing to me, saying they just wanted me to have the life I deserved. But I was a smart kid. I knew there was more to it, and I was going to find out exactly what was going on. Word got out quickly, and Bella made my life hell. One day I got to school and she was standing outside with a box that said, "Money for the poor, aka Sasha." I couldn't believe it. People were actually dropping money in there. It was humiliating. I immediately went to find my BFF and told her I was feeling suspicious. Even she agreed that it didn't make sense that my parents were poor because she'd seen my dad out in a Porsche before, and my mom had all those fancy clothes. Suddenly I thought, what if my parents had just been robbing the old couple? But then my BFF said maybe my parents were hiding from someone. Maybe they'd done something bad and were undercover peasants. After that, I started investigating. Anytime my parents were working, I'd snoop around in their room. My BFF was right. They had so many expensive things. Why were they working as a cleaner and gardener? I decided to just go and ask the old couple. They liked me a lot, and now that I knew it was them that paid for my school fees and bought me all these fancy clothes, surely they'd tell me what my parents were really up to. I saw my mom cleaning their kitchen and felt so stupid. How had I been so blind before? I went to look for the old woman, but I heard her shouting and quickly ran to hide in the hall. And then I heard someone respond. Oh my gosh, she was shouting at my dad. She said, You're putting their lives in danger. I don't want you living under this roof anymore." Then she stormed off. I ran back to our house before they noticed me. Okay, so my dad had obviously done something bad, but what had he done? I wanted to help him, but that night him and my mom were fighting and I'd never heard them fight before. They were like the perfect couple. Our whole life was going downhill and I couldn't bear it. The next morning, I decided I had to speak to my dad, but when I went through the kitchen, he wasn't there. Instead, I found a note that said, "You'll both be better off without me. Sorry, girls." Oh my god, he was gone. I ran to wake up my mom and told her, and she just started screaming. I was too young to know what to do, so I went straight to the old couple's house and asked them to come help. This was all their fault. If the old woman hadn't shouted at my dad the day before, maybe he'd still be here. I thought the old couple would be upset. After all, who would do their gardening now? But they were the opposite of upset. The old woman started laughing and said she'd been waiting for this moment for years. I felt disgusted by her. How could she talk about my dad like that? The old couple started comforting my mom, and I wanted them to get off her. Why was my mom even letting them hug her? And then she told me something that sent my whole body into shock. They said now that my dad was gone, we could come live in the big house where we belonged. Then my mom just lost it. She pushed them away and said, "When will you stop? I don't want to live with you. You've ruined my life." The old woman tried to reach out for my mom to calm her down, but my mom just screamed, "Mom, will you just leave me alone?" I couldn't believe it. Mom? But my mom had told me my grandparents had passed away years ago. So these people were my grandparents? Over the next few days, my mom cried nonstop, and eventually she agreed for us to move into the big house with her parents. I felt really uncomfortable with how many secrets were coming out. I just wanted to see my dad, but we couldn't get in touch with him at all. It was like he'd disappeared, and the whole time my grandparents kept saying that I should try and forget him. He'd abandoned us. I didn't believe them, though. My dad would never have done that. He loved us so much. You'd think I'd be happy now that I finally got to live in the mansion like a real princess, right? But it was horrible. My grandparents told me how my dad had gotten my mom pregnant when she was really young, and they didn't approve of him or his family. So the only way they could be together was if they worked for my grandparents. I was so confused. My dad didn't even have a family. He'd lived in a foster home. Or at least that's what they'd told me. By this point, I didn't know what to believe anymore. Bella soon found out that I was actually rich and not just some gardener's kid, and suddenly she wanted to be my friend again. Her grandmother was friends with my grandmother, and she knew so much about what was going on, it made me sick. She told everyone at school that my dad had run away, but that it was okay because now I got to live in the mansion again. And she expected me to want to be her friend? Yeah, right. Instead, I left a bar of soap on her desk with a note that said, "Use this to wash your mouth out." Huh, served her right. So there I was, a rich kid like I'd always thought I was, but with no dad. A few years passed, and still we never heard from him. I started to believe my grandmother that he really had abandoned us. But the older I got, the more I felt like there was something else going on too. It bothered me how much my mom was fine with it. Like after a while, she just accepted it and said life goes on. But she couldn't fool me. I heard her crying, and sometimes I heard her wandering around at night. Just like me, she wasn't sleeping well. And I'm not joking, but I started to feel like someone was following me. One day, I was walking home from school with my BFF, and we heard a rustling sound in the bushes. It was winter, so it was already getting dark, and my BFF started screaming. I told her to keep quiet and that I'd just read in a detective book that the #1 rule if you were being followed was to pretend like you were none the wiser. But she just started running and left me there all alone. Geez, some friend she was being. I kept walking home and tried to act as normal as possible, but I was seriously being followed. Eventually, I couldn't handle it anymore, so I ducked behind a parked car and waited for my stalker to catch up to me. I was going to give him a fright, but when I leapt out and said, "Gotcha!" it ended up being a little old lady, and she almost fell over. I felt so bad and ran to help her and apologized. But she said it was okay and that I'd better hurry home because it was too late for a girl like me to be out. She was staring at me in a really creepy way though, and I couldn't get her face out of my head. It was kind of weird. Had she been following me? Someone was. I could feel it. I started to think maybe it was my dad, and I really got my hopes up. Not a day had gone by that me and my mom hadn't thought about him, but at the same time, I was angry at him. Well, it wasn't my dad following me. About a week later, I was sitting in the park and the stalker turned up. At first, I didn't realize who it was, but then it came back to me. It was the old lady from the week before. She asked if she could sit next to me, and then she turned to me and said, "I've been looking for you, Sasha." Whoa, this was crazy. How did she know my name? She told me there was something of mine she wanted to show me and asked for me to follow her, but she said I had to be quick or they might see us together. I had no idea what she was talking about and started to panic, but she had taken hold of my hand, and for such a little old woman, she was seriously strong. Plus, she seemed harmless, even if she had been following me and knew my name. We climbed into a car, and she told the driver to hurry. Suddenly, we were driving through the city so fast, and I realized I'd done exactly what no kid should ever do: get into a stranger's car. I asked her what she wanted with me, and she said I'd soon find out. But I didn't find out. The car came to a stop, and I opened the door to climb out. But suddenly someone grabbed me and said that the old woman was dangerous, and I needed to go with them quickly. It all happened so fast, I didn't have time to think. Then I noticed my grandfather was in the back of the other car, and I got in beside him. The old woman was standing outside the house shouting, and as I looked back, I swear I saw my dad's face in the window. This was too much. I asked my grandfather what was going on, and he said that the old woman was crazy and had been following me. I asked how he knew this, and he said my bodyguard told him. Huh? I had a bodyguard? This was insane. My grandfather just laughed and said, of course I needed a bodyguard, because what if my dad came back and tried to steal me away from them? At that moment, I wished my dad would do that. I then asked my grandfather to tell me where my dad was, and he said he was gone and it was better that way. What I didn't tell him was that I'd just seen his face at the window. I was going to take matters into my own hands and go there and find out what was going on once and for all. The next day, I went to school as usual and told my BFF to cover for me. I told her I wouldn't be long, but that if anyone asked, just to tell them I was sick and had gone to the clinic. I snuck out after our first class and tried my best to remember the way to the house I'd seen my dad in. I couldn't believe I might get to see my dad again after all these years. I finally arrived at the house, and it didn't look like anyone was home, but still I knocked. When no one answered, I started to get nervous. I ran around to the other side of the house and started shouting, "Dad!" Suddenly, he appeared at the back door and grabbed me quickly and brought me inside. I couldn't stop hugging him, and he was crying. We stood there hugging for what felt like forever. Then I started shouting at him. All my anger came pouring out, and I asked how he could just leave us like that. He said he hadn't wanted to, but he felt useless and didn't think we deserved to live that way any longer. It felt so good to see him again. He told me he was making a plan so he could come visit soon, but there was some stuff he had to take care of first. Then he told me I'd better get back to school before anyone realized I'd snuck out. I told him I didn't want to leave, but he said I had to. And then I noticed all the photos on the walls. Photos of my dad and another woman and 2 kids. I looked around the house and suddenly felt sick. Did my dad have a secret family? How could he do this to us? No wonder my grandparents didn't approve. He was a cheat. He saw me looking around and he said it wasn't what it looked like, but it was too late. I had to get out of there. I ran for the door, and then I noticed the old lady coming down the stairs. She looked so happy to see me, but I just ran right out the door. My dad was nothing but a liar. I started running down the street and that car pulled up again. This time my mom jumped out and told me to get in. I was so happy to see her, but I couldn't stop crying and asked if she knew that dad was cheating on her. Suddenly, the other door opened and my dad climbed in. I told him to get away from us, but both my parents just told me to calm down and that I was old enough to know now. My dad is an undercover agent. Yup, he's a spy. Everything he's done so far is to protect us. My grandparents were really not happy about it because there had been some scary situations over the years. So that's why he'd left us. But he wasn't living with some other family. He was living with his mom, who just happened to be the old woman who stalked me. She had been looking for me because she couldn't bear to see her son so unhappy without being able to see me. She was just trying to help, but it could have been dangerous for us. Oh, and the pics of the other woman and kids were his sister and her kids. Oh my God, I had cousins! Now that I was 15, my parents thought I should know the truth, but they said it would still make things tricky. Then I thought to myself, how come they weren't crying at seeing each other again? Well, looks like they'd kept another secret too. This whole time they'd been sneaking behind my back seeing each other. Now it all made sense. The noises I'd heard in the night were my mom sneaking out. To be honest, I'm still processing it all. It's a lot for a kid to take in, but it does kind of make me laugh. Can you imagine what Bella would say if she knew my dad was a spy? Now who's a loser? My cool status just went way up. But obviously I won't be telling anyone. Let's just say I'm a pro at keeping secrets now.
Hey guys, I'm Kinsey from North Carolina, and I have a condition called OCD. That means I worry nonstop about all kinds of things. Like I have to wipe my desk chair 8 times before I can sit on it. I also count my socks 6 times each night to make sure I have enough pairs for the next day. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Living with my condition was tough and a bit lonely. I was an only child in a super rich family, but our servants were my only friends because everyone at school thought I was a freak. One time, I was sitting in class next to a girl who kept staring at me.
What are you doing with your colored pencils? Duh, I'm organizing them so they all face the same way. You've organized them like 50 times. What are you, a robot?
Everyone started laughing, except this one boy named Blake. After class, he gave me some chocolates to cheer me up. Don't let those mean kids make you feel bad. You're pretty, you're funny, and you're the best speller in our whole class. He was a sweetheart. After that day, Blake and I became really close. And as time passed, I really started falling for him. But anytime I decided to tell him how I felt, I chickened out. But one day in 10th grade, there was an announcement for the school dance, and my heart raced. I wasn't letting this chance go. Today, I'd ask him out. At lunchtime, I caught Blake sitting alone, but my heart dropped when a gorgeous girl walked over to Blake and put her arms around him. No! Hey, dude, what's going on? Is this your cousin or something?
Nope, this is my new girlfriend who just asked me to the dance. Isn't that awesome?
Wow, so awesome. Sorry, I gotta go. The air is making my eyes water. Allergies. I couldn't believe I'd missed my chance. And now Blake has a stupid girlfriend. I was watching MSA videos that night when I came across a story about a girl who got married 9 times just to get revenge on her sister. That's when I got an idea. The only way to get over Blake was to date as many guys as possible. So I texted every boy I knew. It was a gorgeous goddess with extra clean hair. Surely at least one boy would want me. But I woke up to see my phone had blown up with messages from 16 guys. And when I walked into school, a swarm of boys circled me with flower bouquets and even a life-size teddy bear. That's when Blake came up to see me.
These guys are going crazy. Did that dude just throw rose petals at you?
Oh, that one's been wanting to go to the dance with me. Yep, while you were with your girlfriend, I decided to get myself 16 dates.
You can't go on 16 dates. That's crazy.
Oh, yes, I can. You just watch. I walked away like a queen and couldn't help notice Blake looked kind of upset. Well, I was glad. He had chosen someone else, and that was his loss. I set up my dates in a row that whole week. One at a bowling alley, one at an escape room, and one at a skating rink. But I realized I didn't like a single guy I went out with. One night, I was stuck at a restaurant with the most annoying guy on earth. What's your favorite flavor, bubblegum? Do you like surfing? Why are you wearing rubber gloves while you eat? I hate bubblegum and swimming in the ocean. And again, I have OCD and don't like touching silverware at public restaurants. Just then, our waiter came by and he looked around my age.
Excuse me, miss. You have an emergency call.
I jumped up right away and the waiter led me to a counter. Did anyone die? Is my mom sick or worse? They canceled MSA, my favorite channel.
Oh, I just made up the emergency call. You just seemed miserable on that date, and I wanted to save you.
Oh my God, you're amazing. Thank you. No, you're the worst. You made me think my mom was sick.
So, how about I make it up to you after my shift ends? We can go to the park. I have a thing for girls with turquoise gloves.
I laughed and immediately agreed to hang out with the guy after his shift. I found out his name was Indigo and he actually lived close by to me.
Actually, I'm homeschooled, so I come here a lot. I don't have a ton of friends.
Well, now you have one. From that day on, Indigo and I started hanging out a lot. I had made a commitment to go on every one of my dates. My mission wasn't complete, so every time I'd go on a bad date at his restaurant, Indigo would come up with some excuse to rescue me, and we had the best time laughing over it. Then one day, Blake and I decided to catch up over coffee.
How come you and Indigo hang out so much? I thought you were busy dating 16 guys.
Now I'm down to 9 guys. I still haven't found anyone yet, but whatever. Indigo's my friend, and I really like him.
Oh, so you like him. Didn't you say he doesn't have any friends? That doesn't seem a little off to you or anything.
There isn't anything off about him. Why can't you just be happy that I made a new friend? He's the only person besides you who doesn't think I'm a weirdo.
I am happy for you. Why wouldn't I be happy? I just don't want you getting hurt since you obviously like him.
God, what a drama queen. But the more I hung out with Indigo, I wondered if Blake was onto something. Indigo was lovely, but he also never invited me to his house or told me much about himself. One night, Indigo and I were sitting by the lake, and I decided to ask him about it.
I don't tell people about my life. It's too complicated.
Well, I don't like hanging out with people who keep secrets.
Fine, I'll hang out by myself then.
At that second, Indigo ran into the lake and went underwater with his clothes on. What are you doing? The lake is polluted. You don't know what's inside it. Ugh, I'm going home.
Just put your feet in. It feels nice. And remember, you can always take 100 showers after. Do you trust me, Kinsey?
I was about to tell Indigo no freaking way, but then I noticed his warm brown eyes and that he was holding his arms out to me. I held his hands tight as I dipped my feet into the water. Oh my god, I'm doing it! I'm amazing! Indigo, this is a really big deal for me.
Well, I'm honored to be by your side during such a big moment in your life.
Indigo smiled at me, and suddenly, I pulled him close and kissed him. I felt my heart race like never before. I fell asleep thinking about Indigo that night. I could still feel his lips. But the next day, I heard a knock on my window, and it was Blake. Blake, what are you doing here?
Kinsey, I'm in love with you. I've been in love with you for years, but I never had the guts to tell you. That's why I got a girlfriend, but I ended things between us. You're the only one I want to be with.
I couldn't speak. My head was spinning. I'd wanted to hear those words for so long.
So, do you love me back? Can you squeeze in a 10th guy to date?
Before I could reply, there was another knock at my window, and it was Indigo.
Well, I understand everything now. Indigo is the guy you love. I came over because I never heard back from you after we kissed. Is it because you're in love with him?
Oh God, oh God. I sat on my bed and both boys sat on either side of me. Okay, it's true. I like both of you, but I don't know who I like more, and I don't want to hurt anyone.
Fine then. There's only one way to settle this. You cancel the rest of your 9 dates and date both of us for a few weeks, and then decide who you want to be with.
Indigo agreed, and suddenly, the two of them were arguing about where they'd take me and what gifts they'd buy. I kicked them both out so I could go to sleep and take a frickin' bubble bath. But I agreed to their date plan since it was probably the best course of action. Blake was first and invited me over to his house for a candlelit dinner. He was even wearing a suit and playing romantic music.
I thought the two of us could have a slow dance before we ate.
I actually would love that. Blake pulled me close and my heart fluttered. Even with everything that had happened, I did still love him. But then suddenly, Blake pulled away.
What happened to your hands, Kinsey? They're not peeling or red anymore. They look normal.
I've been washing my hands a little less. Still a lot, but not 30 times a day. Oh, you wouldn't believe what Indigo made me do the other day. I told Blake about how I dipped my feet into the lake, and he looked really surprised.
That's really big for you, isn't it? I'm glad. Anyway, let's have dinner. I had all your favorites made.
The next evening, Indigo took me out to see the symphony, and later we went out for a moonlit walk. We ended up roaming the streets for 2 hours because I wanted to count 333 lampposts, and Indigo was more than happy to oblige. The next couple of weeks were a whirlwind of romantic dates, but making my decision wasn't getting any easier. Blake was the boy I'd always loved, but Indigo had left his mark in a short time, and now I couldn't imagine not having him in my life. A few days later, I was having a picnic with Indigo when he turned to me, looking serious.
Kinsey, it's about time I told you the truth. The reason I'm homeschooled and why I don't have any friends is because I have a serious illness, and I'm in and out of the hospital a lot. And I never ask you to come over because my parents are really overprotective and they fuss over me a lot. I didn't want to freak you out with all that.
Wow, Indigo, that sounds tough.
It's not been too bad, just something I have to live with.
But things will change once you get the surgery in 2 days. Indigo turned to me in shock as I clapped my hands over my mouth. Oh God, how did I let this slip?
I was about to tell you about my surgery. How do you already know? Wait a second. Did you pay for it? Because my mom told me that just this morning that some anonymous donor had decided to fund my surgery. Kinsey, is that you?
Okay, please don't be mad. I once saw you taking your meds secretly, and I just wanted to know what was going on with you. So I went to your house and met your mom. She told me everything. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be nosy. It's just because I care.
I can't accept such a big favor from you.
It's not a favor, and you don't have a choice. I know your illness is more serious than you're letting on. You have to do this. You're running out of time.
Okay, you're right. I can't thank you enough, Kinsey.
Save your speeches for later. You just focus on the surgery now and getting well really soon. The day of the surgery, I reached the hospital an hour before, and I was going to Indigo's room when Blake appeared. I'm so glad you're here, Blake. God, I'm so dumb. I nearly told Indigo everything the other day.
But he doesn't know that I paid for half of the surgery, right? You did what?
Blake and I turned around to see Indigo in a wheelchair, ready to be taken to the operating room. Listen, Indigo.
Are you kidding me? Your lover BFF took pity on me and chipped in too? What am I, some charity project that he used to win you over? No, dude, it's not like that. Save it, Blake. Lucky for you that you're rich enough to pull off such grand gestures. You helped save my life and come off as the hero, so of course she'll choose you. And I'll just end up feeling like a total loser. I'm calling it off. I'm not getting the surgery. And Kinsey, you're better off with Blake anyway, so choose him already and let's get this over with.
With that, Indigo stormed off. I have to go and convince him. He needs this.
Let me try once, okay? Indigo, don't be stupid and come back inside. Please, just leave me alone. No, I won't. And that's because I really care about Kinsey and you're the right guy for her. Over the last few weeks, I've seen how much Kinsey has changed. She seems lighter and more comfortable with herself. I've been her friend since we were kids, but I haven't had the same impact on her that you have. She's different because of you, and I just really want my best friend to be happy. So I told her days ago that I was gonna step aside, and I helped pay for the surgery because I want you to be healthy. So do it for yourself and do it for her.
We all waited anxiously for hours, and finally the surgeon stepped out of the operating room with a smile.
The heart transplant went really well, and we're expecting a full recovery. Congratulations.
The next day, when I could finally see Indigo, I went up to him and hugged him gently. I'm so glad you're doing well, Indigo.
And it's all because of you. I have a new heart now to love you even more with. I love you, Kinsey.
I love you too. Hi, I'm Julia from Brazil. Please like and subscribe. I live with my single mom in a small town full of rich people in big mansions. But we weren't one of them. Mom worked here as a maid. She would also make this amazing jam from some fruit trees in our backyard and sell it at the Sunday market. We didn't have a lot, but we had each other. Once when I was 5, she took me with her to one of the mansions where she worked. As I waited for her outside, 2 girls my age came out and started playing with the most beautiful dolls. I asked if I could join them, and we were having a really good time when suddenly a woman came out and started shouting,
"What are you doing with this girl? You'll catch lice from her."
What? I don't have lice. You can check my head, see?
Ew, get away from me. You two, come inside right now.
Wow, what a jerk. Growing up, I didn't have much to do with the rich kids, but in the 6th grade, Mom enrolled me in the fanciest school in town. I've been saving up for it, Julia. You're not gonna end up a maid like me. You'll be someone amazing one day. Well, for now, I was the school outcast in my old clothes and shoes, but I didn't care if the others ignored me. I was here to work hard and study my butt off. But there was one girl in my class who stood out more than I did, Andy. She was a total troublemaker who spent half her time in detention. One day in class, the teacher asked everyone what they'd like to do when they grew up. I said I'd like to be a doctor so I could help other people. But when Andy's turn came, she stood up and said,
When I grow up, I want to have 100 kids so I can have 100 friends, and no one can say no to being my friend. They will love me and fear me.
That's a really silly answer, Andy.
Fine, I'll become a gangster then. If I can't be loved, I will be feared.
And with that, she jumped onto the table and started doing some weird karate moves as everyone started laughing. The teacher sent her off to the principal, and she just left grinning. A few weeks later, there was a festival in town, and Mom and I decided to set up a stall to sell her jams. Andy came over, and I asked her what she'd like to buy.
Oh, I never buy anything. I either steal it or take it for free.
And she just stuck her hand in a bottle and started eating it with her fingers. I pounced on her and we broke into a fight, but Mom pulled us apart right away and started apologizing to her. She even sent her off with free jam.
Mom, why did you say sorry when it wasn't my fault?
Julia, we are the poorest here. We can't afford to pick fights with these people. Promise me that you won't fight her again. I reluctantly promised, although now I wished I'd kicked Andy's butt harder while I had the chance. A few days later, I was on my way to the market to buy some garden supplies when a couple of senior girls from the school blocked my way. One of them pinned my arms behind me while the other took the money I had in my pocket. They pushed me to the ground and started running. As I chased them, someone whizzed past me on roller skates and flew right at them, knocking them both to the ground. It was Andy.
How dare you bully my victim? Only I can bully her. If I ever see you bothering her again, I will hunt you down and kill your entire family and your cats. No, wait, cats are too cute. Just your ugly family then.
The girls got scared and ran away, and I was shocked that Andy had defended me. Thank you, Andy. I really hadn't expected this from you.
Shut up, loser, and don't tell anyone that I saved your sorry butt. I don't want my reputation ruined.
And with that, she skated away. But I knew now she wasn't as bad as she pretended to be. So the next day at school, I sat with her at lunch and pushed an extra sandwich towards her. She looked really surprised, then picked up the sandwich and started eating it.
You're poor and your mama's ugly.
Oh my God, what is the matter with you?
Whoa, calm down. Friends joke with each other, right? Like, hey, you're ugly. That's why your dad left you. Haha. Someone said that to me once. That's what friends do.
No, they don't. Wait, did you just say we're friends?
I guess, since you're practically begging me. You can also be my minion and carry my stuff.
Let's just start off with being friends, okay? And since that day, we were. I was happy to finally have a friend in school, even if it was this weird Andy. One day after school, Andy asked me to come over to her mansion, but when we got there, I was kind of shocked. The place looked like it hadn't been cleaned in weeks. When we went to the kitchen for food, all the pots were empty, even the fridge. Where's all the food?
How would I know? My mom's hardly ever around, and my blind old grandma doesn't know anything. She doesn't care if I starve.
For the first time, I felt really sorry for Andy. It was obvious that she was completely neglected here. I told her to come to my place instead. And as we were leaving, we spotted her grandma walking down the hallway. Andy called out to her.
Hey, oldie, how long will you live? You've already been around for a century, and you do nothing except finish all the food. It's time to go now.
Her grandma yelled angrily and charged at us with her walking stick, but we ran off giggling before she could catch us. And since that day, I started inviting Andy often to eat with us at my house. A few weeks later, I found out about an amazing scholarship opportunity for the biggest school in the city. It was in a different town, but Mom told me she'd be happy to move if I got in. So I applied for it and started studying day and night. On the day of the exam, I was on my way when I heard someone screaming in pain behind a bush, and I was shocked to see Andy on the ground.
Oh, Julia, I fell down from my bicycle and I'm in so much pain. I'm sure I've broken my ankle. Please help me and take me home. Oh God, I can't believe I'm gonna die before my grandma.
Jeez, Andy, stop being so melodramatic. You'll be okay. I got you. Lean on me. I was getting so late for my exam, but I just couldn't leave Andy alone in pain. I took her home and then ran to the exam venue like crazy. But when I got there, I was told that I was late and couldn't sit for the exam. I was devastated, but Mom consoled me when I got home and said there would always be other chances. The next day, I thought I'd check up on Andy and Mom came along, but when we entered her gate, I was stunned to see her playing football. Her ankle seemed perfectly fine, and I was furious. You witch! Yesterday was all an act, wasn't it? You weren't hurt. You just wanted me to miss my exam. Why? How can anyone be such a big jerk, Andy?
Well, I can be. I've had years of training, and I was actually saving you from disappointment. You weren't gonna get the scholarship anyway. Your dreams are too big for a maid's daughter.
That was it. I charged at her and knocked her down into the mud. As we screamed and fought, her mother came running out and went bonkers on me. How dare you touch my daughter? Oh, maybe if you were around more, you could have raised your daughter better. And she wouldn't have been such a horrible person. You two really deserve each other. Just then, Mom stepped in and practically went down on her knees, apologizing to Andy's mom. I stormed off furiously and Mom followed me. Andy, are you insane? Go back and say sorry to her. We can't afford to. Just stop it, Mom. Why are you so afraid of these rich people? You don't understand, Julia. She's on the school board and could have you kicked out. I don't care. I don't want to live in fear like you. I just wish you'd stop being a coward. I regretted those words instantly, but I felt too mad to apologize. I ran home, packed my stuff, and asked one of our neighbor's friends if I could stay with them for a while. Mom gave me some space, and anytime I saw that Andy in school, I just walked the other way. As I was walking home one day, I saw a poster outside a shop about an amateur food business contest. The winner would get prize money and a chance to work with a big company. I immediately thought of Mom, and I decided I had to make up with her and tell her about it. Mom, I'm really sorry for all those things I said. You're the strongest person I know, and you've always worked so hard to give me the best. I was angry at Andy, and I took it out on you. Please forgive me, and let me help you win this contest. I just know you can win. You're a strong girl, honey. I always believe in you. Mom hugged me tight, and we sent in her name right away. Each contestant was supposed to prepare 200 pieces of their own organic product. Mom and I worked like crazy making all that jam. And a night before the contest, we hired a van and loaded the bottles to take them to the venue. The next day, Mom had gone earlier to set up the stall. I waited for the driver, but he didn't show up. And when I went to the garage, the van wasn't there. I searched everywhere, shouting and crying, but I just couldn't find it. I rushed to the venue to tell Mom, and she was shocked. We just stood empty-handed in a corner while the other contestants set up their products. I was about to walk over to the judges to tell them what had happened when suddenly someone called out to me. I turned around to see Andy waving to me from our van.
Julia, I found it. Your jams are all in there.
Where was this? How did you get it? How did you even know?
You moron, this is not the time to talk about this. I'll explain later.
Mom and I went on stage and showed our products to the judges. They seemed really impressed. Sometime later, when the results were announced, we were shocked when Mom and I were declared the winners. We screamed and jumped for joy. I even pulled Andy into her hug, but seconds later, I pushed her away. Wait a minute. Did you take the van, Andy, just to mess with me again?
No, of course not. I came by to wish you luck when I saw you crying over your missed van. And well, I'm friends with half the thieves in this town. It wasn't hard for me to find it.
I don't understand you, Andy. You went through all this trouble to save the day. Then why did you make me miss my exam?
Because I knew that if you took that exam, you would have qualified and you would have left town. Ugh, I don't want you to leave me. Just saying that makes me feel sick. And that's why I never wanted any friends. And
I grinned and hugged her. She was such a weirdo. After winning the contest, Mom started working with a big food company. And soon enough, we were able to shift into a lovely new home. Once it was ready, Mom and I went over to Andy's place one day to invite her over for dinner. But when we got there, we saw her mom at the door with a suitcase. And Andy seemed to be upset.
Mom, please don't leave me with Grandma for a month. I hate being here alone with her. Why don't I come with you?
Don't act like a baby, Andy. You have everything you could need. Why are you always whining? I can't take you to meet my boyfriend's family. He doesn't even know I have a child. Seeing the hurt on Andy's face, I couldn't take it anymore. Hey, Andy, I just came here to tell you that I'm always here for you, and so is my mom. We're like your family. Do you want to come and live with us? And for the first time ever, I saw Andy cry. She shouted a big yes and hugged us, but suddenly her mom turned livid. What do you mean, yes? You can't just go live with them. You're gonna leave me? Your mama?
Oh, Mom, stop acting like you care. You should be relieved. Don't worry, I'll check up on Grandma and I'll come see you every 3 months. That should be enough for you, right? Ciao.
And with that, we left. When we reached home, I took Andy to her very own room. From now on, this is yours. We'll get all your stuff and set it up. And if you need anything, just ask. Later that night, when I was sleeping, I suddenly screamed when someone jumped on my bed. It was Andy.
Scoot over. I'm sleeping here.
But you've got your own bed.
You said I could have anything. Ow! You just kicked me. I hate you, Andy. I love you too, Julia.
Hi, I'm Jasper from Colorado. Please, like and subscribe. I was born in a rich household and lived in a huge mansion with tons of servants. My nursery was filled with more things than any kid could possibly need. But I didn't have a mom, and my dad was always working really hard and didn't have much time for me. Once when I was 5, I was playing football with my nanny, and I kicked the ball hard, making it fly through the window into Dad's home office. I ran inside to get it. Hey, Dad, come on, let's play football, please? Where is your nanny? Here you are. Is this what I'm paying you for? Your job is to keep him busy and not annoy me. Dad was the worst. That night, I decided to run away, but just when I was at the door, someone pulled me back by the shoulder. It was Dad. Where do you think you're going? To find a new family. I don't want to live with you. You're mean and grumpy and don't love me. He just looked at me and shook his head, then took me to my bedroom. It was probably the first time he'd ever tucked me into bed, but the next day, he was the same, never having any time for me. For my 9th birthday, I expected he'd be home, but once again, he was away for some business meeting. Master Jasper, your father has sent you this present and has instructed us to wish you a very happy birthday. Can you please clear everything away? I'm not hungry. But the cook spent hours making this cake for you, sir. I looked at the cook's face and couldn't bear to disappoint her. Of course I'll cut the cake. It looks amazing, but I don't want the present. Closing my eyes, I made the same wish I made each year on my birthday. But this time, I really meant it. God, please send my mom back to me. Please, please, please. Come on now. Everyone say amen. Amen. The next morning, I woke up to someone's loud voice downstairs, and I found a strange woman in our house, dressed in weird clothes. Oh my God, Richard, darling, you never told me you're such a rich man. Look at the furniture, the chandelier, everything. And who's this handsome fella? Let me guess, you're Jasper, aren't you? Yeah. And you are? I'm Linda, No, wait, I want you to guess. I don't know, my new nanny? Listen, Dad, I don't need a nanny anymore. I'm grown up now. No, dummy, I'm your new mommy. No one's ever too grown up to have a mommy. Your dad and I got married yesterday, and here I am. The woman hugged me so tight, I felt like she'd squeeze the air out of me. Dad got married without even telling me? Sure, I wanted a mom, but this wasn't what I expected. Soon, my friends in school found out I had a stepmom, and they warned me to stay away from her, because all stepmoms were awful. The loudest was my best friend, a neighbor, Sonia. She was always saying my new stepmom was a weirdo, and I shouldn't trust her. One time, Linda packed a huge lunchbox for me, and when I opened it at school, the smell was fantastic. But for some reason, Sonia pinched her nose. Yuck! Jasper, what is this? It's some pasta Linda made for me. I think I'll try it. I wouldn't eat that if I were you. My mom said she's evil, and she married your dad for money. And now she's just trying to win you over. She isn't your real mom, Jasper. Don't be such a dodo and just dump that in the garbage. I felt bad about throwing away food, so I ended up giving it to a homeless person on my way home. And when I got back, the first question Linda asked me was how I liked my lunch. Look, you're not my mom, so you can stop acting like it. I know you're up to no good. You're a stepmom. All stepmoms are bad. She looked hurt hearing my words, but then to my surprise, she suddenly started to smile. Yup, I'm up to no good. Wanna know what I plan to do? I will love you so much that you'll be telling everyone soon that I'm the best mom in the world. Saying that, she ran after me to give me one of her signature tight hugs, but I ran out into the garden and slipped straight into some mud. And Linda came crashing right behind me. We stared at each other for a few seconds, and then suddenly she grabbed some mud and threw it right in my face. She burst out laughing, and so did I. And we were suddenly in the middle of a mud fight. She seemed to enjoy it like a kid, and didn't care one bit about how dirty we both got. Linda really didn't seem evil to me like everyone said. I love you too, son. After that day, Mom and I were a team. I loved her so much, and she adored me, but Sonia always hated her, and she got even meaner after her parents got divorced. I was sorry she was unhappy, but I didn't let her bitter words affect my relationship with Mom. Things were great until I turned 14, and Mom and Dad announced that they were having a baby. A baby? Why? Mom was so excited about it, but I was afraid that the love she had for me would be divided. But I didn't want her to think I wasn't happy for her, so I organized a huge baby shower. When she got home that day from shopping, she was ecstatic. Oh my God, Jasper, honey, this is beautiful. I love it. The party was awesome, and everyone seemed to be having a great time. But when I went outside by the pool to look for Sonia, I overheard some woman from our neighborhood gossiping about Mom. Gosh, that poor stupid boy. She's really got Jasper wrapped around her fingers. Of course, she's gonna take all his money one day. Yeah, Sonia is always telling me about how crazy Jasper is about his stepmom. He doesn't know the truth, I guess. That woman was some waitress who trapped his poor father. Such a gold digger. I felt my blood boil with rage. But before I could yell at them, someone grabbed my hand and pulled me away. It was Mom, and she heard all those awful things those women had to say about her too. Don't say anything. Please. It'll only cause a scene, and you know how much your dad hates it. But how dare they say those things about you while standing in your house? It's not worth it, Jasper. Saying that, Mom went back inside. And then I accidentally bumped into Sonia's mom and made her entire gossiping gang fall into the pool. It was hilarious. Their makeup was running down their faces, and Sonia's mom's wig was floating around the pool as she shrieked and went after it. Suddenly, Sonia came up to me and pushed my shoulder. Hey, I saw that! You pushed my mom in on purpose! Why would you do that? Because your mom deserves it. And not just her, but you too. Ever since my mom came, you've had nothing but awful things to say about her. I'm not interested in listening anymore. Anyone who has something bad to say about my mom, get out now. The party was soon over as the guests left grumbling, and Dad looked pissed. But instead of yelling at me, he directed all his anger at Mom. You did this. My son used to be a well-behaved boy, and you spoiled him. But what else should I have expected from a low-class woman like you? Low class? Who do you think you're calling low class? That night, Dad and I had a huge fight, and things were never the same between us. But I forgot everything when my baby sister Indigo was born. I had never seen a human as tiny as her. It was love at first sight. I was always by Mom's side to take care of her. But after Indigo's birth, Dad seemed to be even busier. He'd be away from home for weeks. One day, while I was scrolling Facebook, I came across Sonia's post. She was posting vlogs while vacationing in the Bahamas. And suddenly, I saw someone in the background that made me gasp. It was Dad, kissing Sonia's mom. I felt stunned and angry. I ran to tell Mom, who then told me that she had already known for months. You knew, Mom? Why didn't you tell me? And how could you stay with him? He's a cheater. If I leave him, where will I go? It's not just Indigo I have to think about. You're my son, Jasper. I can't bear to lose you. Your dad already blames me for ruining your relationship with him, and he won't let me see you if I leave. No one can keep me away from you, Mom. When Dad returned a week later, he was in a bad mood as usual. And the moment he saw Indigo crying, he started yelling. Make her stop. Her crying gives me a headache. Just take her away from me. And that made me see red. She's your daughter. You never wanted anything to do with me. And now you don't want anything to do with her too? And don't yell at Mom. If you keep behaving like this, Dad, you'll end up all alone. Oh, I don't think so. Why? Because you're with Sonia's mom now? Yeah, we know about that. She's awful, and you deserve her. How dare you talk to me like that? And because of this woman, you love her so much? Fine. Why don't you leave with her? All of you, get out! For the first time, Mom yelled back at Dad, and soon after, we packed our bags and left with Indigo. Mom filed for a divorce and rented a tiny apartment with some of the savings she had. Don't worry, we'll get through this. Yeah, Mom, I know we will. Mom started working double shifts as a waitress, but since she was an amazing cook, she soon opened a small home-based food business. And within a few months, we were even able to buy a food truck. While Mom was busy working, I took care of Indigo. She was a naughty one. Come find me, Jasper. Oh, where's Indigo? Is she under the bed? Or behind the curtain? Or here! Got you! With her lovely brown eyes and black hair like Mom's, she looked like a doll. She was my sunshine. Things were good, and Mom even saved money to put me in college. But one day, I was taking a class when I got a call that shook my world. Indigo was gone. Mom had last seen her playing in the backyard, and now she was missing. She was right here, and then she wasn't. Oh, Jasper, I have to find my baby! We'll find her, Mom. I promise. I will look everywhere till I find her. And I really did. I searched for my sister day and night. Those were the toughest times of my life. I even called Dad for help, but he just hung up on me. For years, I looked for Indigo everywhere. The police also helped us, but we never found her. Sometime later, Mom had a fall in the kitchen one day, and she was unable to walk for a few months. So by the time I was 20, I was working as an Uber driver and also studying in a night college. while taking care of Mom as she slowly got her strength back. One night when I got home from work, I heard something I hadn't heard in years. Mom's laughter. I tiptoed to the kitchen and found her there with her physical therapist. She'd been working really hard the past few months. He seemed to like her, and I guess she liked him too. Oh, you're home, Jasper. I felt well enough to cook today, and I made your favorite pasta. Wow, thank you, Mom. I'm so glad you're feeling better. But don't tire yourself out. Things were good. Except for the fact that Indigo wasn't in our lives. One day, I was driving a customer when he noticed a picture I always kept on my dashboard. It was Indigo's. He asked me about it, and when I told him she was my sister, the man looked shocked. And what he told me next took my breath away. He knew where Indigo was, but he wasn't 100% sure. I listened in shock as the man explained that he found a little girl on a bus years ago, looking completely lost. He and his wife had tried looking for her family, but they had no luck. They adopted her. I couldn't stop crying as he told me everything. I always knew I'd find her one day. The very next day, I was outside a big house with Mom. Whose house is this, Jasper? Why are we here? And I can't climb all these stairs. You'll see. Come, I'll help you. I lifted Mom in my arms and carried her up the stairs. She looked really confused as we walked inside. But then, she froze. Standing before us was a little girl with lovely brown eyes and long black hair.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I'm from India. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small village by my amazing single mom, who was a farmer. We didn't have a lot, but we were really happy. She was my best friend. Once when I was 5, Mom and I were at a funeral when suddenly I yelled,
Ew, Mom, did you just fart?
As I turned around to look, Mom turned red. Of course not. This child is so silly. I've never in my life.
You're such a liar, Mom. I hear you do it all the time.
Tara, stop it.
Stinky liar, pants on fire.
By now, everyone was roaring with laughter as Mom chased me around and I ran ahead singing,
She farted, she farted.
I was in a lot of trouble later, but I realized something. I'd made people laugh, and I really enjoyed that. After that, I became the joker of the village. Mom thought I was hilarious too, as long as I wasn't joking about her. Once when I was 14, I'd taken my cows out for grazing in the fields when suddenly I saw a bird drop to the ground. I ran to it and saw that it was hurt. As I tried dressing its wound, 2 strange girls came running up to me. Hey, cow dung, that bird is my prey, so back off.
Yeah, do what my boss said.
You hit this poor creature? Pick on someone your own size, witch. Okay, you asked for it. And with that, she jumped on me and we broke into a fight. I kicked her in her stomach, and as she howled in pain, I ran to my cow and went back home. Soon after I got there, I realized the 2 had followed me. They started complaining to Mom that I'd beat them up. She started it. Oh, you horrible girl. I think you burst my appendix. Yeah, Auntie, I saw how your daughter kicked my boss. Wait, I'll show you. She took some steps back and ran straight to the mean girl, kicking her hard in the stomach. Ow, you moron. Boss, I'm sorry, so sorry. As the 2 ran out, Mom and I were laughing our heads off. What idiots. I found out later they were some city brats who'd come on a school trip to the village. Thank God I wouldn't be seeing them around again. A few days later, when I got back from school, I was surprised to see a big car outside our house. I stepped in to find a wealthy-looking man talking to Mom. The doctors think it's safe for Tara to move back to the city now. I can never thank you enough for taking care of my child. Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, Tara, how lovely and grown up you are. Who are you? And what's going on? Mom? And what she said next turned my world upside down. He's your real dad, Tara. And your real mom died soon after you were born. You had some mysterious disease, and the doctor said you had to be raised in the village till your teens. So your dad left you with me, and now he's here to take you. You never thought of telling me this? And what am I? Another animal on your farm that you keep and give away whenever you like? I thought you were my mom. I'm sorry, Tara, but you're not my real daughter. Your dad has been giving me money to take care of you, and now you must go with him. Her words were a big blow to me. I had to leave, and I did with a heavy heart. But my dad seemed really nice, and I felt myself warming up to him.
He dropped another bombshell on me, though. Apparently, I had a sister too. Her name was Rita, and she was a year older than me. A few hours later, I arrived at my new home in the city, which was a huge mansion. As Dad led me inside, he told a servant to go get my sister, and when she walked in, I nearly had a stroke. It was one of the girls I'd met in the village, the mean girl's minion.
Cowdung? What are you doing here?
You two have met?
Yeah, I met Cowdung on a school trip. Why is she here, Dad?
Stop calling her that. Her name is Tara, and I told you I was getting your sister.
Yeah, but I thought you meant you were getting me a cute little puppy.
Dad warned her to be nice to me, but the minute he left the room, she whipped out her phone and called the mean girl.
Hello, boss. I've got some really gross news. Dad got me a sister, and it's Cowdung. Yeah, the same girl from the village. Okay, I'll keep reporting. Over and out.
Gosh, of all the people in the world, I had to have this mad girl as my sister? It was summer break and school hadn't started yet. I thought I'd get to bond with Dad, but he wasn't around much. He was mostly away for work and would give us gifts when he returned. But otherwise, it was just me and Rita at home, and I tried to avoid her as much as possible. A few weeks later, Dad hosted a grand dinner for some guests, and it was the first time I'd ever been to a party like that. Suddenly, Rita came running in with some things Dad got on his last trip.
Dad, your gifts are always so cheap. Why did you get me a calculator when I asked for a new cell phone? You wait till I steal yours.
A cell phone won't change your math grade from an F, but a calculator might help you get a D. Now, go away and let me introduce Tara to everyone. Come here, love. Meet my daughter, guys. This one's really smart. For the first time, I felt bad for Rita. Dad had basically just called her dumb in front of everyone. A week later, I joined Rita's school, and as soon as we entered the building, she ran to her boss, whose name was Diana. She smirked when she spotted me. Well, you turned out to be really lucky, didn't you? But don't think for a second that you actually belong here. You will always be the uncivilized monkey whose best friends are cows.
That's a compliment because cows are amazing.
And yes, I'm quite lucky and rich enough to have a private zoo for donkeys like you. The kids standing around us snickered and Diana looked furious. Apparently, lots of people in school didn't like her because she was mean, and they warmed up to me instantly. I made plenty of friends in no time because I could always make people laugh. Soon I found out about a stand-up comedy contest at school, and I immediately signed up. Just then, Rita came running and pushed me aside and wrote Diana's name on the sheet too. Jeez. The night before the show, I was rehearsing my script in my room when I noticed Rita peeking through the door. Hey, you can't steal my jokes for Diana.
As if she needs your jokes. She's gonna win anyway.
How can you be so sure?
My cat told me. Cats are really good at predicting the future.
Okay then, tell me something. Why do you like being Diana's minion? You're just as pretty and rich as she is.
Are you crazy? Diana's so much prettier than me.
Says who?
Diana does. She's been saying that since we were kids, and she would never lie to me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to practice my clapping for the show tomorrow.
This girl was mental, but I'd started to realize that she wasn't evil like Diana, just really dumb. On the day of the contest, I gave my best on the stage and got quite a few laughs. And then it was Diana's turn. She stepped up in front of the mic and said, "Hello, judges. Before I begin, I'd like to tell you that I'm the most beautiful comedy queen of the school." Suddenly, Rita laughed out loud.
Wow, very funny.
Diana glared at her. Where was I? Yeah, so all my friends say I have the best sense of humor.
Oh my God, what a joke. You're killing me, Diana.
And she laughed so hard, she fell off her chair. Everybody started laughing too, and Diana looked super embarrassed. She screamed and jumped off the stage after Rita, who yelled, "What, boss? You told me to laugh!" But later, when the results were announced, I was declared the winner. I ran home happily to tell Dad, but he wasn't home as usual. So I called him up. "Dad, you won't believe this. I got first place in the comedy contest. You should have seen how everyone laughed at..." "Oh, that's great, honey." "Yeah, it's... Dad? Hello? Can you hear me?"
He just hung up the phone. At that moment, I really missed my mom. She would have been so proud of me. Probably not. She said I wasn't her daughter and made me leave. She wouldn't care either. As I was going to my room, I walked past Rita's room and saw her sitting on her bed, crying like a baby. Hey, what's wrong? Can I sit here?
Yeah, sit, but a little away from me because boss says cow dung stinks.
Oh, come on. Now tell me, why are you crying? It's about Diana, right?
Yeah, I did what she told me to. I laughed at her jokes to make her win, but now she's mad at me. She didn't even post my video on her TikTok account today.
What video and what account? She showed me Diana's TikTok account where she uploaded Rita's videos doing absurd things, like standing on a table and doing a stupid dance, jumping like a frog on the street, even acting like Diana's puppy in one video. What the freaking fish? Diana has been using my sister as a joke to get followers? Don't you see the problem with this, Rita?
What? Diana is making me popular. Maybe I'll get so famous, I'll be cast in comedy movies one day.
Rita was just watching the views on her videos and smiling. This Diana was a jerk, and I had to think of some way to teach her a lesson. And the very next day, I walked into the cafeteria with Rita, and we found Diana bragging loudly to a group of girls. This is your first time going to Europe? Loser. I've been there so many times. Actually, I was planning on seeing the fashion show in Paris this coming weekend, but my old grandma passed away last night. Just ruined my plans. And Rita started to wail.
Oh my God, what? Granny died last night?
But wait, I spoke to her this morning when I called your house. This doesn't make any sense. And she said you guys were going to the village on the weekend. As Diana's lie was caught and everyone started to laugh, she looked livid. You don't know anything because you're a complete moron. Why can't you just keep your mouth shut? Diana raised her hand to slap her, but I stepped in and pushed her back. Don't you dare touch my sister. Stay away from her, and you're not using her anymore for stupid videos or anything else, you black-hearted donkey. I knocked her down to the ground, and Rita jumped in too. While the two wrestled and screamed, I grabbed Diana's phone and deleted the TikTok account and all the videos. We got suspended for a few days for attacking Diana, but it was totally worth it. Dad wasn't mad at me when he found out, but he went totally bonkers on Rita. You already don't do much to make me proud, and now you've gotten yourself suspended? I don't know what I've done to deserve a dumb daughter like you. Rita went crying to her room, and I felt terrible. Later that evening, I decided I'd talk to Dad about not being so mean to her all the time. I went into his study, and he wasn't there, but I found his laptop open with an email from his lawyer that left me shook. The will left by Tara's mother cannot be changed. She is the sole heiress of all her mother's wealth, and you as the stepfather get nothing. We will have to find some other way to get a hold of that orphan's money. Wait, Dad was my stepdad? My mother had left me money, and he was trying to take it? Why are you snooping around? Can you explain this email, Dad? Or should I say, stepdad? Yeah, I'm not your father. Your mother left me for someone else and had you. But then they both died and the police left you with me because there was no one else. I left you in the village with some poor woman who wanted a child so badly. She didn't even take any money. I only brought you back because I needed you to sign some papers, but it looks like it's no use. So you can just go back to your idiot mother while I figure something out. And what about my money? You can't have it. Oh, yes, I can. And I will. What are you gonna do about it? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This man was pure evil. I ran upstairs and started packing my things. I wasn't staying here another minute. But as I was leaving, I heard police sirens, and there were cops at the door to arrest Dad for theft and fraud. You called the police, Tara? No, I did. I heard everything you and Dad were talking about, Tara. And then I snuck down to his study and sent his emails to the police. How could you do this to your own father, Rita? Because you're a crook, and you're not a good father either. My whole life you've told me I'm stupid and not good enough. Well, I deserve better than you. Take him away. The cops took him away, and I turned to hug her tight. You're amazing, Rita. But you're still leaving me to go with your mom, right? No, I'm taking you with me. Mom said she took money to keep me, but I just knew in my heart that wasn't true. Your dad made her say that to make me leave with him. She's the most amazing mom, Rita, and she would love to have you too. Are you sure? 100%. Let's go!
Hey MSA friends, I'm Rain from Belgium, and this is my journey. Don't forget to smash that like and subscribe button. New MSA merch alert, our latest bottles and notebooks are out now. Grab them via the link in the description and upgrade your gear. I've lived in an orphanage for as long as I can remember, wishing for a family of my own. My mom was still around, and she was, well, a bit different. She couldn't take care of me full time, but she'd pop in now and then with her wild stories and crazy outfits. One time, she showed up during lunch with a huge purple cape covered in shiny bits, telling everyone she was on a secret mission.
Rain, my star! You're glowing today. Must be those good mashed potatoes.
Then, right there in the middle of the room, she tried to make a spoon float in the air. Okay, so she was holding it with a string, but we all pretended to be shocked anyway. When she hugged me goodbye, she slipped a small rock into my hand.
A piece of the moon for you.
It was just a regular old rock, but in her world, it was something magical. You might think that the kids made fun of me because of my mom or something. Nah, let me tell you that I was respected and feared in the orphanage, along with my friend Leo. Leo and I were like the bosses of the orphanage. When we walked by, kids would stop talking and make room. Everyone just kinda knew to stay out of our way. One day, Leo and I were headed to our usual bench in the yard, where a group of kids were celebrating their good grades with a big cake. They saw us coming, and the laughter stopped. They looked at each other, then at the cake, and without a word, they got up to leave.
We're leaving, I swear, but is there a chance we can take the cake?
The whole thing seems a little much, don't you think, Leo?
Tell you what, we will give you the big, huge third, and we will only take the tiny 2 small thirds.
Oh, thank you, really. You guys are cool. I've been dreaming about you both. They say you dream about people you think about a lot.
Wait, is that peanut butter in there? You know what? Just take the whole cake. I can't stand peanut butter. Yeah, this is how things were back then. One afternoon, when we were 12, as Leo and I were planning our next prank, the warden called us into her office. She told us we were getting adopted by the Morgans, a rich family with a pool and a daughter around our age. I was excited, but also scared Leo might like the new sister more than me, so I blurted out, "No thanks, I'll pass."
But they want to adopt you both. That's their condition.
Why do they want both of us?
Who cares? We're getting our dream, being adopted together. And don't worry, I'm not gonna love her more than you. No rich girl can match your wild craziness.
So I gave in. When the Morgans came to meet us, they were super nice and smelled like flowers.
Look at you two, just adorable.
Leo was practically starstruck by the Morgans and began spouting off random facts to impress them.
Did you know the country is pronounced Iran and not Iran? Also, I'm a whiz at geography. And hey, fun fact, the Earth isn't round or flat. There's a big chance it's shaped like a donut.
I hung back, not saying much, but there was one thing on my mind. Where's your daughter? They pretended they didn't hear me, so I asked louder, and they looked a bit hesitant to answer. Then the mom just said that their daughter Emily was sick. I'm not an expert, but that looked like a lie. Even though the Morgans were nice, something about them just felt weird to me. Leo thought I was making a big deal out of nothing.
Chill, they've got an awesome pool.
Why are you so crazy about the pool? You're not a sea dog.
Hey, I don't mind you insulting me at all, but please keep your voice down. I have a reputation to maintain around here.
I just shrugged. Whatever was going on, we were moving to the Morgans' place in a month. A month flew by, and then boom, Leo and I were at the Morgans. It was wild, like stepping into a movie with their huge house, and yes, the epic pool Leo wouldn't shut up about. We had a blast that summer, splashing around and living it up. The Morgans even signed us up for a fancy private high school. Everything was pretty awesome, except we hadn't met Emily yet.
Emily's spending the summer with her aunts in France. She'll be back when school starts.
A week before school started, Emily finally arrived. She walked in with her suitcase, looking totally different from what I'd pictured. She was our age, but acted like she was something else. She had this snobby vibe that got on my nerves. And well, it was hatred at first sight. I could tell we weren't going to be friends.
Hi, Emily. Sweetie, how was your flight?
Mom, stop asking me about my feelings. Just ask sensible stuff, okay? I'm not a little kid anymore.
You know, you are a kid, and don't snap at your mom like that. If you want us to get along, you've got to be nicer. Who are you, anyway?
Emily, these are the kids we've adopted. Remember? We talked about this.
I know why you brought them here, but I'd prefer if they didn't talk to me. I already don't like them.
What reason could that possibly be?
Let's just say it's better we don't talk. My IQ is 150.
51. I'm a genius. You and I, we're not on the same level. Nope, that's not how it works. I'm the boss around here, and you'll do what we all want. The boss? Please act your age, not your shoe size. Mom? Dad, I'm going to my room. Just bring my dinner there. Who did she think she was? Treating us like we were beneath her?
Kids, don't take it to heart. Emily is unique, and she can be tough to deal with, but give it some time. She'll adjust.
I'd rather go back to the orphanage than deal with this nonsense.
Rain, come on, it's not that bad.
I can't stand her already. I think I even hate her. Leo leaned in, whispering.
Guess we can both hate her together, huh?
He was spot on. I wasn't about to back down. I was the boss, and I would make sure to teach Emily who was running this place. The first week of school was tough. Emily seemed to have everyone charmed with her smarts, and Leo and I felt like we were fading into the backgrounds like nobodies. But we weren't giving up that easily. One weekend, the Morgans went out, leaving us three at home. I was still super angry because of Emily's attitude, and I decided it was time to make a point. I glanced at Leo and said, "Watch this." I snatched Emily's laptop and dashed outside. I heard Emily's footsteps pounding after me. "What are you doing with my laptop?" Without a word, I flung the laptop into the swimming pool. It hit the water with a loud splash, sinking quickly to the bottom. Oh my God! Why would you do that? That's what you get for thinking you're above us. We're in this together, whether you like it or not. I left her there and walked back inside. Leo caught up to me, whispering,
You know this means war, right?
but to my surprise, Emily didn't do anything. She didn't even tell her parents when they were back. So I continued. I started by hiding her favorite shoes and replacing her shampoo with green hair dye. Then, during dinner, I'd imitate her snobby tone, making Leo snicker. Each prank was my way of showing Emily she wasn't the boss of our new home. But she never reacted or even told her parents anything. After weeks of our pranks, Emily started doing something unexpected. She was being nice to Leo. One afternoon, she helped him with a tough math problem he'd been struggling with for hours. I saw them laughing together, and something twisted inside me. What's happening? I thought we were in this together.
I know, Rain, but she's really good at math. She just wanted to help.
So that's it? She does one nice thing and suddenly she's not so bad?
It's not like that. Maybe we've been too hard on her.
But you said we'd hate her together.
I know, but maybe it's time we gave her a chance.
How dare you! I pounced on him, throwing punches. When Emily jumped in to save him, I swung at her too. But just then, my parents burst in. They pulled us apart and kept calling me for a family meeting. But I ignored them, including Leo, the dumb traitor. A week later, Leo approached me, looking serious.
Rain, I hate seeing you upset. Tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it. Anything to make things right.
Fine. You want to make it up to me? Then wreck her precious science project. She needs it for the competition tomorrow. And without it, she can kiss her chance to go to NASA for summer camp goodbye.
Rain, that's extreme. She worked so hard on this.
That's exactly why. I'd do it myself, but it's too heavy and I don't want to hurt my back. Reluctantly, Leo agreed and sabotaged the project. The next morning, when Emily discovered it, she was in a panic, but only for about a minute. Then, she calmed down and started to repair the project, hardly showing any frustration. And yes, you guessed it, she didn't tell our parents about this either. Turns out, Leo didn't do a good job of destroying it. Emily managed to fix it in just half an hour. I was convinced he did it on purpose, so I swore I'd never speak to him again, even though he kept saying sorry. Just go hang out with your new sister. She's all you need, right?
Rain, come on. We were a team at the orphanage, cool and respected, but now you're going too far.
I didn't listen to him and just walked away. A few days later, Emily won her scholarship, and the Morgans planned a huge celebration. But Emily, in her usual snobby way, insisted that I go to bed early and not attend the party. It was so arrogant of her, and it made my blood boil. The night of the party sounded amazing from my room. I could hear the laughter and voices, with Leo out there having a blast, that idiot. Then I had a brilliant idea. I called Mom and told her we needed her show for the party. She arrived 20 minutes later. I was expecting her to ruin the party with her silly acts, but then Leo sent me a photo on Instagram. To my surprise, everyone was actually enjoying Mom's performance. Ugh! That night, I decided to try a new tactic. I'd be nice. My plan was to get close to Emily, understand her better, and then, as her friend, I could easily manipulate her to become her boss. The next morning, I prepared
prepared breakfast and took it to Emily's room. Everyone was shocked.
Did you put poison in this?
Want Leo to taste it first? Leo showed up from behind her door. Obviously, he was eavesdropping.
No thanks, I want to stay alive.
To my surprise, Emily said the breakfast was delicious. From that day, I was nicer to her. I even tricked Leo into keeping Emily busy so I could set up a birthday surprise in her room. In reality, I wanted to snoop through her things for answers, but I found nothing. Weeks passed, and I was getting along better with Emily. I was secretly messing with her though, like turning off her alarm so she'd miss her weekend lessons and hiding her homework, but I was done with petty pranks now. So one morning before school, I came down crying frantically.
I can't find my necklace. The one Mom gave me, the gold one. I've looked everywhere. I swear it was on my side table. I can't lose it. I just can't. It's the only thing my mom's ever given to me.
Everyone in the family comforted me and helped me look, but obviously no one found it. I cried some more on my way to school and kept crying in class too. Yeah, it's a talent I have. I can make myself cry whenever I want. Leo and Emily looked really worried, and as we were heading out for recess, I decided to put the second part of the plan into action. I reached for the gold necklace that was in my pocket all along and pretended to trip over my shoelace. As I tried to break my fall, I grabbed Emily's open bag and it came tumbling to the floor with all its contents spilling out, and in the chaos, I purposely dropped the necklace too. I slowly crept to the necklace and picked it up, and Emily's eyes went wide with shock. This fell out of your bag.
You stole it? How could you do this to me?
Rain, hold on. Maybe we should talk about this later?
No, Emily, you are the biggest witch I've ever met. You have everything. Your fancy parents and your fancy braid and your fancy house, and you just can't share all that with anyone, can you? You hate having me around so much. You decided to take away the one precious thing I had too. Who steals from an orphan? Only someone heartless.
A crowd had gathered, and then the principal walked in on the scene and took Emily with her. Ha! Miss High and Mighty would surely get suspended now. But when I got home, I found the entire family gathered in the hallway, standing next to my packed bags. My biological mom was waiting too.
Sweetie, I'm so happy you can live with me now. I'm doing so much better with my new meds, so I can take care of you. You're moving out.
Rain, I know what you've been doing. I tried to make you feel like family, but you need to leave. You have problems.
What? I didn't do anything.
We know everything, sweetheart. This has to end.
Oh, great. So living with my crazy mom will fix everything?
That's not a nice thing to say.
Maybe if you were a better mom, I wouldn't act like this. And you guys, you're no better. You let Emily boss us around.
No, Rain. Emily was fine. I mean, not the greatest, but also not evil. You need help.
Help? You all think I'm crazy? Fine, I'll show you crazy. Then I stood there for a bit.
We're waiting.
Well, I wanted to attack one of you, but that'll prove your point that I'm crazy. I'm not, but I like things to be under my control, always. Come on, Mom, let's go home. These people don't deserve me, weirdos. I went with Mom, but honestly, I missed the Morgans a lot, including Emily. Leo and I kept in touch. I thought living with my biological mom would be the hardest part, but I was actually learning and thinking about new things. One day, after Mom's street performance, a girl asked her,
"Can I be brave like you when I grow up?"
Bravery isn't just about doing daring things. It's also about being kind, accepting others, and understanding that we all have fears.
On our way home, Mom talked about her past, how she pushed people away and felt lonely. She wished she had learned the importance of connection sooner. I was so busy being different, Rain, that I didn't realize I was alone in my own world. For the first time, I didn't see Mom as just crazy. She had her issues, but I realized it's never too late to change. She had improved, and now she was raising me with love. Then it hit me, and the next thing I knew, I was apologizing to my adoptive family. What I did was wrong. I'm not asking to come back. I want to live with Mom, but I want us to be friends.
You're forgiven. We're more than friends. We're sisters, and always will be.
I hugged everyone and left for my first therapy session.
Hi, my name is Neo, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born in a small city in South Africa to the most loving parents. We weren't very rich, but Mom and Dad made sure I had everything a girl could want. They bought me dolls and tiaras and sparkly shoes, but I loved football. Since I had no siblings, I used to play football with the other kids in my neighborhood. And even though I was the youngest among them, I could kick their butts at every game. Go, Nia, go! That's my girl! Dad was my biggest fan. He was a real estate agent and would take me with him to houses with huge backyards. That way, I could play football while he worked. When I was in the 8th grade, Dad got me admitted into a school where his best friend, who was an awesome football coach, taught the game to the students. On my very first day, I went to the sports ground and the coach introduced me to the team. But all of them were boys, and they gave me weird looks.
Did you forget your way to the cheerleading squad, little girl?
What do you mean?
Well, this place is for tough guys like us. Leave before you run crying from here, princess.
Wait till you watch me play, and then we'll see who runs away crying. I grabbed a ball and started kicking it towards the goalpost, and they started chasing me. Just then I tackled one of the guys, and he landed on his butt while I hit the goal. Everyone cheered for me, and the coach praised me for my skills.
Whoa, that was awesome, Neo. You've got good technique. You just defeated the team captain.
Well, apparently that guy's name was Zuri. He was a senior at school and the football captain, but now he looked really embarrassed. Later that day, I was in the cafeteria getting my lunch when Zuri bumped into me, spilling his entire plate of food all over my new shirt. Are you nuts? Why would you do that?
Hey, chill. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't even see you coming, little girl.
I bet you didn't. Even when I kicked your butt in the game. Everyone gasped, and I just pushed him aside and ran to the washroom to clean up. But just then, an older girl came running out of a washroom cubicle and started screaming.
Oh my god! That's blood! That's blood! You're gonna die! I can't let you die!
Before I could even say anything, she pushed me to the washroom floor and started wrapping tissue paper around me. And then she almost kissed me? Whoa! Stop! What are you doing?
I'm trying to give you mouth to mouth and stop the bleeding. Wait, that smells and tastes like ketchup?
Ew, no, don't eat that. For a moment, there was absolute silence. But then we both burst out laughing. Her name was Erica, and she was from my class too. Wait, you're in my class? But you look way older.
That's what everyone says. But Neo, it's so sad that your shirt is ruined. Let's go shopping today, and I can buy you a new one.
I didn't really care about my shirt, but Erica took me on a whole shopping spree after school. She bought me 5 shirts, plus new sneakers for football. This is nice, but I really don't need all this, Erica.
It's okay. I'm not exactly rich, but anything for a new friend.
Well, she was a bit weird, but she was also really sweet. After that day, I started hanging out more with Erica. She dressed like a preschooler and always seemed to be bumping into things.
Oh god, what just happened?
But she always made me feel like a superstar.
You're on the boys' football team? You're so strong, Neo. You can probably be in the Olympics one day.
I don't think I'll ever be in the Olympics. But thanks, Erica. A few days later, when I was in the changing room before a practice match, a couple of girls came to me. You're the new girl, right? And you're friends with Erica? Yeah, I am. She's super sweet. Erica's also the dumbest girl on the planet. She's 16 years old and repeating 8th grade for the 3rd time. She needs help with everything. One time, she just walked out of class and decided to take a nap on the street. So she's a little different. I don't mind helping her with stuff. Suddenly, someone tapped on my shoulder, and when I turned, I almost had a heart attack.
Ooh, I'm a ghost.
It was Erica, and she was covered from head to toe in white paint. But what are you doing, Erica?
I was walking in the alley behind the school,
and I tripped and fell into a big bucket of paint. So I thought I could go around scaring people now. I took Erica to the bathroom right away to clean up. Just then I bent down to get a clean towel from my gym bag, when Erica suddenly said,
Hey, what's that on your back? Why is your skin all red and lumpy here?
Oh no, had my shirt been pushed up? Oh, it's nothing, Erica. I have a skin condition. I try to cover it with my clothes. It's not a big deal. By the time I finished washing Erica off, I was late for football practice. I ran off to the ground, but no one was there.
Looking for someone?
Definitely not you. Where is everyone? He told me everyone left, and I had no choice but to practice with this loser. But only a few minutes into the game, he was crushing me so bad. What was wrong? I tried my best to tackle him, but then suddenly I lost my balance and we both fell to the ground.
Coach is so not gonna let you play in the big game.
So what? You beat me one time. I'm still gonna play way better than you.
I thought we were supposed to be on the same team. How about we help each other? We can stay and play more after practice.
Fine, but only because I want us to win. From that day on, Zuri and I practiced together every day. And he was always beating my butt now. I couldn't stop talking to Erica about it at lunch. I don't get it. I used to take him down all the time. Now that idiot is always beating me. Maybe it's because you can't concentrate anymore. Because you have a crush on him. Shush! Of course I don't have a crush on him. Then why are you blushing? And you're always practicing with him now. And we never hang out anymore. Because I have a game coming up. I can't be with you all the time, Erica. But I'll come over today and help you with your science project, okay? I told Zuri I wouldn't be making it to practice that afternoon, and he looked annoyed.
To help Erica with a science project? Let's face it, you'll be doing it for her. That girl's dumb.
Zuri, don't talk about her like that. She's my friend.
Trust me, Erica's a lost cause. It's hopeless trying to help her.
Erica came up behind me at that moment and put her arm through mine. Too bad, Zuri. Neo and I are hanging out today. And I'm not a hopeless lost cause. And with that, we walked away. And I went over to Erica's place to help her out. But just as I was leaving Erica's house that night, someone grabbed my shoulder from behind and I screamed.
Neo, chill, it's just me. I live a few houses away.
Who comes and grabs someone's shoulder at night, you weirdo? Why are you out anyway?
Just taking a walk. I was kinda down that you blew off our practice today. I really enjoy playing with you, even though you're a little girl.
A little girl who can play just as good as any guy. Zuri and I ended up walking all around Erica's neighborhood, and it turned out that we had a lot in common besides football. We were so busy talking, we didn't even realize that we'd made a full circle back to Erica's house.
Check it out, she has a tree swing.
Before I could stop him, Zuri jumped on the swing and started spinning like a child. Get down, you idiot, you're gonna break the swing. I ran to Zuri and tried to pull him off, but instead he picked me up and lifted me onto the swing. What are you doing? Put me down! Our faces were so close, and that's when I really noticed Zuri's deep blue eyes. Without another thought, I leaned over and kissed him. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me. It was Erica. You do have a crush on him, Neo. I know, because you were always talking about him and blushing, and you couldn't concentrate on football because of him.
Oh my god.
Okay, Erica, we get it. Wait, does Zuri know about your condition? All of a sudden, Erica ran up to me and lifted up my shirt, exposing my skin condition. Neo has a skin condition, but she says it's not a big deal. You'll still like her even though she has a condition, right? Neo's still awesome. My cheeks felt like they were on fire. I wanted to disappear into thin air. I pulled my shirt down quickly and looked at Zuri, who looked shocked. And then he suddenly said,
I should get going.
Zuri walked away faster than I could blink an eye. Angry tears started flowing down my cheeks as I stood there, hating my skin condition and hating Erica. Erica! How could you do that to me? What made you think it was okay to literally show Zuri my skin condition? It was a test, silly. If he loved you with your skin condition, it would be true love. And if he didn't, that means he's garbage. And now we know he's garbage. God, you don't understand anything. What's wrong with you anyway? Nothing's wrong with me, Neo. Everything is wrong with you. You're 16 years old and in the 8th grade. Yeah, I know that. And you're always bumping into stuff and need help with everything. You're a disaster, Erica. Maybe you should just quit school because I don't think that's helping you. I regretted my words the minute I said them, but I was just so mad. Erica started to cry and ran back into her house, and I walked back home feeling terrible about everything. The next day in school, I was walking down the hallway when I saw Zuri coming towards me, and I instantly turned around to leave, but he caught up with me.
Just wait a second, will you?
No, I will not. I'm gross with my weird skin condition, remember? Just leave me alone like you did last night, thanks.
Neo, I didn't leave last night because you grossed me out. It was just Erica who freaked me out, the way she embarrassed you, even though you guys are like best friends. I didn't want to be around that. I deal with it too much at home.
What do you mean?
My mom is exactly like Erica. She wouldn't even know if her own head fell off. She can never hold a job or be a responsible adult, and she does embarrassing stuff all the time. It wasn't about you, Neo. I'm sorry I made you feel that way. Your skin condition doesn't change anything for me.
Before I could say anything, Zuri pulled me close and kissed me. I was glad Zuri and I had made up, and I wanted to apologize to Erica, but she hadn't come to school. She wouldn't even reply to my texts or calls. When she didn't even turn up the next day, I started feeling restless, and I went to her place after school. But when I knocked on her door, I was really surprised when Dad opened it.
Hey, sweetie, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Is Erica inside?
I don't know, honey. The owners hired me as their real estate agent because they've moved to another state.
Moved? What do you mean? They've already left? Why? He said he had no idea and there was no one else I could ask. Erica just wouldn't pick up my calls and even blocked me on social media. Just like that, she was gone for good. And I never got a chance to say sorry. Zuri tried to cheer me up, but I couldn't stop thinking about her for weeks. I dated Zuri all through high school, and we both graduated at the top of our class. While I held my diploma, I couldn't help but wonder where Erica was, or if she'd ever graduated. I went to a fancy college, and Zuri proposed to me a few years later. Life was good, but over time, my skin condition got worse. I was literally always in pain or itching, and no matter what pill or medicine I took, nothing seemed to work. I can't take this anymore. Please help me find a good doctor. Zuri and I spent days researching top dermatologists in town. One day, as we were searching online, Zuri's phone rang suddenly. It was an unknown number.
Hello? Who is this?
And suddenly, his eyes flew wide as he put the phone on speaker for me to hear too.
Erica? You mean Erica from high school? How'd you even get my number?
I just did, okay? Listen, I have to tell you something. Can you meet me today?
Yeah, okay, sure. Let's meet.
We had no idea why Erica called Zuri, of all people, but I was really curious to find out, and I really wanted to see her again. Zuri and Erica had agreed to meet at a nearby cafe, and when we got there, we found Erica sitting by herself at a table. I walked over with Zuri, and she looked really surprised to see me. Hey, Erica. I'm here with Zuri. We're married now. I came because I really wanted to talk to you.
Sure, but first I want to talk to Zuri. You're welcome to join us. I want you to know too.
What was happening? When we sat down, Erica turned to Zuri. I wanted to tell you that I'm a doctor's assistant now, even though it took me 10 years to finish.
A doctor's assistant?
I know you've always thought I was a lost, hopeless cause, Zuri.
I never forgot your words, but that's why I wanted to talk to you. To tell you I finished school and I made it. Suddenly, I saw Zuri's eyes fill with tears and he jumped up from the table and went outside. And I leaned forward and took Erica's hand. Erica, that's brilliant, and I'm really proud of you.
Thanks, Neo. You know you were my best friend, right?
And you were mine. I've wanted to apologize for everything I said, Erica. But you moved away before I had the chance, and I felt terrible.
I was hurt and mad and needed some space. But you know what? I realized that you were right. That school wasn't helping me much all those years. I was a mess, and I was struggling to do anything on my own. So I asked my parents to send me to a special school.
Before I could answer, Zuri came running back to our table and hugged Erica.
I'm so sorry I ever made you feel like you were stupid. It's amazing what you've been able to do.
Thanks, Zuri. That's all I wanted to hear.
But just at that moment, my skin started feeling all tingly, like it was burning. Minutes later, I felt like I was on fire. I started itching my back like crazy. I have to go to the emergency room.
Neo, is it your skin? I work for a dermatologist, and he's amazing. It's because of your skin problem that I knew I wanted to help people in dermatology. I'll get you an appointment right away.
Thank you, Erica. You're amazing. And I've missed you so much.
Me too, Neo. We have so much catching up to do. But let's get you some help first.
Hi, I'm Serena, and I know what you're thinking. She looks nothing like her family. That's because I was adopted when I was a baby. I was born in Romania, and I might have taken that small piece of trivia a little too seriously. Oh, I can't water the plants. Romanians are allergic to the sun. Does this broccoli have garlic on it? Romanians don't eat garlic, Mommy. But I have to sleep inside this cardboard box. It's a Romanian thing. You won't get it.
That's a vampire thing, doofus. Now sleep in a bed like a proper human child. God, you're so dumb.
I wasn't dumb. I was quirky and cute. But Fred was right. I just never seemed to make the smartest choices. Fred wasn't only my brother. He was also my best bud growing up. He was super smart and solved math equations in his sleep, but he was really awkward and hated outdoor activities.
Come out, Fred! Look at all these butterflies coming out of their raccoons!
It's cocoons and no thank you. You know they start off as icky caterpillars, right?
Quit being such a party pooper and come play with me! But Fred just stayed inside. I chased the butterflies and didn't realize when I ended up rather far from home. I was about to find my way back when suddenly this weird woman came out of nowhere and started showering me with kisses.
Ew, get your germy lips off of me! I'm warning you, I know Kung Fu!
Serena, I'm your aunt. I know your real mother. She wants to meet you at the ice cream shop.
My what now? I didn't really care about finding my real family. I was happy with the one I had. But since ice cream was involved, I was suddenly curious. I was about to get into her van when suddenly a couple of police cars came screeching to a stop before us, and the officers arrested my aunt. They took me to the station with them, and moments later, Mom and Dad came running in and hugged me super tight.
Oh, Serena, thank God you're safe. You can't go so far from home. That woman is a kidnapper the police have been trying to catch. She works at the adoption agency and picks up adopted kids for ransom money. Luckily, they caught her in time.
Whoa. The psycho woman was jailed for 25 years. But from that day on, my parents were attached to me like my shadow and treated me like a porcelain doll. They wrapped me up in bubble wrap when I wanted to jump on the trampoline. They put me on a baby leash when we went out in public. They even missed Fred's science fairs and chess matches because they couldn't trust anyone to babysit me.
You only have yourself to blame. Who's dumb enough to just walk off with a random stranger?
Me, of course. I was nothing special. I had no brains and no passion. Most of the time, I felt a little lost. But one day, I saw this 16-year-old Russian swimmer, Mariana, win a gold medal on TV, and my whole life changed. I had posters of her all over my room and even bought all of her merchandise. I was obsessed. I want to be just like Mariana. She's a year older than me and she's achieved so much.
But swimming is dangerous, sweetie. You could slip and hit your head.
I could do that in the kitchen too.
We should baby-proof the kitchen.
What? No, I'm not a baby. Please, will you just let me try something for once? I'm sick of staying at home. I begged and whined and threw a couple of tantrums, and finally they agreed to take me to a kiddie pool. Whatever. I was determined to make the best of it, and when I entered the water, it felt like I was finally in my element. I aced all the lessons and turned out to be a natural. Within a year, I joined the high school swim team and even won a local competition. And Mom and Dad finally stopped freaking out like headless chickens. Then I started 10th grade and things just went bonkers. On the very first day, I was rushing to the shower when I slipped and went crashing into a girl. I am so sorry. Oh my God. What? You're Mariana. Am I dreaming? Ouch. This is definitely real. I am such a huge fan.
Oh, really? Is that why you tried to injure me?
What? It was an accident.
Huh, I doubt it. I eat jealous little wannabes like you for breakfast. Now, stay out of my way or I'll crush you.
What a diva! I found out from the head coach that Mariana was recovering from an injury at the local state-of-the-art medical center and would be attending our high school while she was here. Just my luck. The universe sent my idol to my school, and she already hates me. I tried to do damage control and got her some welcome flowers and cheesecake, but she started sneezing and gagging and threw everything in the trash.
Are you trying to sabotage me? I'm lactose intolerant and allergic to roses.
How was I supposed to know that?
You said you were my fan and you don't know this? Some fan you are.
I was just trying to be nice.
Nice gets you nowhere. Work on your swimming instead, loser.
Okay, that's enough. I know you're an international champion, but you can't treat me like this. I really admired you. But now I can see you're just a brat with a swollen head. Get over yourself.
Huh, you wish you could be me. I have more talent in my injured little toe than you have in your whole entire body.
You can put your entire foot in your mouth because at the next swim meet, I'm gonna beat you. I accept the challenge. Although it's hardly a challenge. I was pumped. I trained extra hard and spent so much time in the pool, I started looking like a wrinkly old grandma. But on the day of the swim meet, Mariana spilled an entire bottle of conditioner on me right before the start. Oops, I'm so sorry. Your skin looked like it needed it. I was fuming. I took another quick shower, but I was super late. And when the whistle blew, I was so out of it that I flopped into the water like a dying fish. I lost badly, and Mariana sailed through the water gracefully like a swan. But what she did next shocked the bubbly farts right out of me. Mariana stepped off the stage after taking her prize and kissed Fred. Hey, what the heck are you doing to my brother? Stand behind me, Fred. I'll protect you from this soul-sucking mermaid. Serena, Fred has told me so much about you. We met in the library the other day, and I said I was craving some Russian pastries. He got me some the very next day. Fred is a real gentleman.
And you're a real lady.
What was happening? Fred looked genuinely happy, but Mariana was bad news. The way she'd swam earlier, it didn't look like she was injured at all. But before I could confront her, they left. What a bunch of love-struck jerks! I was so depressed, I spent a couple of hours at my favorite ice cream shop eating my feelings. But once the banana splits were gone, I headed home and, to my surprise, I saw Mariana across the street. She was dressed like some weird spy and went inside a dirty-looking alley. I followed her and saw that she was buying a weird packet from some homeless dude. Hey, what you got there, bestie? Did you hit your head on that dive? I am not your bestie. Is it Russian candy? Is it a wig? Or is it a whole new personality you use only when Fred's around? It's your brother's heart, and it's all mine. She was a piece of work and super suspicious. I wanted to follow her, but I was already late. Mom and Dad would probably send a SWAT team after me. So that night, I borrowed Fred's laptop and did some research. I found a few articles about Mariana's injury, but then I found a creepy Reddit thread about athletes using performance-enhancing pills. I was shocked. Is that how Mariana had swum so well in the competition with an injury? I had to find out. But the next day, I walked into school and everyone was talking about Mariana and Fred like they were a celebrity couple. Fred, of all people, was popular. He suddenly had this confidence I'd never seen before. It was kinda awesome. But Mariana was ruining swimming for me. We've decided. I'll take your place on the swim team for regionals. What? You can't do that. You're not even a permanent student. Aren't you supposed to be injured and resting? Coach!
I'm sorry, Serena. We have a chance to compete with an international gold medalist on our team. And she seems strong enough now.
I was so mad I tore up all of her posters from my room and trashed all the merchandise. All I'd wanted to be was noticed by my idol, but she just turned out to be a massive jerk. I was gonna bring her down if it was the last thing I did.
Hey, Mariana told me what happened. It was really sweet of you to give her your place. She really needed this.
I didn't give up anything. Your evil girlfriend pushed me out. Swimming is the only thing I'm good at, but she couldn't even let me have it.
Look, I know you're hurt, but she's a good person.
It's all an act. She's only pretending to be your girlfriend to get under my skin.
Yes, Serena. I'm sure my relationship is all about you. Everything is always about you. The only reason a girl could want to be with me is to get back at you. Not because I have anything worth liking, right?
Wow, I didn't know you were so desperate to be liked, you'll defend the devil herself. Some brother you turned out to be. I hated the look of hurt in Fred's eyes, but I was just so mad. The next day, I sneaked into the gym and went through Mariana's locker, and I found the package she'd taken from the man in the alley, and it had pills inside. I ran to the head coach and showed him everything. Mariana went ballistic.
They aren't what you think. I'm not a cheat.
Then explain how your injury healed so quickly. You're lying, Mariana, and I have proof.
Stop this, Serena. You don't know what you're talking about.
No. For once, I'm the smart one, and you're being dumb. She played you with her big eyes and pretty face. She's just a cheating witch. Stop calling me that. And then she pushed me into the water. The head coach insisted on getting her tested, and she went bananas. She started ripping up pool noodles with her teeth and threw swimming flippers at the students like a mad person. 2 coaches had to drag her away and she was suspended during the investigation. But I wasn't even happy about it. My teammates were mad at me for being a sneak. Fred wasn't talking to me, and Mariana, all the blood work came out clear. Turns out, the pills were special Russian vitamins. But she was so messed up with all the media attention and headlines, she completely failed at the regionals. I felt like a total jerk. It was time for me to apologize. Hey, I'm sorry about the whole mix-up. As if your plan worked. I lost the competition and my reputation. Now you can have your perfect life back. Perfect? My life is not perfect. My adoptive family is the bomb, but I've always felt a bit lost since I was a kid. Swimming makes me feel like I belong, and you took that away from me. Yes, I did. Because I'm better at it, and it's good for the team. But Fred was right. You're a selfish, spoiled brat who only thinks about herself. I was so mad, I slapped her hard across the cheek. We were rolling around on the floor fighting like cats when suddenly Fred came in between.
What the heck is wrong with you two?
She started it. She's always hated me.
That's enough. I love you both, but this needs to stop.
You love me? Are you okay? Do you have brain fever?
Stop it, Serena. After all these years, I've taken a back seat while Mom and Dad obsessed over you. I thought you'd be okay with me being the center of attention for once.
It was true. Mom and Dad always went out of their way to make me happy and keep me safe. They hardly ever talked about Fred. I was selfish and felt terrible for not realizing it before.
And Mariana, you can't blame Serena for jumping to conclusions when she doesn't know the truth.
What truth? Suddenly, Mariana looked so sad, it broke my heart. My family had to flee Russia. Some really bad men were after my father, and I had to fake an injury so they would give us quick visas to come to America for my medical treatment. Now, I can never go back, and I can never swim for another country if I want to keep my family safe. That's why I wanted to be part of the swim team so badly. But that doesn't explain why you're so mean and horrible. It's all I knew. In Russia, you don't become a champion by being nice and sweet. You have to be really tough and fight for your place. It will be a hard habit to break, but I see you all as competition, especially you. You're good. She said it reluctantly, but she said it, and I was on cloud 9. Aw, that's all I ever wanted to hear from you. Get away from me, or I'll take the words back. You can't take it back now. You think I'm good, and we'll be on the same team together. It's gonna be epic. Is your sister crazy? What is wrong with her? Why is she so huggy?
She's just really happy, and so am I.
When I was little, I was convinced my dad was the president of the country. Maybe even the world. He was just that busy. Always in a meeting, or on a plane, or about to hop onto an urgent call. Whenever he'd be rushing off with a head pat and Mom saw my sad face, she'd just say, "Don't cry, Abby. How about we send Daddy off with a smile instead of tears? That way, he knows we're proud of him." Turns out, he was just the president of his own company. And whatever his reasons, eventually I just got used to him hardly being around. Not even when I was 14 and Mom got really sick. Not even when she slipped into a coma and the house fell too quiet. And when Dad announced a few months later that his girlfriend Kimberly, who looked closer to my age than his, was moving in, I didn't cry or make a fuss. When he wasn't working, he was out, somewhere with her. And I was alone at home, which was nothing new. But soon after I turned 17, my whole world flipped upside down when I found out, on the news by the way, that Dad got arrested for embezzling millions of dollars. I had no idea where he was being held. Kimberly vanished faster than her credit card limit at a Louis Vuitton sale, and none of my friends came to visit. But a social worker turned up soon.
I'm sorry, sweetheart, but we tried Kimberly, your aunt, even a few of your father's friends, but no one on his side is able to take you in right now. Your mom's parents, however, are more than happy to. The only thing is, they live overseas.
Yeah, in Thailand. I'm not moving to the other side of the planet.
I understand it's a lot of changes, but you don't have any other relatives. Either way, it'll take a few months for the paperwork. So, for now, you'll be placed in foster care.
And just like that, in one night, I went from a private jet designer clothes kind of girl to a foster kid whose whole life fit into a couple of cardboard boxes. After hours of driving, we finally reached some middle-of-nowhere town at 3 a.m. We turned down a creepy forest path and stopped at a tiny house with the lights on. A suspiciously cheerful woman stood outside, and behind her, a boy squinted at me like I was gonna steal his snacks.
Hello, Abigail. I'm Jadis, and this is Ezra. He's been in foster care for a while. Can we call you Abby?
Only my friends call me Abby.
Got it. Well, let me show you to your bedroom. You must be exhausted.
More like completely dead inside. I curled up in bed, but I just couldn't fall asleep. I don't know if it was the cramped room or the fact that I found a bunch of cheap crystals shoved under the old mattress. But once I tossed them out, I finally managed to doze off. I woke up around noon, feeling disoriented.
Good afternoon, sleepyhead. Must have been the crystals I put under your mattress. They never fail.
In daylight, I realized the house wasn't just tiny. It was weird. The kitchen was a jungle of odd plants. The dining table was buried under books in unrecognizable languages. And 4 cats were staring at me like they knew something I didn't. One of them, I'm not even sure was a cat. When I got back to my room, I found Jadis folding my clothes on the floor. My designer clothes!
I've enrolled you in the public school here. Are these the only outfits you have?
Yeah? Something wrong with them? She shook her head, but the next morning, I understood why she'd asked. Everyone at school looked like they had rolled straight out of bed. Like, do these people not have TikTok? No way they're that poor. They've definitely got Wi-Fi. But the longer the day dragged on, the more it felt like I was the one completely out of touch. I tried to ignore the giggles and side eyes, but then I heard this gem.
Dude, isn't she the daughter of that billionaire guy who stole, like, oceans of cash?
I was so embarrassed that the second I got home, I marched straight into my room and slammed the door behind me.
Everything okay? Your grandparents called today. They really want to talk to you, Abby.
Don't call me that.
She's just throwing a tantrum. First-timers always do. Let her cry it out.
That smug little gremlin. I jumped off the bed and yanked the door open. Who do you think you're talking about? I'm not some stray off the street like you.
Abigail, that's enough. We don't yell in this house. You owe Ezra.
At least I know what I am. You're just a rich, clueless girl who thinks she's better than the rest of us. But let's face it, you're here because your dad didn't care enough about you and no one else wanted to clean up the mess he left behind.
You little... I lunged at him and we went full WWE until Jadis jumped in. Don't ever talk about my dad again. He's a good person. You'll see. You'll all see. I slammed the door hard, but an hour later, there was a soft knock, and Jadis walked in with a plate of cookies.
Fresh from the oven. Do you think we can talk?
What? You think if you send some cookies and warm smiles my way, I'll spill my life story to you and we'll become best friends?
Oh no, Sweet Pea, I'm here to help you.
That's what everyone says. The cops, the social worker, and now you. But so far, everyone's failing miserably.
Let me rephrase that. I can help your father if you believe he deserves a second chance. Do you really think your dad is a good person?
I knew Dad wasn't perfect, and all the evidence mounting up against him wasn't looking good. But yeah, I didn't really believe he was a criminal. Of course I do. She pulled out a golden pocket watch.
You get 3 chances, that's all. You can go back as far as you want. Days, months, years. Just not before you were born. So choose wisely.
And then she just walked out. I stared at the pocket watch she'd left on the bed. And suddenly, all I felt was rage. This was her idea of helping me? I grabbed it and chucked it against the wall. It bounced
bounced off and fell to the floor with a clink. But then, it started glowing from inside. A soft, golden pulse flickered from the seams. I picked it up cautiously, and the lid snapped open on its own. Inside wasn't a regular clock face. Instead, there was a flickering digital display in the center. Beneath that, a small metal dial rotated smoothly, like it was waiting for me to decide. Wait, so what Jadis had said about going back in time? There was no way this was real, right? But then I thought about everything I'd lost. My dad, my house, my friends, my whole life. Maybe, ridiculous as it seemed, it was worth a try. I turned the dial back to a week earlier, took a deep breath, and pressed the glowing button. And suddenly, I felt like I was being yanked down. The room twisted into a blur of light and color, and when everything came to a halt, I realized I was back in my room. My real room, with my lavender walls, my plush rug, and my wall of designer shoes. I just sat there in shock until I heard voices downstairs. Wait, did someone buy this house already? But then, the voices started to sound familiar. No way! Dad? In the kitchen, I found Dad and Kimberly mid-makeout session. I ran straight to Dad, pushed Kimberly aside, and hugged him tight.
Abigail, what are you doing here? Weren't you at school?
I'm not going back to that new school. It was awful. Just let me stay. I won't tell anyone you escaped prison and came here.
Escaped prison? And what new school?
She looks upset about something. Give her your credit card, babe.
Ugh, Kimberly. His accounts are probably all frozen by now.
Huh? Why would my accounts be frozen?
Because of the money embezzlement case?
What? Me? Embezzling money? Sounds like someone had a bad dream. I promise you, even if your dad was doing that, he'd never get caught. Now, how about that shopping trip Kimberly mentioned? I've got to head to the office.
So, it was all a dream? Jada's, the foster home, Dad getting arrested? It all felt so real. But when I got into the car on the way to the mall, I felt Jadis's gold watch in my pocket. Did I just travel back in time for real?
Sorry, miss. Didn't catch that.
Nothing. Take me to my dad's office, please. I'd never been there before, so after an FBI-level interrogation at the front desk, I was allowed to go up with a security guard. The second the elevator doors opened, I knew something was off. The whole floor felt really tense. Phones ringing off the hook, people typing on their keyboards like maniacs, a woman sobbing silently at her desk. Just then, a man holding a stack of folders came rushing down the hallway, and I bumped into him, sending papers flying everywhere.
Look what you've done! Who let this idiot up in the office? Do you think this is a place for a moron teenager to be wandering around?
The security guard said something in his ear, and the man instantly turned white, dropping to his knees.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, miss. I had no idea you were the boss's daughter. Please forgive me. I'm a worm, a worthless worm. There's a spot on your shoe. Would you like me to clean it?
What the heck was happening? After I'd calmed the man down and reached Dad's office, I found him yelling at some employee. When he noticed me in the doorway, he waved at the woman to leave like she was some annoying fly. Gosh, he was clearly a terror around here, and I was already scared to say what I'd come to say.
Well, this is rare. Since when does my daughter take an interest in my work?
I need you to be honest with me, Dad. Don't ask me how or where I heard this, but people are saying things about you embezzling money. I know you'd never do something like that, right? He just seemed really annoyed and kept asking me where I'd heard such a crazy thing. Obviously, I had no good answer. What was I gonna say? That I'd traveled back from the future? Eventually, he got tired and sent me home escorted by 2 bodyguards so they could keep tabs on what I was watching or who I was talking to. By now, I was beginning to feel convinced he was lying to me. And those bodyguards were everywhere. They even ate with me, watched reality TV with me, and stood guard in my bedroom while I slept. But the worst part was when they came with me to school. And obviously, questions followed.
Did you try to run away? Fall in love with the gardener?
Careful, Abby. Make your dad mad and he might cut off your credit card.
I just felt angry and sad. I couldn't tell them the truth. And worse, they couldn't even sense on their own that I was going through something big. Dad, on the other hand, was avoiding me like I was carrying a subpoena. And then came the day of the arrest. I ran to him as he was heading out for brunch with Kimberly. Please, Dad, you have to listen to me. They're coming to arrest you today. Turn yourself in. If you do it voluntarily, the sentence will be lighter. Think about me. Think about my future. He actually paused, and his face went pale. But Kimberly just looped her arm through his and dragged him away. And that evening, I got the news. Apparently, I freaked Dad out so much, he panicked, stuffed a bunch of cash into a golf bag, and tried to flee the country. Tried being the key word. He didn't even make it past airport security. So, yeah, now his sentence was way, way worse. Great job, me. Time travel mission number 1? Totally nailed it. I just sat in the living room, staring at the wall. Then I felt that weird pull again. And the next thing I knew, I was back in that little room at Jadis's house. I stormed out looking for her, my heart pounding. Instead, I found Ezra in the kitchen, eating lunch and casually reading some bizarre book.
Oh, hey, you're back. Your grandparents called again, by the way.
Where is Jadis? I need to talk to her.
She's out of town for a few days.
What? But I messed everything up. I made things worse, and I don't know what to do now. She has to tell me how I can make it better the next time.
If you ask me, you're just wasting your time.
Good thing I'm not asking you then. She's a witch, isn't she? All the weird plants and those cats.
Everyone thinks Salem's a cat at first. Honestly, even I don't know what he is.
Who is everyone? Ezra told me Jadis had taken in foster kids for years. Most of them eventually moved on to new families or adult life, except for Ezra, who stayed and became her apprentice.
Sorry for what I said earlier. I just get tired of seeing kids like you show up, acting all sure of yourselves, and then getting your hearts broken. Again and again.
My heart didn't get broken. I just kinda blew it. But next time, I'll get it right.
Maybe think about what matters most before you play time god again.
What could possibly matter more than stopping my dad from getting arrested?
Liking this video and subscribing to MSA. Kidding. Obviously not more important than saving your dad, but still important.
Already did, genius. Keep up. Ugh. Boys are annoying. Clearly, he wasn't gonna help. I couldn't wait around for days for Jadis. The next morning, I borrowed clothes from Ezra and dressed like a total disaster. Public school chic. I figured I'd survive the day, try to work out what point in time I had to go back to, and reset my life by afternoon. But then, during lunch, a group of kids walked up to me.
Hey, we just wanted to say sorry. Some people have been saying stuff about you that's not cool. Everyone's got family drama.
We're gonna go get ice cream after school. You should come.
It was the first time since everything fell apart that someone looked at me like a person instead of a headline. Thanks, really, but I can't today. I'll come another time. They nodded and walked off, although, if I got this second trip right, there wasn't gonna be another time. That night, I sat on my bed with my laptop, combing through every article about my dad's case. I found something in a financial report the police had released. The earliest suspicious transaction was flagged 3 years ago. It was some months after Mom had fallen into a coma, and right when Kimberly first slithered into our lives. So that's when I had to go back, a little before he ended up making some really poor choices. When I landed back in my room, the walls were bubblegum pink, and there were BTS posters taped on every wall. I turned to the mirror. Braces, uneven bangs, and a zit forming right between my eyebrows.
Yep, that's me at 14, all right. Let's do this.
Just then, a maid knocked on my door, saying my dad wanted to see me downstairs. And I found Dad standing in the living room, next to a woman who looked like she just walked off the set of a reality show called Gold Diggers of Beverly Hills. Ugh.
Abby, sweetheart, this is Kimberly. She's a special friend. I know you miss your mom, but just know she's not here to replace her.
Hi, Annabelle. It's so nice to finally meet you. And I'm definitely not looking to be your mom, so you have nothing to worry about.
I'd apparently traveled right back to the day when I first met her. And just as I remembered, that evening we went to some overpriced restaurant together, which basically felt like me third-wheeling on their date. But the real show started when Kimberly invited me to the bathroom with her. She spotted a diamond ring on the edge of the sink, and she just slipped it on.
Ooh, look at that. It fits me like a dream.
Shouldn't you give it to the restaurant staff? Someone probably forgot it here and they might come back for it.
Sweetheart, if we hand it over, you think the staff won't pocket it themselves? And come on, have you seen the people who come here? Whoever left this probably has a yacht full of rings like this. Rich people don't even notice when stuff goes missing. Trust me, I know.
The first time around, I'd been shocked by her behavior, but I just stayed quiet. Not this time, though. Back at home, I messaged one of Dad's old assistants who freelanced as a private investigator. And 24 hours later, I had Kimberly's rap sheet, a stack of petty theft charges, and a dating history that looked like the Forbes billionaire list.
She's been arrested for shoplifting 5 times. She's not just a thief, she's a bad one.
Yes, I know all about that. She told me. She was young and impulsive, and she didn't grow up with money like you. But those days are behind her now.
Right, because people just get over these things. I didn't have proof yet, but something told me Kimberly definitely planted criminal ideas in Dad's head. My plan this time had 2 parts. One was to stick to Dad like glue. If we got closer, he'd be more scared to get into a life of crime and potentially ruin my future, right? And the second part was Operation Break Up Dad and Kimberly. So I tagged along with them everywhere. Every date, launch party, and charity gala. But I also tried to make her life with us a living hell. I threw her cigarettes in the trash, the toilet, and one time into the blender in her green smoothie. And when they got mad at me, I put on my best Bambi eyes. I'm just trying to protect her. What if she drops dead? Or worse, gets forehead lines? She's already 2 bad selfies away from looking 60. Then came Dad's birthday. I tracked down his ex from college and invited her to his birthday party. I sat by her, talked to her, followed her around, and then, right within earshot of Kimberly, I called her Mom. Wow, did I just call someone I barely know Mom? That kinda slipped out. I mean, it's not like I'd ever say that to Kimberly. Some connections are just instant. But my friends at school just couldn't understand why I wanted Kimberly gone. She seems young and cool, and your dad's happy. So what if she spends his money? Don't you?
Honestly, we're kind of overhearing you complain about how much you hate her.
When I get back to my real life, I'm definitely not keeping in touch with these 2. I knew eventually she'd try to convince Dad to send me off to some boarding school, so I made sure I had plenty of heartfelt moments with him.
Dad, I ordered you sushi again with my allowance because you're the best dad in the entire world.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart, for ordering me sushi for the 36th time this month.
Because you work so hard and never get mad at me. You're my hero. We'll always be together, right?
Of course, honey. You know I'd never let anything come between us.
Obviously. I know you think about me in everything you do and everywhere you go.
And it seemed to work. It was obvious Kimberly was getting increasingly pissed off by me. Then one Sunday morning, when Dad and I were having breakfast on the terrace, Kimberly strolled out and unrolled her Pilates mat to find something written on it in glitter glue. Gold Digger Barbie. And she snapped.
I've just had it! I can't live like this anymore!
Like what?
Like this, with her breathing down our necks every second and messing up my life. She replaced my collagen powder with powdered sugar. She made my shampoo smell like tuna. She's a little demon and I hate her. You have to choose now. It's me or her.
If I have to choose, it'll obviously be Abigail.
Kimberly screamed and stormed off. And when she left the house, he didn't go after her. He picked me. He also became the world's most charitable man, founding his own nonprofits for children. The sick, the elderly, the poor, and even animals. All I had to do now was make sure no future gold digger dragged him back into crime. But then, I got home from school one day, and guess who was waiting for me in the living room? That annoying social worker! Again! Turns out, all those charities he started, yeah, some of the money did go to the people who needed it, but most of it went straight into his own pocket. So it wasn't Kimberly who was the bad influence after all? I didn't get much time to think about it though, because the next thing I knew, I was yanked straight back to Jadis's couch. Ezra was leaning on the hall doorway, staring at me.
Let me guess. Didn't work?
I hated that idiot so much. Of course, I wasn't about to give up. Jadis was back, and I really needed her advice on how to get it right the third time.
Later, sweetie. Ezra's mom is coming to visit soon, and we just don't have time for time travel right now, okay?
Ezra's mom was dressed in knockoff everything, drenched in drugstore perfume, and a full 70% of her hair was definitely extensions. From what I gathered, she'd been in and out of jail for a lot of petty thefts.
I get it. You want to stay with Jadis, but if you ever want to come back to me, I can give you a good home. I know I've said that before, but this time it's different. I've really changed.
Ezra didn't look too convinced, and she left about an hour later. You didn't have to be so cold to your mom. She came all the way out to this stupid place to see you. I get that she's done bad things, but she doesn't seem like a bad person. You could have at least given her a chance.
Look who's talking! The girl who ignores her grandparents. She always says, this time she's changed, Abigail, and I've given her way more than 3 chances. Learn the pattern. People like her and your dad, they don't change. They just get sneakier.
The next day, I meant to plan my final time travel mission, but after how badly the last one flopped, I needed a distraction. So when my new friends invited me out for ice cream again, I actually said yes. On the way back, we passed the old playground in town, and one of the girls suggested we clean off the graffiti from the swings and benches. So we did. When I got home late, Jadis didn't scold me. She just smiled and said she was glad to see me having fun. That night, though, I couldn't sleep. I'd spent the whole day making friends instead of trying to save my dad. Warning him about the arrest hadn't worked. Removing Kimberly or getting closer didn't stop him. So what was I supposed to do? And then a thought hit me so hard, I sat up straight in bed. Mom! I'd been so focused on fixing Dad's life and mine. Why hadn't I used the watch to go back to her? I'd give anything to have more time with her. Maybe I could even talk to her about all this. If there was some way to make Dad stop, she'd know. The next morning, I ran straight to Jadis. I want to use my last jump now. I want to go back to when I was 13, a year before Mom got sick. She studied me for a second.
Just remember, Abby, some things aren't meant to be changed. So focus on what's worth holding on to.
I will. I twisted the dial. The world spun. And when it stopped, I was back in my old bedroom. Yeah, definitely 13 with my weird haircut. I ran out of the room, barely able to breathe. I was gonna see Mom again. As I looked for her around the house, I heard some quiet voices from the garden. and I crept closer. James, I really don't like this.
It's nothing serious, just moving money around. A little here, a little offshore.
This is exactly the kind of thing that gets people arrested. You swore you were done with this back before we even got married. I froze, but you never really stopped, did you?
This is different. I'm doing it for us, for Abigail.
You're not doing it for us. You're doing it for you. Just like you did when you cheated with that woman. What was her name? Kimberly? Amberly?
Why would you bring that up now? It was ages ago.
You lied then, and you're lying now. I didn't need to hear more. He'd been doing shady things since forever. And Mom knew. She'd tried to stop him. But Ezra was right. Dad was always like this, and he always would be. Why had I spent 2 time jumps on someone who totally didn't deserve it? Now, all I had to do was hold on to the one person who truly mattered. So I blinked back the tears, ran outside, and flung my arms around Mom. Abigail, are you okay?
There's my girl.
No, I just want to be with Mom. After that, I didn't let Dad get anywhere near me. Not that he tried much. He was barely ever home. I knew there was nothing I could do to stop what was coming a year later. Mom's disease was a genetic condition, and no early checkups a good person. She blinked at that, caught off guard. He's not perfect, not even close, but he's still your dad, and I hope someday you'll be able to forgive him, even if he's not always been there the way he should have. The next day, Mom slipped into a coma. A bunch of relatives I'd never even met showed up at the house, but the second they left, Dad ditched me with the house staff. When he came back a week later, I was waiting for him in the study. For Mom's sake, I would give him one last chance. Dad, I know you've been moving money around in shady ways for years. You've gotten away with it so far, but I promise it's gonna catch up with you, and you'll regret it more than anything. Also, I know you've been cheating on Mom with Kimberly for a long time. Don't bother denying it. Just know that when everything in your life falls apart, she'll drop you like a hot potato. She doesn't love you, and she never will. Dad stared at me in shock, and then he looked furious.
What is all this nonsense? Did your mother tell you to say all this to me?
No, I saw it in the future. I've been there because of this. I know it sounds crazy, but...
What the heck is this? What games are you playing? You think this is funny?
And then he lunged forward and grabbed the watch from me. Don't! But Dad had already slammed it on the floor and then stomped on it, and I heard a sickening crunch. He stormed off furiously as I knelt by the watch in panic. No. If this was broken, I'd be stuck here for 3 more years with him. But just then, there was a flicker, and the shattered interface lit up. Please work. I pressed the glowing button, and just like that, the world blurred, and I was back in Jadis's kitchen. Jadis smiled at me, while Ezra didn't even look up from his book. But I ran to him and gave him a hug. You're not that dumb, huh? The next day, I finally answered my grandparents' calls and told them I was ready to come stay with them in Thailand. At school, I told my friends I'd be leaving in a few months when my papers were finalized, and by the time I was ready to go, we'd had sleepovers, movie nights, and more scoops of ice cream than I could count. Then, on my last day, as I was busy packing my suitcases, Jadis called out to me excitedly from the living room.
Abby, quick! You've got a phone call!
And when I picked up the phone, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest when a familiar voice came through the other end. Abby, sweetheart, it's Mom.
Hi, my name is Tiara, and My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now.
The first time Mom realized that I was really shy was when I was 4 years old and she took me to the amusement park. I was terrified. I just kept my eyes on my shoes and clung onto my mom's hand tight the whole time. You see, I just wasn't used to a lot of people, so I'd completely freak out around strangers. Once, when I was 5, I was busy taking down a cereal box from the shelf of a grocery store, and when I turned around, Mom was gone. I felt panic rise in my chest, and I started running down the aisle. Just then, a strange woman caught my hand. "Hey, pretty girl, are you lost? What's your name?" I stared at her in horror, completely speechless. Just then, I saw Mom running towards me, and I went flying into her arms. The woman turned to Mom. "Oh, I'm so sorry. It must be really hard having a mute child. Does she go to a special school?" Mom snapped at her to mind her own business, and we walked off quickly. But the next evening, when I went down for dinner, I saw a grumpy-looking man at the table, and I froze. "Hey, sweetie, it's okay. I want you to get comfortable around new people. So I thought I'd introduce you to my very special friend." I was 5, not stupid. I knew he was her boyfriend. Did she seriously think bringing a boyfriend would help me with my shyness? Grumpy kept coming over every day, and I didn't get comfortable around him because he was a pain in the butt. Luckily, I caught him stealing money from Mom's bag one day, and she went ballistic and threw him out. I started school later that year, and Mom thought that would help me overcome my shyness, but it didn't. I was terrified on the first day, so the teacher allowed Mom to sit in class, and I felt much better. But when I was walking into class without her the next day, I immediately got hit by a paper ball in the face. It was Bridget, the meanest girl in class.
Yo, Mama's girl, who's gonna change your diaper now?
The title Mama's Girl stuck for a while, but after some bullying, Bridget and her minions got bored and I became invisible. Even though I had no friends, I didn't hate school because I really loved to learn. So I started spending all my free time in the library. One day, when I was in the 2nd grade, I found a boy my age in my usual spot. I wanted to talk to him, but I felt shy, so I just sat down at the same table and gave him a smile. He smiled back, scribbled something on a notebook, and pushed it towards me.
"Hi, I'm Ethan. It's nice to meet you."
Was he shy like me and couldn't talk to strangers? I thought this note system was way cooler anyway. We exchanged notes all during recess, and it was the best time I'd ever had at school. One day, I followed the boy to his class, and all the kids welcomed me with waves and smiles. Wow, who were these angels? Just then the teacher came in and she started using her hands to make all sorts of signs. It looked so funny I started laughing. That's when she noticed me. "Sweetie, can you hear what I'm saying?" I nodded my head. "Then you're not supposed to be here." And that's when I realized that Ethan and all the other kids here were deaf, and this was a special class. It was really sad to go, but Ethan slipped me a note. "See you at the library tomorrow?" And I did. Every single day after that. We only ever hung out together in the library, though. I felt protective of Ethan and wanted to keep him out of Bridget's face. And finally, I had a best friend, but I never invited him home because Mom could be super embarrassing. Over the next few years, she had a string of stupid boyfriends at our place. She was also just always doing odd jobs, and we never seemed to have enough money. One day in 9th grade, I went to get lunch at the cafeteria and almost jumped back in shock to see Mom behind the counter. "Mom, what are you doing here?" "Sweetie, I work here now. Can you chit-chat with your lunch lady friend later, Tiara?"
"I don't have all day."
I turned around to see Bridget behind me, and as I started walking away, I suddenly heard her scream. "OMG, you stupid woman! You poured hot soup all over my new iPhone!" I turned around to see Mom looking red in the face and apologizing to that brat. "I'm so sorry. It's only my first day here." "Do you need a degree to be a lunch lady? Because you must have failed lunch lady school for sure. Show me your degree." I'd just had enough. "Didn't your nannies teach you any manners? She's working hard to serve lunch to hundreds of kids, and she made a mistake. Have some respect." Oh my, look who finally found a voice. "Who are you, Martin Luther King now? And why do you care about the dumb lunch lady? Is she your mom?" "Yeah, actually, she is." As everyone suddenly stared at me in silence, Bridget burst out laughing.
"So, you're still a mama's girl? And now I get why you're so stupid."
I was about to attack her, but just then I saw Ethan walking towards us with the principal.
"Bridget, how dare you talk to a staff member like that? That's a 3-day suspension. To my office.
now." As Bridget walked away looking furious, I knew I'd pay for it later, but standing up to her felt so good. Later that day, when we were hanging out, Ethan said, "You were awesome for standing up to that bully, and your mom seems nice. And you were awesome for calling the principal just in time. And well, Mom's a bit crazy. What's yours like?" And then Ethan told me that his mom had died when he was little, and his dad was a big businessman who was mostly away. He'd provided plenty of servants to take care of Ethan, but he never had much time for him. Sometimes, I think he must be disappointed to have someone like me as a son. That just broke my heart. I'd been waiting to surprise Ethan with the secret sign language lessons I'd been taking, but I couldn't wait any longer. "I'm sure that's not true, Ethan, because you're the loveliest person I've ever met." He stared at me in complete surprise, and suddenly his face broke into a huge smile. Then he pulled me close and kissed me. We started going out, and after a few months, I finally decided to introduce him to Mom. The dinner went well, but when Ethan took the dishes to the kitchen, Mom turned to me. "What are you doing with that boy, Tiara?" "What do you mean, Mom?" "I mean, look at you. You're smart and beautiful. You could have any guy you want. Why would you choose someone who's deaf?" Her words made my blood boil. "Mom, would you like it if I was deaf and no one wanted to date me? But you're not deaf. He is. He's not good enough for my perfect girl." "Stop saying such awful things, Mom." "It's not like he can hear me, honey." Just then, to my horror, I turned to see Ethan standing in the doorway. He just looked at me once and left. I turned to Mom, furious. "He can read lips, Mom. That was cruel, and I couldn't care less about Ethan's hearing. It doesn't make him less kind or caring or smart. He's perfect, unlike the jerks you date." And with that, I stormed off to my room. Ethan wouldn't reply to any of my texts, and the next day at school, I looked for him everywhere. Eventually, I found him sitting alone on the bleachers outside. "Ethan, I'm so sorry about what Mom said." He shook my hand off angrily. "She's right, Tiara. You're perfect, and I'm not. I'm sure you've thought about that, too. Why else would you always keep our friendship a secret?" And with that, he walked off. But I wasn't going to let him go so easily. I ran to the art room and wrote something on a chart paper, and at recess, I went to the cafeteria and jumped onto the table. I felt really nervous as everyone's eyes turned to me, but I only had eyes for Ethan as I held up the chart. "Ethan, I love you more than chocolate cake. Will you do me the honor of being my prom date?" Ethan burst out laughing and ran to hug me. As we kissed, the whole cafeteria erupted into cheers and applause. The next day, when Ethan and I were leaving school, we suddenly got hit by paper balls. "Remember how you were such a little scaredy cat that you couldn't even speak, Tiara? And now you have a boyfriend just like yourself. He's only with you because there's something wrong with him, obviously." I was about to lash out at her when suddenly, a limousine stopped next to us and a well-dressed man came out. I was surprised when Ethan hugged him and told me he was his dad. Ethan's dad turned to me. "I haven't been around much, but Ethan told me all about you and how you've changed his life, and I just wanted to show you how grateful I am. Hey, you, give her the present." Just then, his bodyguard leapt forward and handed me a small box. When I opened it, I gasped. It was a diamond tennis bracelet. I can't accept this, sir." But Ethan's dad wouldn't hear a word and just left. As Ethan clipped the bracelet onto my wrist, I could see Bridget's open-mouthed face turning all shades of green, and that was truly priceless. After that day, Bridget was always trying to get close to Ethan. I'd often catch her trying to talk to him at recess or in the library, where she'd probably never set foot in her life before. On prom day, I was getting asked to dance by lots of guys, and Ethan smiled at me to go ahead. When I stopped to catch my breath and looked around for him, I spotted Bridget cozying up to Ethan. "I think you and I would make a really cute couple." "Oh, wait, you can't hear me? Let me show you how I feel about you." And with that, she grabbed his face and kissed him. Before I could pull her hair, Ethan had already pushed her aside and he looked really angry. And then Bridget went totally mental on him. "Seriously? You're rejecting me? You think I'd actually ever be interested in someone stupid and deaf like you? And I'd have to learn dumb signs to explain everything to you? I'd rather shoot myself in the head." By now, I'd walked over to her and given her a tight slap across the face, and everyone started booing her, so she left the prom. But someone did something even better. A girl had made a video of the entire scene and uploaded it online, and thousands of people were now calling out Bridget for bullying someone differently abled. And the best part? She was expelled from school, and a year after graduation, Ethan published a groundbreaking paper that got published in a very prestigious science journal. When it came out, he left a copy for me at the breakfast table. As my eyes fell on the first page, I started to cry, dedicated to my best friend and the love of my life, Tiara, the girl who saw me when I was invisible. And that night when he came home, I had a little scrapbook I'd made waiting for him at the table. When he saw it, his eyes started to well up. Inside the scrapbook was every note we'd ever written to each other. Ever since that first day in the library, I'd saved them all. He turned to me and I went down on one knee. I knew you were someone special from the very first moment I saw you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Ethan. Will you marry me? He said yes and made me feel like the luckiest girl in the world. Months later, I invited Mom to the wedding and she did come. And she actually apologized to both me and Ethan. I thought life might be hard for you with a differently abled person, but I was wrong. I'm so happy to see how happy he makes you. And when we signed our vows, Mom almost ruined our perfect moment by crying the loudest. We have 2 lovely kids now who are perfectly fluent in sign language, of course. I hope having Ethan for a dad makes them even more compassionate towards anyone who is differently abled. Many children's first words are mama or dada, but mine was action! Mom is a famous actress, so I grew up in the showbiz, like literally into it. Hi, my name is Phoebe, and before I tell you more about my life under the spotlight, please hit like and subscribe. My parents divorced early, but instead of leaving me with the nanny or grandpa all the time, Mom brought me to the set of the new King Kong vs. SpongeBob remake.
Mom, I'm tired. Do we really have to go on set today too?
Great actors are never tired.
But I want to go to Grandpa's place. He's always got some great stories about his time as a cop. Did you know he stopped 10 robberies?
So, his stories are fun, but not my movies? Fine, this small acting job here, and then I'll drop you off at Grandpa's place, all right? A few years later, Grandpa was gone, and I missed him terribly. When I turned 13, Mom got a lead role in a cop show, and this time, I was more than happy to be dragged to that set. On the first day, I was utterly starstruck. I snuck into the costume department and tried on uniforms, pretending I was fighting crime. But then, I heard someone shouting from the cafeteria. Someone needs me! I sprinted there and my phone, it was right there. You took it.
I haven't.
This right here is my detective moment.
Before I could step in, an older man with a donut in his hand swooped in like an eagle.
Why don't you check under the bananas?
I raised the fruit basket and Mom's phone was right there.
Whoa, how did you know it?
She's got banana residue on her fingers, combined with the slightly tilted angle of the basket. Also, I saw her drop it in there by accident. By the way, I'm Tom, the police consultant on the show.
So, you're a real cop? That's amazing! Can I see handcuffs? When he did, I snatched them and tied them around his wrists.
Aha! I knew you were an extra, pretending to be a cop like me.
A real cop wouldn't have fallen for that.
Which is why these are fake. Those, however, are not.
Is this guy a cop or a magician? So cool. I want to be like him one day. Phoebe, the super cop. I started following Tom around, asking him a million questions. Can I see your car sirens? Do you have a dog cop? Is Terminator a good guy or a bad guy? Tom was more than happy to answer me, and he even shared his secret to success. Food.
Never solve a crime on an empty stomach.
So he ordered food to show me how to eat like a cop.
The best Chinese in all of LA.
Come to Mama. But as I was about to dig in, Mom pushed Tom away and what's this? Ugh. Where's the chef's lunch? This? It's like ants' food. I'm a human. Mom dragged me home, and that night I only had soup for dinner. The next few days, I could feel her watching Tom and me, until one evening when I was changing for bed. Eek! There! What? Where? Get it off me! But it wasn't a spider or a mouse, because Mom grabbed my belly and pinched it. Fat! At your age? Gosh, Mom, I thought it was something serious. It is serious. It's because of that cop. I've seen him stuffing you up. Do you know how hard I have to work to keep this body in shape?
It's literally your job. But I want to be a cop when I grow up, like Tom.
What?
I just blurted it out, but it was a fact. Mom blamed Tom for my fat attack, so she made a big stink with the director, who fired him the next day. Please, Mom, Tom has done nothing wrong. He takes care of me and makes me laugh. Please don't make him go away.
Little Nugget, it's fine. She's your mom. She's looking out for you, in her own way.
Ugh, why does everyone always do what Mom wants? Tom left, and I decided that the only way I could be free of her meddling was to run away. So I got into a cab, but I realized I didn't have any money to pay. Ugh, I forgot my card.
Please get out.
Phoebe, come on. Think. But this is an emergency. My poor parrot caught parrotitis, and only my loving touch can save him. And if I don't get there in time, he might start squawking, and it could lead to an epidemic of man flu, you know, where guys are pooping like birds.
Ew, no time to waste. Let's go.
But when I stepped out of the cab near Grandpa's house, Mom was waiting for me. You didn't really think that would work, did you?
I'll run away again until you won't catch me.
Mom looked at me all seriously, and even her curls seemed to deflate. She wasn't the superstar, just my mom. I'm sorry about Tom. I'll ask the director to hire him back.
And what about acting? It's your dream, not mine.
Fine, no more acting for you. But promise never to run away from me again. You really scared me. Wow. I was wrong about her. She really cares. To show me she was serious, Mom organized a lunch at this 10 Michelin star restaurant the next day. But as we were on our way, the car banged, stopped, and started smoking. I played a mechanic once, and I'll have it fixed in no time.
That's not even where the engine is.
Since Mom was useless, I called Tom, but when he arrived, he wasn't alone. This god just stepped out of the car and...
This is Robbie, my son. He's only 15, but there isn't a car he can't fix.
How can this make that? Robbie was way hotter than any actor I'd ever met, and I'd had a mani-pedi with Timothée Chalamet. Hi, I'm Phoebe, and...
You're beautiful.
Am I? OMG, he's walking to me. What do I do? But Robbie just passed by me and went straight for Mom's car.
What happened to you, beautiful?
Yeah, he's a teeny tiny bit obsessed with cars.
Okay, Phoebe, don't get a crush on the hot guy who ignores you. Don't get a crush. Then he used his shirt to rinse dry his face and... right, too late. I forgot everything and spent the next couple of years finding any excuse to hang out with Robbie. But he stayed completely oblivious. Even when I gave him chocolates on St. Valentine, he thought they were for his mom's birthday.
Oh, you saved me. I'd completely forgotten about it.
After I enrolled in the same high school as him, we became friends. So I decided to confess at my 16th birthday party. Robbie, I like you.
I like you too.
So, will you be my boyfriend? Worst timing ever! Wait, Mom's agent? He never calls unless...
I'm sorry, but there's been an accident during rehearsals.
Oh no! As Robbie was driving me to the hospital, I didn't care that we were together alone. I was just worried about Mom because she insisted on doing her own stunts. I was relieved to see only her leg and arm were in a cast. Everything else seemed fine. Mom, you're okay. Okay? I can't act anymore. Can't they cast someone else? The show hasn't even started. For the first time ever, Mom looked a bit unsure. They can't. The producer convinced me to put a lot of money into this show. If the investors realize I'm not on set, the show will be canceled, and how much? We'll lose everything. I'm sorry, Phoebe. It's okay, Mom. I don't care about the money. I'm just happy you're fine. I thought the scary part was over, but the next morning, Robbie told me he was going to Europe for his auto project. As if that wasn't enough, Mom's hospital bed was empty. We're higher. No, not like that. I looked out the window, and Mom had convinced all the nurses to be her extras. She tried to do a high kick and just fell down. But even if she was clearly in pain, she got up and tried again. She'll never give up. I have to help her. That's enough, Mom. I'll do it. What? We already look alike, and with a bit of makeup, I can age myself. I'll pretend to be you. The production will continue. Doing my stunts is not easy. You taught me when I was little. It will all come back to me, I'm sure. And so, Operation Double began. Mom had me learn all the names of her friends, copy her, move her voice, even brush my teeth with the same toothpaste. Come on, who's gonna smell my breath? The art is in the details, but it wasn't enough. For the first couple of shooting days, everything went fine until...
The next scene is the roof jump. We're so lucky to have you. You've done this a million times.
Sure. But as I looked down the roof, everything went woozy, and I slipped. Help! Get me down!
Are you sure you're okay? You don't look like, yourself.
Oh, no. No, I just had a bad day. I'll do better next time. But I could see the suspicion in his eyes. This is too much. Let's call it off. And no, I said I'll help you, and I will. That night, I went online and found Mrs. Krugel, Coach to the Stars. Will it be horrible? Yes. but it will be worth it. She seems like a lot, but I don't really have any other choice if I want to help Mom. So I sent Coach a text, and the next morning, I was woken up by Coach playing a full set of drums in my room.
How the devil did you get in here? Do you want to give me a heart attack?
No time for it. You've got laps to run. And push-ups and high kicks, and, of course, jumping from a 6-story building onto a net.
I want a parachute!
But the worst was the food. Coach had me on this crazy strict diet, and she weighed every bite of food before I put it in my mouth. I started stashing snacks under my mattress and bribing the staff for candies, but she was always a step ahead of me. We can't afford anything less than perfection. Can't you hear my stomach? It growls so much it sounds like a lion. And as with any wild animal, we tame it. I had pizza delivered through the bathroom window, then chicken nuggets hidden inside my gym shoes, but she found it all. Nothing ever worked. As the days passed, I also noted another change. Whenever I got out, boys tripped over themselves to look at me, and I even had a couple of talent agents ask for my number. In the shops, people always smiled, and I got discounted clothes and gifts. I guess pretty privilege is a real thing. The only one who didn't seem to like my new look was Tom.
Just a salad for lunch? How about a nice burger?
Shh! Don't let Coach hear you.
Coach? What coach?
She's like a ninja. Always knows what I eat, even when she's not there. Soon, the shooting was over, and Mom was well enough to come to the wrap party, just in time to get all the praise for my hard work.
You moved like you were 10 years younger.
Only 10? Seeing Mom back in her element made me really happy. Darling, thank you. You really saved my career. But now, I've got my own life waiting for me. Robbie was back, and I hadn't been able to see him during filming, but I hadn't forgotten his words.
I like you too.
The next day, as I walked to my locker, I saw Robbie kissing another girl. What in the holy cake frosting is happening? I pushed the girl away and slammed Robbie against the locker in one of my superstar film moves. I'm away for a couple of months, and suddenly you have a girlfriend? You said you liked me.
Phoebe, I do like you, but like a little sister.
You could have said it on my birthday.
With your mom in the hospital, I didn't want to give you any more bad news.
I was really angry, but as I watched Robbie check on his girlfriend, I realized he never looked at me like that. Before I could make things worse, I ran back home. I spent the next few days eating chocolate, watching MSA, and wallowing in self-pity. The first heartbreak is always the hardest. It will pass.
You don't know that! Pass me the cookies!
But even after Robbie texted me to apologize, I couldn't get out of my funk. I'm not angry at him. I'm angry at myself for wasting all that time chasing after him. And just as I was about to turn into a slime monster, Tom came to my rescue.
Come on, get up. I got a surprise for you.
Robbie has a secret twin?
No, and there's more to life than boys. Even my own. Here.
He handed me a flyer. Police Academy early admission?
It's in 3 weeks. Didn't you want to become a cop?
In focusing on other people, I had forgotten my dream. But it's not too late. I can still become the best cop ever. But after eating my feelings, I was completely out of shape. I would never pass the selection unless...
Rise and shine, you useless slob!
Great. Can't you go a little easier this time?
Easy is for losers!
I guess. I mean, I'm the one who called her, right? This time, Coach was even more stern than before. Everything was counted. How many steps, how many calories, how many push-ups. My beloved cake, I miss you so much, but we'll be reunited soon. Sometimes she was so intense, I couldn't do it anymore, and I tried hiding. Phoebe, what are you doing under the couch? I don't think she can see me here. Really? Ah! Coach's method worked, and I lost all the weight I had gained. When I woke up on admission day, I followed the smell of bacon down to the kitchen, where Tom and Robbie were having breakfast with Mom. Robbie handed me a massive bouquet of flowers.
I know I can't be who you want me to be, but I'm here to support you. Can we still be friends?
Bacon and flowers? How can I say no? Robbie hugged me, and I was surprised that I didn't feel any butterflies in my stomach, except for those in anticipation of the test. I guess I'm over him. Finally. But I still didn't touch breakfast, and by the time we got to the police academy, I felt weak. Are you sure you're okay? You look pale. No, I can do this. The first test of the day was an obstacle course. I'd done so many of them with Coach, I could run them in my sleep. But as the whistle rang, I felt my legs turn to jelly and my vision go black. When I woke up, I was in the stands with Mom and Tom. You fainted. Robbie's gone to fetch you some water, but in the meantime, eat this. No, I can't. Coach said that's too many calories.
Right, the mysterious Coach. Where is she? I've been meaning to have a chat with her. She's been filling your head with all this nonsense about skipping meals and looking fit.
What Coach? Mrs. Krugel. They looked at me in confusion, so I took took out my phone to show them Coach's website, but when I Googled it, nothing came up. I don't understand. I've hired her to help me train for Mom's role. I trained you, no one else. But Coach, does it mean I made her up? The next day, Mom took me to a psychiatrist, and after I told her everything, she confirmed Coach did not really exist.
She came to you every time you felt insecure, right? It's clear you created her as a defense mechanism, but I'm afraid you developed an eating disorder.
Doctor was right. I'd used food as a tool to make me feel better and more secure with myself, but it became very unhealthy. And how do I get better?
With time and therapy, but mostly being kind to yourself.
Coach wasn't easy. She kept visiting me over the years, pushing me to make the wrong choices, but Mom was with me every step of the way. She recognized the part she had in giving me the wrong ideas about food and changing her own way of seeing herself. I was okay now, but I wanted to help others. I studied psychology at the university and worked with charities to teach young girls about body image and food.
And what about becoming a cop?
I'm still helping people. In my case, can't put the bad guys behind bars. And Robbie, well, I was the bride of honor at his wedding. And it turned out his girlfriend's brother was just my type. The crowd erupted as I struck the final chord, and I looked up as the fireworks lit up the sky. They danced across the night, vibrant and full of promise, yet they also carried with them the shadows of a nightmare I couldn't escape. As we finished our song, Zane, the main vocalist, immediately approached me backstage.
You are absolutely on fire tonight, Raven! Why don't you join us? For real. The band needs you, you know. And so do I.
Tempting. But if I do, my grandma will kill me. I'm only filling in because your guitarist got sick. Zane was a popular senior at school, and he'd been flirting with me for the past few months, but I just wasn't in the mood to date anyone yet.
I'll keep asking then. Maybe I'll survive your grandma's wrath.
I laughed, but the thought of Grandma's face if she found out I was in a rock band? Yikes. Grandma was a billionaire socialite who adopted me and raised me alone after I got separated from my parents when I was just a kid due to an accident. She was overprotective, but always busy. She gave me everything I needed, but I still felt empty whenever I thought about my parents, and how fireworks were my last memory of them. Whenever I saw kids my age with their families, I couldn't help but feel jealous. Being Grandma's heir came with great responsibility, so I had to study hard to manage her empire one day. My routine usually involved going to the school library after classes, but everything changed when the resident librarian decided to take her vacation. Miss Mavi was just her temporary replacement, yet she made my dull life 1,000 times more interesting for the past few weeks. Instead of studying, I always ended up observing her. She wore a beanie indoors 24/7, and I was dying of curiosity about what she was hiding under there. Snakes, a bird's nest, a really bad haircut, or, plot twist, what if she was actually bald? Aside from being a little clumsy, she was also silent most of the time, almost like a shadow. Anytime I asked for help finding a book, she'd guide me to it without saying a single word. One day, I dropped my books, and a bunch of my origami animals spilled out. I was about to bend down when someone suddenly started picking them up for me. It was her, and she was holding the dove one.
You did this?
Yeah? Oh, so she can actually speak.
Where do you learn these?
I learned it from YouTube. I find it fun, and they actually make good bookmarks, you know? Why? She just gave me a soft look that sent my curiosity through the roof, then walked away before I could say more. What was that all about? Later that night, I had to swing by school because I forgot some notes. It was late, and the gates were locked, and the place looked deserted, except for a mysterious motorcycle parked outside. Before long, a familiar figure emerged and hopped onto the bike. That unmistakable beanie gave her away instantly. There was no doubt who it was. But this time, she was rocking a sleek black leather jacket. Whoa, a mysterious librarian by day, a badass biker by night? Interesting. I decided to follow her at a distance, and we ended up in a vacant lot where a group of thugs was bullying a guy. I parked my car nearby and hid behind a tree. Suddenly, Miss Mavi whipped off her beanie, finally exposing her hair. And my jaw nearly hit the ground at the blazing sight. I rubbed my eyes to confirm what I was seeing, but her hair indeed looked like a dancing flame.
What's up, bros? Having fun terrorizing a helpless bystander, or are we just compensating for something?
Who are you supposed to be, sweetheart? The fire department?
Well, I'm just here to warm things up.
Just then, her hair erupted into full blazing flames, crackling like wildfire as she fired up her bike. The engine roared, and in a flash, she took off, moving so fast it was like a fiery show. She zoomed around the gang in a blur of heat and light. Before they could even react, she circled them with lightning-fast moves, trapping them like prey in a ring of fire. What kind of sorcery is this? Am I dreaming? The thugs charged at her, but she flipped off the bike, flames dancing around her hair. One wave of her hand, and they scrambled back and fled like scared rabbits. I ran back to my car as she reassured the victim, and soon I just found myself tailing her through the city. For the next few hours, I watched her in action, saving people and solving crimes like an actual superhero. I barely slept that night, replaying the flaming hair in my mind. First thing the next morning, I went straight to the library to get the truth out of her. I saw you last night. The motorcycle, the fire in your hair, those powers. You saved those people.
Sounds like you had quite a dream. You sure you didn't doze off while studying?
I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. She just shrugged and continued doing her business quietly. Ugh, she was driving me crazy. That night, I staked out again. And sure enough, there she was, riding that flaming motorcycle, hair blazing, acting like a neighborhood guardian again. I finally cornered her in the far aisle of the library the next day. Stop it. Quit pretending you're normal. I know you're some kind of superhero. Who are you? She put the book she was holding aside and then looked at me with a seriousness I'd never seen before.
You're such a stubborn little girl, aren't you?
She was about to press her fingers against my forehead, but stopped and sighed.
All right, if you want answers, meet me at the abandoned pier on Saturday at sunset.
Oh, I'll be there for sure. The weekend rolled around, and when I arrived at our meeting place, she was already waiting for me while leaning against her motorcycle, her fiery hair shimmering in the sunset.
Hey there, how are you feeling?
I'm good. Obviously too excited for whatever bedtime stories you've got.
Lucky for you, I'm actually quite fond of telling stories. For starters, my real name's Mavwika, and I'm not exactly from around here.
Wait, are we talking outer space? You're an alien?
I'm a Pyro Archon, and the world I'm from is Tevat, specifically Natlan. And I'm here to fulfill my duty as a leader and protect my people, wherever they are.
I was probably just stuck in a long, vivid dream, because there was no way this could be real. But honestly, I didn't care. I was loving every second of this. So, what are you doing posing as a librarian at our school?
Hey, the best place to stay on the down low is behind a desk full of books. Nobody suspects the quiet and clumsy librarian, right? Easier to keep an eye on things, sniff out danger, and mask the fireworks up here.
I was surprised at how talkative she actually was. So, your hair, it's on fire but not burning anything. How does that work?
Don't worry, these are friendly flames. They won't burn you or incinerate anything. Although I think my enemies will find that it's a bad idea to play with fire. Anyway, weather like this is perfect for enjoying the outdoors. Let's go for a spin. Here, hop on.
I hesitated at first, but deep inside, I had always yearned for some adventures. So I did, and we tore through the city at speeds that made my stomach flip. You're overspeeding!
Don't worry, we'll be fine.
Before I knew it, the cops were tailing us. Sirens blared, but Mavwika expertly weaved through traffic, leaving them behind.
See you later, officers.
With a flick of her wrist, the bike darted through narrow alleyways, dodging traffic and even slipping past a semi-truck like it was nothing. Then, the wheels started glowing fiery orange. Before I knew it, we shot off the ground soaring above the city. My jaw dropped as rooftops shrank beneath us. Holy mother of smokes! Are we flying?
Gliding. But flying sounds better, doesn't it?
We landed with a burst of sparks, but Mavwika wasn't stopping. She steered toward the mountains without hesitation. Wait, there's no road!
Oh, girl, who needs roads anyway? Rev the engines!
With a fiery leap, we launched off a rocky incline and soared through the sky like a blazing comet, hopping from one mountain peak to the next. You're insane!
Told you it'd be fun.
Terrifying, but yeah, maybe a little fun. The next few days were a blur of adventures. By day, Mavwika and I bonded in the library over books and her endless stories about her homeland and her late sister, Hine, who also loved creating origami, just like I did. By night and over the weekends, she'd drag me along as she did her superhero duties.
Light of the blazing sun! Wrath from the skies! Pyroclastic surge!
One day, I took her to the mall for a change, and she looked fascinated.
What kind of magical refrigeration chamber is this? We don't have this in Natland.
This is called a mall, and the extra cold you're feeling is because of the air conditioning.
Interesting. I can't believe people wander around here for hours, like they're on a quest, but with no real treasure.
The treasure is buy one, get one free, actually. I couldn't help but laugh along at her reactions. After cooling off, we headed back out to patrol the city. But later that night, our fun took a serious turn when we encountered a building engulfed in flames. Fire trucks were there, but the fire was raging out of control.
My mom and dad, they're still in there. Please save them.
The sight of the little girl desperately crying made something twist inside me. I remembered being little, lost, terrified. Please, you have to save them. She's just a kid. She can't lose her family.
I promise, she won't lose them.
Mavwika walked straight into the burning building and redirected the flames with what she called her pyro elemental power, creating fiery pathways to rescue those stuck inside. She even blasted through debris with her flame attacks, and everyone just couldn't believe what they were seeing. Within minutes, she emerged from the smoke, carrying the girls' coughing parents. The firefighters rushed to help, and I wanted to cry with relief. The little girl threw her arms around them, and they hugged tight. Before the police and media could finally corner the fiery superhero in town, Mavwika whisked me away and brought me to an abandoned park.
What happened back there must have stirred something inside you. It's okay, you can tell me. I'm here to listen.
I was 3. I don't remember much. Just being on a yacht with my parents. They were celebrating something. There were beautiful fireworks, and I was so happy. But then, the waves got rough. The boat rocked. My mom screamed, and my dad held me tight. Then, we went under. Everything went dark. I woke up on a shore. My grandma found me and took me in, raising me like her own. She tried everything to find them. Hired search teams, investigators, but nothing. No trace of them. Everyone told me they were gone, but I don't believe it. I can't. I feel it in my heart. They're still out there somewhere.
That feeling, it's powerful. Hold on to it, but don't let it hold you back either. Your story isn't over yet. Maybe the light is leading you somewhere you're meant to go.
Just then, a burst of fireworks from the horizon distracted us. It was coming from the nearby harbor.
In my world, it's nearly lantern night. People from Liu celebrate with lights, fireworks, music. It honors wishes and memories of everyone in Tiavat.
That sounds awesome. I wish I could experience that right now.
You can. We can bring a bit of that celebration here.
How? To answer my question, she led me to the harbor and told me to close my eyes.
Don't open them until I say so.
Okay. sounded so loud and busy.
Now open your eyes.
I turned to see some strangers who looked like video game characters, just like her. You made all of this happen? Everything just seemed possible with Mavwika. Soon enough, people from the city, curious about our impromptu festival, drifted in to join us. The next moment, the electrifying sound of rock music filled the air.
Let your flame burn brighter. Can't you see it's now or never? This is our moment, now is our time. So follow me to the finish line.
There was she extended her hand toward me, her fiery hair glowing like an invitation I couldn't resist. Before I knew it, I was on stage, shredding my electric guitar like a true rock star, completely swept up in the moment. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Grandma in the crowd. My heart stopped for a second. I was sure I was in trouble, but when she smiled with pride, my chest swelled with joy. When the performance ended, Mavwika led me to the water, where countless floating lanterns shimmered like stars on the surface, and handed me one.
Make a wish. Lantern Rite is about sending hope into the sky. Believe, and maybe it'll come true.
I wish to finally find her. A glowing portal shimmered like a magical doorway. What's happening? You're leaving?
Natlan needs me. It's time for me to go back. My people need me to light their way forward.
I felt a lump in my throat. Thank you for everything. You made my wish come true.
It's been an honor and truly my pleasure.
I will miss you, you know. She then took my phone and with a quick tap, installed a game called Genshin Impact.
Rev the engines!
Play this whenever you miss me. My spirit is there. My flame, my hope. And maybe someday you'll come to Tevat yourself, and we'll stay in my place, the beautiful Natlan.
Her words made me teary-eyed all over again, so I hugged her tight.
Remember, the sunset always comes after the darkest hour. Keep the flame alive. Never lose hope.
Wait, just a little souvenir from me. You know, you might need another bookmark.
Oh, trust me, I will. Thank you, Raven. I'll see you again next time.
As she finally disappeared into the portal, fireworks sparked across the sky. And for the first time, those sparks felt like home, like my lost puzzle piece finally sliding into place. Embark on an epic adventure in Genshin Impact with the latest update. Unlock new characters like the Pyro Archon, Mavwika, Mystical Sitlali, and the skilled Lan Yan. Plus, if you log in during the Lantern Rite Festival, you can get 20 free pulls, a free 4-star character, and essential upgrade materials. Download now using the code in the description to power up your adventures. You won't want to miss this epic update.
Bonjour, my name
name is Andrea from Paris. Please like and... Nah, I'm just kidding, guys. It's me again. Gotcha. You didn't know I spoke multiple languages, Verdado. So, where were we? Oh yeah, my band almost broke up. My manager tried to take control of my life. My father was in an accident. My boyfriend was keeping a huge secret from me. And my mom had come back into my life after almost 10 years. Am I forgetting some other misery? Yeah, I'm also really hungry. Oh, right. I hadn't eaten anything since before the concert. But at that time, we had more important things on our plate.
Alice, I told you to get away from him.
Who does she think she is to tell me what to do? No. First, you owe me an explanation. Why have you left? Where have you been all these 10 years? Why have you never called? Why are you coming back now? Why? Well, I guess she owed more than one explanation. Maybe we should leave.
And miss the showdown?
Yeah, let's give them some privacy.
Yes, better. What are you even doing here in the first place?
We'll wait outside.
No, nobody leaves. And you better start talking before we start improvising a bad cop, good cop scene. And no, Luke, you can't be the good cop.
But Alice,
no excuses. Just spill the beans. My mom took a seat and a deep breath, then remained in silence for a few minutes. I couldn't wait to know the truth. I was impatient, nervous, stressed, and hungry too. But most of all, I was tired.
Then she started talking about her life, you know, blah, blah, blah. Some really revealing stuff and other things. And then the end.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just exhausted. It's not that easy to narrate 4 parts in a row. The life of an MSA star is harder than it looks. You know what, guys? Let's mix things up a little. I know you're probably tired of hearing my voice. At least I am. So let's hear my mom's story told by herself. See you later, alligators.
Hi, kids. I'm Carrie, Alice's mom. I know most of you must hate me, but hold off until you hear my side of the story. If you still hate me later, well, don't put it in the comments. I don't think I can handle having my own haters. Let's start from the beginning. After I got married and had Alice, my life was practically perfect. Lovely family, a career climbing. Life was looking up. When Alice was finishing elementary school, my big shot arrived.
Carrie, we want you to lead the case against the Siri clan.
Oh, yes, I'll do it. Their time has come. Justice will be served. The Siri clan was one of the largest and most dangerous criminal groups in the country. They were the worst of the worst, fixing sports events, moving narcotics, blackmailing politicians, and even kidnapping kittens in their spare time. You name it, they did it.
Get ready. This is gonna change your life.
And boy, it did. I couldn't imagine at the time how much it would cost me. I couldn't tell anyone about my involvement with the case, not even my family. Still, the clan found out pretty much everything about me. I soon started receiving threatening phone calls, menacing letters, and gifts of dubious taste. The prosecution put security on us. The suit guys followed us all around without Alice and her father knowing. But that didn't stop the Siri clan. Oh no. A few days before the trial, I received an envelope in my office. Inside, there were pictures of Alice at school, in the park, coming in and out of the house, everywhere. I thought about calling the police, but it was too dangerous. I had to do something. So, I went to see the head of the clan, ready to put my career aside and my principles in exchange for the safety of my family. But he was a tough negotiator.
I have a counteroffer.
They not only forced me to sabotage the lawsuit against them, but also made me work for them as their legal counsel for years. They never stopped following Alice. They had no choice but to stay and help them grow their criminal empire even further. So that's why I left, because now I'm a criminal and I can't even look at you in the eyes knowing everything I did.
Then why did you come back?
After I left, I blocked your numbers, but I never changed mine. The hospital called me saying there had been an accident and I had to come and make sure you were okay. I guess I'm still your emergency contact.
Of course. There's no other person I want to see in an emergency.
He's such a flirt. Is that so?
It is, and not only in emergencies.
I think Alice's dad has the hots for Alice's mom.
You don't say.
I'm just glad I get to see you again.
Oh my god, Dad, stop flirting with her. Have you forgotten that she abandoned us for like 10 years? Are you sure you don't have a concussion? Let's call the doctors to do more tests.
I'm fine, Alice. I guess old habits die hard.
He smiled at me, and even after all these years, just like the first time I saw him playing in the subway, I felt fireworks inside. How could I help it? Look at him. He is as attractive as he was 10 years ago, maybe even more. You can tell he's been hitting the gym. Check out his arms, his shoulders, his...
Okay, that's enough. This is still a family channel. I'll take it from here. As you can imagine, my mom's story was like a roller coaster for me. And by the end, I was pretty dizzy. I didn't know what to say, but at the same time, I had hundreds of questions to ask. At first, I needed some air, like a lot of air, and something to eat. So I walked out of the hospital, and then I saw it. That was
really love at first sight. Thank God. I ran to it and I ordered half a dozen hot dogs. What? Lady has to eat too, you know. Besides, can't think with an empty stomach, right? Bon appetit.
Note from the MSA producers. Due to the disgusting nature of the following images, we have decided to censor the next part.
Ugh, I so needed that. Now I can think straight. Let's get this over with. I walked back to the hospital, but stopped dead in my tracks when I saw Mom and Camillo talking at the entrance.
We should try to be friends. After all, we are family.
You don't scare me. And why should he? Oh, let me guess. He probably is the son of the boss of that clan, and he's just dating me because he has a secret agenda, right?
No, not at all.
So why should I get away from him?
Maybe I got carried away. To be honest, I don't think you guys are really a match. I mean, you are a Cancer and he is a Capricorn. Those are the least compatible signs in the horoscope.
I'm actually a Scorpio.
Oh, then it's okay.
You have my blessing.
Great! Thanks, Mom.
Camillo hugged my mom. Their performance was as believable as a bunch of elementary school kids acting out Shakespeare for the end of the year play. Of course I knew there was something wrong. I'm not an idiot, guys. I asked Camillo about it like 1,000 times. Why does my mother hate you so much? What did you do? But he always came up with different excuses.
It's because I'm Italian. She hates poets. She doesn't like my cologne. I think she must be in love with me.
Eventually, I stopped asking. I know it sounds crazy, but after so much time, things were somehow in order and part of me didn't want anything to change. Sure, I knew that things sooner or later were gonna bite me, and trust me, when they did, it hurt like a dog bite. The next few days were truly bizarre. My mom came back into our lives as suddenly as she had left. Every time I went to visit my dad, she was there, and the two of them together were absolutely unbearable. You guys know I'm a sucker for love, but they were too much even for me.
Here comes the plane.
Can I have a bite of the pilot too?
Oh, don't start. Last time things got out of hand.
Yikes! When my dad was discharged, she took care of him at home. They even urged me to come back and live with them so we could be a happy family. Before saying no, I actually considered it for like half a millisecond. But Mom was determined to get back into my life, by hook or by crook. Like some regular mom and her teenage daughter, we spent all of our time together fighting. The thing was that I was not a teenager anymore, and she wasn't like a regular mom, which made things really weird.
Where are you going? With whom? What time will you be back?
I want my lawyer here.
I am your lawyer. Talk.
To a club with Moon and Luke around 2.
That's too late. You can go till 12.
But Mom!
No buts, Missy.
It was kind of fun to make up for lost time. You're so mean. I hate you. I always wanted to yell at my mom that I hate her for some stupid thing, like a normal teenager. Although I would never admit it then, having Mom back was amazing. But still, she really had it in for Camillo. And it wasn't, of course, just because of our zodiac signs. She started playing detective, attempting to sabotage our relationship. She tailed us in secret to our dates. Remind you of anyone? I guess the apple doesn't fall that far from the tree. Of course, she didn't know about my successful career as a matchmaker. Table 5 said you would take care of their check. Since when is bread so expensive? After that, she sent me flowers and gifts from a mysterious secret admirer. Free chocolate. But that was nothing. It got to the point where she tried to kill Camillo.
I didn't know he was allergic to nuts.
I told you like yesterday.
It must have slipped my mind.
Then she went all in and planned a blind date for me and Kwan, who was a few days away from returning to Korea. I had to admit that it was a beautiful date, and Kwan looked so attractive. But I had a boyfriend and he had a girlfriend. I'm so sorry my mom put you up to this.
Don't worry. It's always nice to spend some time with you.
Won't your girlfriend mind?
I don't have a girlfriend anymore. She left me. She said my heart was still entangled with something here.
And what is that something here?
I think you already know.
Kwan smiled at me, and I blushed so much that I could have become a stunt double for Poe. You know, the red Teletubby. Change the subject, Alice. This could get out of hand. I don't know what my mom has against Camillo. She hates his guts with a passion, but he didn't do anything.
I think you should trust your mom. I know you two have a complicated history, but she must be doing this for a very good reason, and you can't keep ignoring it.
At first, I thought Kwan was only saying this because he was jealous. But then I started to think he had a point. Turns out, his words were absolutely right on target. When I got home that same night, I did what I promised I would never do. I went through my boyfriend's computer. Guys, this is me not setting a good example. Don't follow my lead on this one. Remember how I said things would come back to bite me in the butt? Well, they did. More than a dog bite. It was a crocodile bite. Among Camillo's files, I found a book about me. Yes, you heard right. Camillo was writing a book about my life behind my back. Actually, no, he wasn't wasn't writing it. It was already finished. What a... To no one's surprise, it turns out that behind it all was Trevor. He had signed over my image rights from our contract to Camillo to write a bestseller airing all my dirty laundry. For the next few hours, I read the entire book. Not only did it expose my deepest fears and desires, those I had confided in him, but it also detailed my mother's criminal history with the Siri clan. If this gets out, she will go to jail. And the worst part of it all, the book was due out in 2 days. Just as my world was collapsing, the collapser opened the door.
Hi, honey.
I was more than ready to use my drumsticks to turn him into a human skewer, but I didn't. I understood that my only advantage at that moment was that he didn't know that I knew. So I pretended that everything was fine and took the first opportunity to get the hell out of there. We're out of milk. I'm gonna go buy some.
We have milk.
But not almond milk.
Since when do you like almond milk?
Since forever? You don't know every single detail about me. Well, maybe I lost it for a moment. Once I escaped from there, I met with my mother. She confessed to me that she knew about Camillo's book. A few weeks ago, my boss told me that someone was snooping about my past and the trial. They thought they were the prosecutors, but when I saw the photo, I recognized Camillo immediately. I'd seen him in every photo and interview of you two. You follow my career? Of course I do. I'm your biggest fan. My mom found out he was writing a book, but when she tried to warn me, he threatened to reveal another big secret. My mother was betraying the clan. She was preparing a case with the prosecution, taking advantage of her inside knowledge to bring down the Siri clan once and for all. If that came out, not only would the case collapse, but we would be in grave danger. The release of the book would have the same result. So we soon regrouped with my dad, Moon, Luke, and Quan to shut down the release of my unauthorized biography. That's a sentence I never thought I'd say. We split up and went to different districts to buy all the copies of the book that were ready to circulate. Yeah, we spent a lot of money on books. In the meantime, my mom managed to get a legal order to stop the printing of new copies, arguing that they did not have my authorization. Amazingly, we managed to stop the book from coming out. We gathered all the copies and made a huge campfire. Not great for the environment, I know. Again, don't follow my lead on this one, guys.
Anyone want a marshmallow?
You're still leaving tomorrow? Maybe you can stick around for a bit.
I'd love to, but I have to go home. But you should visit me.
Maybe I will. Sadly, our victory was short-lived. Feeling defeated, Trevor and Camillo leaked the book virtually, and it soon went viral. What ensued was absolute chaos. My name became a trending topic, and the news went crazy with my mother's criminal story. Soon, reporters were swarming my house and my parents' house looking for a comment. My phone literally exploded from the number of calls and messages it received. To make matters worse, Camillo went on TV to present the book, badmouth me, and reveal that my mom was a double agent for the government. You will pay for this. From that moment on, we became the #1 target of the Siri clan. Things were completely out of hand, and for the first time, I feared for my life and the safety of the people around me. I had to do something, but I didn't know what. Alice, there's no time for discussions. Get in the car. We have to go to the witness protection program now. We are in danger. I can't do it, Mom. You two go.
Alice, this isn't up for discussion.
No, it's not, Dad. I'm sorry. I ran between the cars until I lost them. It's not that I didn't want to go with them, but I was a public figure. The reporters and paparazzi would be after me like hounds. I knew that if I went with them, I would put them in even more danger. I needed to go somewhere where no one knew me. Oh, that's it. Quan, is it too soon to visit?
Not at all. I'm glad you're here.
I held Quan's hand as we waited for the plane to take us to Korea. I took a deep breath. It felt like walking away from a fire. Who said you can't run away from your problems?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to a new Where Are They Now episode. So let's uncover the latest on the Cupid Secrets crew. Alice's parents, Luke and Moon. They just disappeared faster than my motivation on a Monday. But what everybody really wants to know is where is Alice herself, the villain of her own story? Some say she became a Buddhist monk. Others that she had facial surgery to look unrecognizable. But something went wrong and she became a circus freak. Some even claim that she was seen living in the middle of the snowy forest, like the Yeti. But still, the mystery remains unsolved. Where is Alice?
I'll give you a where are they now, you gossip-mongering, face-twisting, snitch-ditch-twitch character hack. This villain is right here, crafting a comeback that'll knock your ratings into the next ice age. And talk about facial surgery? You should check yourself first, wicked witch of the bargain bin Botox, duck lips meeting frog eyes, and a meme gone wrong disaster. No surgeon can fix that.
Calm down, she's not even here.
No, don't shut it off. I want to hear more of her nonsense. Great, now the power cuts out on me. As if everything else wasn't enough, the electricity there had a mind of its own. It always went out with the worst possible timing. Okay. You know, I'm not usually the nagging type, more like a silent ninja. Until someone turns on that spotlight of lies, you might think we stepped out of a time machine into the past. Well, almost. So this is where Alice is, in the middle of nowhere, picking up cow dung. I know, gross. I should give you a recap of the last year, but I don't really feel like it. Okay, don't leave. I will. But just because you've been putting up with me since episode 1. Before I start, like and subscribe, and don't forget to never watch MSA on TikTok. Real ones know that YouTube is way cooler. So, after Camillo's book, Quan and I escaped to a small rural town in South Korea where no one knew or cared who I was. This is nice. It was not.
At least no one will find us here.
Yeah, because no one knows this place exists. Seriously, I tried searching it on Google Maps and it just showed a shrugging emoji. Still, Quan absolutely fell in love with our new rural life. He put together his own farm, and it was like he had found his place on Earth. For me, it wasn't that easy.
Alice, collect the cow dung so we could use this for fire.
Not this again. That day, I shouldn't have worn red because it made the bull crazy mad, and he chased me all over the farm until I fell headfirst into the cow poop pile. Ugh, I hate this.
Look on the bright side. It's good for your skin.
Oh, really? Then come here. I'll make you a good hydrating mask. Stop running! Living with Quan was awesome, but it never felt like my real life. I just wasn't myself there. To make me feel better, Quan once took me to a nice restaurant in the city, but I felt so paranoid that I went with a full disguise. Maybe that wasn't the best option to keep the attention away from me. Everybody kept looking at me, especially one strange guy with a big ginger afro and sunglasses. That guy keeps staring at us.
Can you blame him with those drumsticks in your hair? And this dress looks like you committed a fashion crime.
Duh, I can't leave them out. And this outfit took hours of careful consideration and about 5 outfit changes. As Quan went to pay the bill, I turned to that creep, but he vanished into thin air. After that, I decided to stay in the village and never return to the city. Eventually, I kinda got used to living there. But then, a letter arrived and changed everything. It was an invitation to Moon and Luke's wedding. I hadn't talked to anyone from home since I left. I thought they'd eventually forget about me. But turns out, Quan used to drive out of town to call Moon, and she wanted me to be her maid of honor. Still, I wasn't ready to come back yet.
Sooner or later, you'll have to face your fears.
I'll do it later then.
I have to go. She's my baby sister.
Of course. We said our goodbyes and Quan left, so I had some alone time. After a few days, I started to get really worried. Quan wasn't answering my calls or responding to any of my texts. I waited and waited, but no news. Finally, I called Moon, but she didn't know anything about him either. Nobody did. Before I could think about it, I was already on a plane crossing the world to save my boyfriend. As soon as I landed, I did a complete makeover to avoid being recognized. I had more important things to do than deal with the paparazzi. After that, I went straight to the police station. I knew who was behind it all. The Siri clan kidnapped my boyfriend.
Do you have any proof?
I have a strong feeling. Does that count as proof?
Maybe he just ran away from you after reading the book.
The whole police station laughed at me. I wanted to throw all their donuts into the garbage, but I didn't. I just stole a few for later.
Besides, we already captured Siri Clan's leader.
What? After I left the police station, I had so many questions in my head. Just then, I saw Trevor drive by in a cool Porsche and stop not too far away. My heart was beating super fast, and I decided to follow him. I hid in an alley where it was kind of dark. I couldn't see much, but then I heard him talking on the phone.
Keep a low profile. We can't afford any slip-ups right now. I had planned this all along. I even made that foolish Camillo reveal the clan's secrets in his book to have the leader imprisoned so I could take over the empty throne of the Siri clan. I did a lot for him, and that thankless man never recognized me. Now, see who the boss is? Me, Trevor, only Trevor.
The terror! He went inside, and I crept closer to the building's window and peeked inside. There he was, stood before a group of exhausted kids.
Kids, if you don't do it my way, you'll be swimming with the fish. Yes, you heard me right. You'll be forced to clean my aquarium again. Get ready. 1, 2, 3, go! Come on, don't make me get the snorkel gear.
Trevor not only carried on with the clan's illegal affairs, but also used his power to create an academy for young talents to build his own musical empire. The police weren't helpful, so it was up to me to stop him and save Quan. Time to bring down his criminal empire. Still, I needed help with that. I needed my friends back. I'm sorry for leaving and ghosting you guys, but I really need you.
It's okay. We understand. And we've got to find Quan.
And destroy Trevor. Don't forget about that.
They told me that over the last year, Trevor blocked all their contracts and concerts, sending his army of little singing robots to replace them. He kidnapped my boyfriend and also ruined my band? This time, it's personal. Yeah, I know. That sounded so cool, like an action movie star. So, I told Moon and Luke about my master plan.
So, your plan is to just break into the headquarters of a criminal group and steal illegal stuff?
Yeah, pretty much it.
Great, sounds bulletproof.
That night, we snuck over to their lair. At the entrance, there were 2 security guards.
Okay, we made it pretty far. Call it a night?
No, we have to take them out. So, Alice, you do it.
What? Why me?
They won't recognize you with your new makeover. Distract them while we try to find another way in.
Before I could protest, Luke and Moon threw me towards them. First, I thought I could use my Riz to win them over. Content warning, guys. This might turn into a cringe fest. I walked to them, flirtatious, but I looked like I was just learning to walk for the first time. Excuse me, guys. Do you have names, or can I call you mine?
I'm Frederick.
Mike.
No, I meant I thought your names were Google because you two have everything I've been searching for. Well, that one bombed even harder than my first pickup line. I need to work on my flirting game. In a desperate distraction attempt, I twisted swiftly, aiming for a masterstroke. Fate intervened. My wig slipped off. Uh-oh.
You!
So, time for plan B. What was plan B again?
Stop her!
They jumped on me, but at that exact moment, their radio started playing my favorite song. I went full John Wick mode for real. I grabbed the 2 drumsticks that I always carry around and turned them into lethal weapons. Oh, I forgot to mention that during my time in Korea, I became a black belt in Taekwondo. Silly me. After beating up those 2, I tried to find Moon and Luke, but I got to Trevor's office. I turned it inside out, but found nothing about Quan. I was about to give up when I came across something mind-blowing. A manuscript from Camillo, Cupid's Secrets Part 2. A sequel to my story. Yeah, my head exploded. Quite literally. It detailed with amazing precision my life in that little town in Korea. Every little part of it. How the heck did he know all this? Then, as James Bond's villains, they appeared.
Oh, look who's here. So good to see you, babe. I love your new style, but ew, you smell like cow poop.
Trevor and Camillo were at the door of the studio. I lunged at them. You fuck! But an army of guards appeared out of nowhere and held me.
No dear, this is not a kung fu movie. Guards, just take this little rat away.
Trevor, wait. Don't be so hard. She is my ex after all. Alice, I know what you must be thinking. How did I know all that? Just take a look at the notes.
I looked at the notes. It was some kind of daily report, a really complete one. Then my heart stopped. The name that signed all the notes was Quan. It isn't true. Quan would never betray me like that. You're lying. Tell me where he is.
Well, you thought the same about Camillo, and look where that got you. You see, Alice, everyone's playing their own game. Quan, in this case, is playing hide and seek. Hide until the book is out and seeking a fortune.
He's gonna be rich, and he just had to sell us his relationship with you. A bargain, if you ask me.
Tears began to roll down my cheeks. Once again, my boyfriend stabbed me in the back.
I told you it was a mistake to fire me, kid. Now leave with your dumb friends. And Luke, just a piece of advice. Next time, don't yell when trying to sneak in somewhere.
Oh yeah? I was caught in a half-open window. What should I have done?
Probably not screaming like a maniac. Push my butt up! Push my butt up!
I was completely defeated. I didn't even fight back when his goons kicked us out.
Don't go too far this time. I need good material for our next book. Remember, all good things come in threes.
Luke and Moon kept asking me what happened inside, but I didn't say a word. I just said goodbye and went straight to the airport to disappear once again, and this time for good. Just as I was about to board the plane, I got an audio message from Moon.
So, remember that our wedding was supposed to take place today, but got canceled after Quan disappeared? Well, surprise, it's happening, because Quan is back.
What? We couldn't find another date available for over a month, so we're gonna get married now. We're just waiting for you. Hurry! Furiously, I rushed out of the airport to confront him. Still, I did a quick pit stop at the hairdresser. Then I did my makeup and put on my dress. What? I was still furious, but it was a wedding. I had to look great, and I did. I burst into the ceremony, and I saw him next to Luke, who was waiting for Moon at the altar. I dashed toward him like lightning.
Alice, you look...
Wonderful? Beautiful? Yeah, I know.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Are you for real? Let's see. Where should I begin? Maybe by the fact that you disappeared from the face of the the planet for days?
You told me to do that!
I did what? Yeah, we were being really loud in a church, and everybody was staring at us.
Guys, maybe we can discuss this later.
When did I tell you to disappear?
You sent me a message saying that I should hide and get rid of my phone because the Siri clan was after me. So stayed locked in a hotel all this time. It was quite boring, by the way. I even learned how to walk on walls. I'll show you later. But I couldn't miss Moon's wedding, so I'm here. I'm so glad you're here today too, by the way.
That didn't make any sense. I hadn't sent any message. He was lying again. What about the book? Yeah, I found your little report notes.
But how?
You wrote everything. All our private moments and secrets just to sell them to Trevor and Camillo?
Wait, what? I did write all of that, but I didn't sell anything. I lost them at the airport.
Like I'm gonna believe that.
I would never sell that. I just took notes of everything because, well, it's quite embarrassing.
More embarrassing than getting your butt kicked in a church by the bridesmaid?
Okay. The truth is I wanted to write my own book about you. To show the world how nice and cute and wonderful you truly are.
Yeah, this is the part where you go, aww. Still, at that moment, I was confused and shocked. I didn't want to believe him, but when I looked into his eyes, I saw that he was telling the truth. I felt so embarrassed. But then I saw him hiding among the rest of the guests. That weird-looking ginger afro guy that used to spy on us in Korea. Stop that guy! He ran, and I chased after him. Just when he was about to escape, Moon appeared, rocking her wedding dress and blocking his way. He turned around, and I hit him with a crazy taekwondo kick that sent his afro and glasses flying. He was Camillo. He had followed us to Korea to spy on us, and when he found out about Kwan's notes, he stole them from him at the airport. As if that wasn't enough, he and Trevor sent the message pretending to be me and telling Kwan to hide. Why the heck are you here?
I needed to see the showdown. It's the ending of my sequel.
You and your freaking sequel! I'm gonna kill you right now!
Let me.
Kwan stepped forward and headed for Camillo. He grabbed him and shoved him, ready to punch his lights out, but I stopped him.
He deserves it.
But he's not worth it.
Yeah, the last thing I need is to get punched by a farmer.
I turned around and slapped Camillo so hard he spun like a startled ballerina. When he finally stopped twirling, Moon gave him another slap, sending him into another whirlwind. But I wasn't done with him. Listen to me good, you hack of a writer. I'm about to end your whole career. First, I took care of Trevor. I sent Luke, disguised and armed with a camera, to his music academy. Turns out, Trevor had those poor kids rehearsing day and night, like a twisted version of School of Rock. He got arrested for child abuse, and the Siri clan vanished. My family was finally free, so I went to get them out of the witness protection program. When my dad opened the door, he had the longest beard ever. Gandalf, is that you?
Alice!
Dad hugged me tightly. Soon Mom joined in. I can't breathe, guys! My parents moved back to Rochester and got re-engaged. Another wedding on the way. With my mother's help, I sued Camillo for the rights to my own story. During the trial, it came to light that he had plagiarized other writers. Camillo lost all profits from the book, sequel rights, and his reputation. Last I heard, he was working as a waiter again. I said cappuccino, not macchiato, you spaghetti brain. Finally, I was free. I had my voice back. Eventually, I found the perfect place to tell my story. So, thanks MSA. They don't pay as much as Hollywood, but they are way cooler. Oh, and the rest of Luke and Moon's wedding was awesome. Our band even got together for a quick reunion show. Then we partied like there was no tomorrow. But there was. I could have never done this without you.
Of course you could have. So, what now?
My real life is here. My family, my friends, my music.
But mine isn't.
We both started crying because we knew that despite that we loved each other, we had